Hello and welcome to the Challengers League of LCK. It is me, Valdez, with Wolf, and we are here for our first day. Of course, yesterday we did have the wonderful Atlas and Chronicler joining you, but now it will be me with Wolf. And really excited to start the Challengers League. Very happy to be here. How are you feeling, Wolf?
I'm feeling good. We've been following the Challengers League pretty, I wouldn't say very closely, but I think kind of casually over the last 2 years. With the rebranding and stuff like that. Chronicler's obviously been streaming it. So we've always been pretty interested in these Challenger players, what their backgrounds are, and when they'll join the LCK. Always keeping an eye on, are these players getting called up? You know, we used to have you can only change the players every few weeks, etc. Now the players can always be called up at any time going into LCK. So it's a much more important time to be following Challengers than it ever was before. So it's really exciting to now get a first look, I think, as a caster at some of these players where you've watched VODs before, you study champion pools, but actually really look at them, focus on them, look at their play in a very technical way. And I've always loved casting amateur scenes out here in Korea.
Yeah, and just the fact, like you mentioned, we could see one of these guys on a Monday or a Tuesday, and then we might see them on a Thursday or a Friday in the LCK. If somebody does really, really well and they outperform the rest of the squads out here, maybe they get a chance to go to the big leagues, and that's a really cool kind of idea. So make sure you guys are also tuning into this broadcast and kind of seeing which players are really good. We are going to be casting some very strong players today for sure.
Absolutely.
Today is not 3 best-of-3s, so hopefully we we keep our minds a little bit more intact than the boys did yesterday. Should be just a pretty fun, kind of relaxed broadcast for this one, and I think the games today are going to be pretty fun as well.
I think they will. I'm really excited to see T1's new roster at work, and obviously Ilima is one of the players I'm most excited to commentate from Kwangdong Freaks' Challenger roster because he's been in the forefront of the top laners here in Challengers for a long time. I think he's been surpassed by some other players over the time in which he's dominated. He's been up and down, and a player who was playing behind Keen when Keen was on Kwangdong, of course. Keen has now moved to KT Rolster, but Dudu took his spot. So he's still in Challengers, actually, which is a shocker to me, but we just have such a stacked roster of teams in the LCK. Here's our overview. You guys saw this yesterday. Mondays, we start early at 2 p.m. KST. Tuesdays, we start now, 5 p.m.
Yeah, 5 p.m. And, of course, there will be co-streaming on Thursday and Friday at 2. So if you do not have enough Korean League of Legends in your life, you could always watch the fantastic co-streamers that are doing that and then watch LCK afterwards. So there's going to be a lot of Korean League of Legends. And outside of just getting a chance to make it to the LCK or, to fulfill your dreams, you can make also a lot of money, which is pretty cool to see, putting in the big bucks here for even the Challengers League, and could be life-changing and put you on the road to your next step.
Especially for some of these players who are so young. For the LCK players, something like 1 million won might be like, yeah, well, I made like 4 times that in that one sponsorship deal I did on the side. But to be round MVP and to really get that on your resume trying to go into LCK and also pick up that cash is really awesome for these players who are super young. We have this really sick lineup of teams. It's the same lineup of teams, obviously, we have in the LCK with all of their academy teams. And it's really fun to see how some teams work really closely with their academy teams. Some teams not so much. They use it more of a feeder team for the LCK, sell the players whether to teams around the world or in the LCK. And winning the Challengers League, I think, is becoming more and more important as more seasons go by. Format, as mentioned yesterday, Chronicler pointed this out, it's basically exactly the same as the LCK, including playoffs.
Yeah, just burn this into your memory, and you'll be ready for all of the Korean League of Legends. I kind of like how it's pretty streamlined now. Everybody's kind of on the same page. And we got double elimination as well, which is very cool to see. A lot of people definitely calling for that in many different stages, many different tournaments around the world, in many different esports. And finally, we get some over here in Korea. So it's going to be pretty fun. You guys did take a look at the team list as well. Some of the names for the Challenger League teams will be slightly different, but, basically just the feeder team for their LCK team. as here's the integrated roster operation that we were talking about as well.
Yeah, so every team can have a maximum of 20 players, and this is, of course, including both their Challengers roster and their LCK roster. So you can have up to 20. You have to have at least 11, so 5 per team plus 1 substitution is the minimum. In terms of coaching staff, you have to have a coach, but the head coach position is quite specifically different in Korea because it sometimes means someone like Koma's role when he was on D+ Kia or Damwon Kia, where you're kind of an operations manager, not really a coach. So if you have that, you get 1 extra spot to have the 4 coaches maximum, but you can have normally up to 3. So a lot of expanded operations here with the new rules for 2023.
Yeah, and this is week 1. This is Tuesday, the second day. You'll note that it's match 4. That's because they played 3 matches yesterday. So we are going to round it out with 2 more today. Kwangdong Freaks up against KT, and then we do have T1 versus Live Sandbox Youth, which is their Challengers League team.
That's right. They've got a special name. They don't want to just copy everybody else with the Academy or Challengers names. To give everyone context, because this has been asked a lot, I've seen this in Twitch chat a lot throughout LCK, but also yesterday specifically when I was watching chat with you guys, I was chatting with you. The Academy series actually starts in about 2 weeks, and there is a LCK Academy series, which is what the 3rd string teams are. So there's each of these teams has 1/3 team, not all of them, but most of them have 1/3 team, the Academy team. Those players generally are the youngest. They feed into this Challengers League, and then the Challengers teams feed into the LCKs. Just to explain that. So these are the Challengers rosters. They are Academy teams in the traditional sense. Other regions call them Academy teams. We call them Challengers teams because there's that 3rd tier below.
And English casting for that in 5 years. We'll be working 8 days a week. But don't worry about us. We'll figure it out. And eventually we'll do the 4th string as well. Here is Kwangdong Freaks. They do have that very notable person that you mentioned before, Ilima, still in the top lane for this team.
Keeps adding more L's to his name every season. And Ilima, I'm very excited because Ilima, he's been around since when he was a Dragon X trainee. He's always been one of the hyped up top laners that we just haven't seen in the LCK just yet. Very impressive player who likes to play aggressive top lane champions, and this is a meta where that's kind of on the rise. So I'm expecting he's going to have a good season. Yeah.
Any Cassante enjoyers in the chat? Probably a few of you. Especially after yesterday. Cassante very strong right now. Here's the KT Rolster lineup. Castle is going to be going up against Ilima in the top lane. Feisty still here, but he's alone in the mid lane there on this new team of KT for him.
Yeah, so Feisty moving from Frederick Brion, of course. He did play in the LCK very briefly when Frederick Brion had COVID last year. Castle's kind of been a mainstay for KT's Challengers team. Used to be called Top. He played for their Academy roster, moved up last year. He's a name that if you watch Challengers, you know a lot. And I'd say he's probably in the top half right now of top laners in the LCK. But the most famous KT player we have today is definitely Rebel, who's changed the spelling of his name because he's a rebel and he doesn't want to spell it the same way we all do. And we're jumping right into picks and bans, but he's a great support player. One of the players I thought we were going to see in 2021 for KT Rolster, but he's still here in Challengers.
Yeah. And we'll talk about the names a bit more as we do get along here. We will have this entire best of 3. I wouldn't be surprised if this is the one that goes all the way to Game 3. You know, just a personal idea. You know, we'll see what happens here. I know Challenger League is kind of crazy. Sometimes you just flip over Elder Dragons, and that's the only thing that matters. But taking a look here at some of the bans already, that first Syndra ban, pretty interesting. We've been seeing a little bit more of Syndra, but no Cassante ban, nothing like that.
Yumi's off the cards, though, at least for this first game, so not everyone's excited about that. I think the Cassante for Ilima is definitely one that stands out as a first pick potential, but given that Heimerdinger is still up, Varus always a strong pick here, and that is going to be the one that goes over first to the side of Kwangdong Freaks. Let's see how KT Rolster respond here. Zeri still open. This is a very common matchup where you sit under turret a little bit of Zeri, you take the pressure to hope to carry the game later on versus the poke of the Varus damage. And now you've got the peel of Wukong, aka Monkey King, here for KT Rolster.
Yeah, you know, we saw a little bit of that as well yesterday. Zeri picking up a pentakill in her first day of Challengers for 2023. I wasn't too surprised, and I wouldn't be surprised if it happens again. We'll see just how much they want to play around the Zeri in terms of their composition, or if it'll just be kind of a standalone, as we are taking a look here. And now it's going to be Ashe support.
Here we go.
Yep.
The abusive lane, and now KT have to make some tough decisions here because there's a few prio mid laners they could grab. The Ryze is one that sticks out. It's one that's often banned in the second phase. But you could also look for the Gnar pick that responds to the K'Sante pretty well in the laning phase. We're not super sold on it, I think, as an LCK casting team just yet, but it has been fairly successful, at least in the laning phase. Gwen also still a pretty viable option here for KT, for Castle in the top lane to duel K'Sante. We don't know what that mid lane is going to be just yet. And yeah, we saw this yesterday. Elise dive with the Varus, very annoying to deal with, that pushing lane. They're not going to let Courage play that.
Yeah, it's not going to happen here, not in this first game. The Gnar ban comes out, so Kwangdong were also saying that, hey, Gnar is a good response to the K'Sante. I wouldn't call it great, but, you know, it stands its own. It's got some good team fighting potential, so not a bad idea, I suppose, but we'll have to watch more games, of course. And, yeah, going for the Lulu, just trying to get some more protection for the Zeri.
So extremely strong with the Wukong because you can turn his double knockup into a triple knockup that way. Plus save Zeri, deal with the pressure in the lane pretty well with the Glitter Lance, try your best to stave off that aggressive pressure down there. And because of that, taking away one of the strong topside champions in the Jace to say, okay, weak side is bottom for us, let's try to control top lane with Jace. Strong idea. Obviously Jace can, you know, counter some of that Varus poke as well. Will be the Ryze that comes through here though for Feisty here. Really strong in terms of his rotational power right now and can relieve a lot of the pressure actually in the bottom lane and top lane when he does have mid prio.
Yeah, definitely one of these mid laners that has been coming in. I believe yesterday we saw a Kassadin and Zeri combination that kind of got stomped out pretty early, so even though those champs have a lot of scaling power, we'll have to see just how careful teams are in terms of how far they want to go with that. I would assume we'll see some Kassadin in the LCK, no doubt, but not going to happen here as Ahri is coming through and also Lee Sin.
I think Kwangdong Freaks' game plan is pretty clear. Strong top laner and play around bottom side. You have Ahri, you could set up dives bottom side. It's going to be a little bit tougher against the Ryze, but took away the Vi, took away the Elise. It's cool. We're going to play Lee Sin. We're still going to look for dives in that bottom lane. We're still going to try to get those plates down early. And it will be actually the Fiora to respond. So the late game here of KT Rolster's Challenger squad is pretty insane. You have 1-3-1 power with the Ryze and the Fiora. You do have Wukong to support that as well in the jungle. So if there is a dive attempt or someone's trying to come over, or a squad comes over to try to shut down the Fiora, Wukong is really great at shutting that down because his ultimate can AoE stop everyone on the chase. Then you have this really good peel for the amazing damage that is going to be Zeri in the late game. I think it's going to be a lot about, can Kwangdong get the picks they're looking for in this first game?
Yeah, I mean, getting picks, being proactive, trying to make stuff happen early is certainly going to be their game plan. And they're a team that, together, with confidence, I think they can actually make it happen. KT Rolster, again, they just need to hold off. We saw that D+ Kia yesterday. They were doing a really good job of just controlling the tempo for whatever kind of game they wanted to play, whether it was aggressive or kind of scaly themselves. So maybe Kwangdong can kind of put on the pressure that D+ did in their game number one.
Yeah, I think that is definitely the idea with this comp, but not as strong of one as what we saw from D+ Kia yesterday. Definitely looking to be so far the strongest Challengers team. Only day one yesterday, of course, so still too early to judge, but they looked very good, as Chronicler predicted. And I think that this bottom lane pressure is going to be pretty tough for Hype and Rebel to handle. I think a lot of this early game is going to be decided by how well Hambak supports them down there, and if Castle can hold his own against Illima in the top lane.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the Fiora coming out here in this situation. You know, R5 pick, you know exactly what you're going to as a team. It fits with their team composition. There's like a lot of positive kind of synergies that you get with a pick like that. Fiora pretty strong in her own right and can go up against the K'Sante in the lane. But guys, it looks like game number one is loading up. Let's hop onto the Rifts. And here we are, right into the game. And Kwangdong are starting off and saying, okay, the top side of the jungle could be ours. Looks like they're not going to fully commit to it, but they do want to know where Hanbok is starting.
Yep, just trying to get some extra information here early on. Drop that ward onto the red buff. Here are the runes. Nothing shocking here across the board. Lethal Tempo, Zeri, and...
Yeah, double hail blades. For the Varus and the Ashe.
Shocker.
Yeah, not a big shocker, but it's still very oppressive. And if you get close enough, you will get blown up by a flurry of arrows, essentially. So don't get close to that. And hopefully you can survive that lane. It's not going to be easy.
We'll give Feisty that extra ward gold. Love to see it.
Small bit of XP.
Yeah. Gonna help him hit level 2 faster. So my most exciting matchup for this series was going to be the top lane matchup, obviously, because I think Castle has kind of become a KT veteran for the Challengers League at this point, and Illima, he needs no introduction, right? This is how this bottom lane's going to go. We don't even really need to watch it. It's very sad.
Yeah.
But I think if Castle ends up losing out in this top lane matchup, even slightly, really, this game becomes so lopsided in the early game because the bot lane is kind of default won so easily by Kwangdong Freaks. And in the early levels here for Illima, he is going to be able to put some pressure onto Castle with his passive. But Castle is really going to have to play this one well, and Hanbok is going to have to make some tough choices here in the early game. Will he try to get the Fiora ahead early, or is he going to come and try to punish that bottom duo that is just going to put pressure on the turret and try to stop Hype and Rebel from existing?
Saw a little bit of the mid lane as well. Feisty, a veteran of the Challengers League, already putting on that pressure. You know, maybe trying to be one of the winning lanes for his team, because if they don't have him, they don't have any. It's not going to feel too good. It's a little bit less of the 2022 feels where if this would happen, the winning team jungler would just enter the enemy jungler side and say, okay, your jungle is now mine. And Peanut did a great job of this on picks such as Poppy. A little bit harder to do that nowadays in 2023 with some of the jungle changes and how it can be more difficult to counter jungle. But we'll see just what kind of play he is going to go for. Lee Sin obviously can make some waves early on in the game.
The level 3 invade we saw all the time into Zeri lanes. Courage is looking for it. It's going to push Hanbok out of his jungle. So big trade here. Sorry, I play-by-played for a second.
Whoa!
I was going to go on to a point about this invade here at level 3, but then I'm like, is it actually going to be a killer fight? And just big trades. But this is very annoying for Hanbok because he obviously has no support from his bottom 2v2. They're already losing CS, 13 CS behind. Then if they come over here, it's just a big loss in general. And Courage commits really nothing to this. He's going to go, okay, cool, just take the skull and walk away. More CS being lost here for Hype. It's under so much pressure right now. I mean, it's a plate down already. And this is what you could do on blue side that you cannot do on red side with a pick like the Varus Ashe. So that's why it's such a strong first pick on blue side, because of that blue invade. We saw this so much with Caitlyn last year. We saw it with Lucian Nami lanes last year. You have an aggressive jungle pick. You go in at level 3. Harass that blue buff jungler, and he's like, just want to take it, please, but I also got to defend the bot lane, and I got to path this way. And you already had the information about the ward and stuff like that, so you feel really good as Kwangdong's early game right now, as you should with this draft. And he's looking for the follow-up.
Yeah, here we go. I mean, Hype is already incredibly low. They do have all their summoners. We'll see if this helps him at all. No, it's not. First blood pretty sufficiently easily enough there for the side of Kwangdong Freaks. Courage gets in. We did see that Andil got a little bit low, but he is going to be just fine. So that's first blood. It does go over to Lee Sin. His cleaver is a little bit low here. Should be okay.
Just barely doesn't get that turret shot off onto Feisty. Wanted to charm him under turret to at least get that one extra shot. Not quite able to do it. And yeah, I mean, look at the CS now. It's getting
What
worse
CS?
and worse. Yeah. You put it more plainly. Speaking of another lane matchup, though, in the CS, 20 CS lead for Feisty right now. You mentioned his CS in the early parts of this. One of that, of course, being that ward kill earlier on. But he's got a pretty massive lead in this matchup early with the Rise. So at least that's going very well here for KT. Fiora staved the pressure. This is just a tragedy. Notice Wukong's path towards the top side here after stopping the pressure, but that's, you know, that's what he has to do. He has to farm. He doesn't have his ultimate yet. He can't defend this very easily. And as a result, Hype is just left out to dry.
Yeah. It's really rough because not only is he dying, he's giving kill gold over to the enemy team. He is losing more and more farm, and it only makes this lane even more difficult. So it's going to be a while before he really gets any chance to farm realistically in the lane. Probably just going to be hugging the turret for now. You'll note that the top lane as well, Illima keeping a pretty steady 10 CS lead here already. And Courage, he says, to hell with the year. I am going to be in your face all day long. And he's going to find Hambach here, who does not have his W, I suppose. He is just going to have to flash away from that one, as Courage has the support from both of his lanes. Yeah. He has winning lanes, so, like, KT's coming over trying to help him get a Gromp, which he does, but that was very difficult for them.
Yeah, it really was, and you know, it's just going to further exacerbate the problem for Hype here in the bottom lane, losing a few more CS to Turret. I think losing probably about 2 there on this push. We'll be able to come clean up the next wave, but this is just straight up a free dragon now for Kwangdong Freaks. Nothing that KT can do about this, and it's so frustrating as a jungler in this situation. I think this is one of the main frustrations with the jungle role right now across all levels, is if your lanes are losing, they're begging you for a gank, they're begging for help, but if you go over there, you're going to lose farm. Best case scenario, you might also end up dying because you're up against a Varus Ashe. You don't have your ultimate as Wukong in this case. Your W's on such a long cooldown that if you have to use that, it really hurts you, as we saw there, and there's just not much you could do in this early game, so you have to try to find something elsewhere on the map, which is why this Cassante pick has been so fantastic for Illima, because even against a Fiora here, there's just not much Castle could do pressure-wise pre-6, and even post-6 it's going to be difficult, as the one place, again, KT are finding success is Feisty taking a 20 CS lead as Valdez having a coughing fit.
Dying over here. It's okay. We got Jeff.
There you go. That's what's causing it. That's what's causing it, Jeff on the Rift.
Yeah, I just got a little bit too overexcited. You know, my man Jeff, he's back. Not yet, though. We still need to wait 4 minutes.
He's on the way.
He's on the way. He'll be here.
I guess it is pretty important to mention that one of the big stars of Kwangdong Freaks was Bulldog, who's now moved up to the LCK roster. And so, you know, one of the big holes in Kwangdong's roster potentially could be Cleaver, their new mid player. And I don't want to judge him in this Rise matchup early for being behind in CS, but let's see how he does in the mid game here, because the leads that Illima and Bull and Andil have picked up here are pretty massive, and he has now kind of to be the glue between these two winning lanes. As Courage misses the Q.
Not sure what Hambach is doing here, but he's dead. I think.
So I can tell you what he's doing.
Okay, what was he doing?
He wanted to set up a dive, or not a dive, but a gank on the bottom side because they were pushed up. So he was hoping he could actually skirt vision. But look at all the vision that's actually around the jungle here. There was that ward below the red buff. There's one in the Dragon Pit. That third control ward is actually just used to ward hop there. That wasn't there before. But he wanted to sneak around and come punish the Bull and Andil push bottom side there. But he's just spotted and killed. So he looks foolish in this case. The idea was good, but I mean, that's what you have to do as well. You're like, I hit 6. I could do something now. I could punish this Varus Ashe, who could definitely both just ult me and keep me away. But I want to try. I want to try. And then
should have gone mid.
Yeah.
That would have been my choice. You know, there's not a lot that a Zeri and a Lulu can do to really force fights. I mean, especially this early on. The Zeri looks like she did hit level 6, but yeah, I mean, unless they're quite literally under turret and you know that the Lee Sin is not there, that would be probably the one chance to do it. But instead it was like he was so far in the jungle, he was maybe even looking for the Lee Sin, and he found him. He certainly found him pretty quickly. And he also found his doom, so he is going to go down. This top lane is not really looking any better as well. It looks like Castle, you know, sometimes the top lane can be a bit of a fight of endurance, and you're seeing very simply here, you know, both top laners don't have their teleport, but Illima is still pushing. He's still up 10-15 CS, and this lane is not getting any easier for our Fiora player as Illima goes in. and forces out the riposte right before we do have the Lee Sin here.
Yeah, he's just forced out a lane. It's going to be 3 plates here. They have a Rift Herald they could just drop to finish the turret off. But frankly, I don't think they necessarily even need to. They could use it mid more efficiently for money. They will just guarantee it here, though. And one of the things Courage has been doing really well is controlling a lot of vision, and some of this has been set up, of course, by Illima on the top side of the map with just his regular ward totems, but there's topside vision here so clearly that they know Hambach isn't nearby. They can set up for these dives. They can look for these plays in these really thin windows of time. Bottom side as well, when Bull and Andil were pushed up, they had defensive wards behind them to know that Hambach, if he's coming, we can punish him. We're also pushed up while we have Courage nearby, which is why part of why Hambach died previously. The ward game here for Kwangdong Freaks' Challenger squad seems pretty good so far, and it's something we've actually ironically criticized Kwangdong's regular LCK team for, is their vision game. Not so much here in this first game for Kwangdong, though, in Challengers.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good, especially along that bottom side of the map. And now we do have Andil. Of course, he is the support, the support Ashe, just going out there, clearing some vision, and he's level 6, so he could potentially look for a setup even on the mid lane. You know, they've already kind of done their job on the bottom side, you know, up 20 CS. They've gotten a bunch of turret play gold for their Varus, stuff like this, so he can just look for other plays on the map as well if he wants to.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, this is really not getting any easier for Castle. It feels pretty bad to be him right now because Wukong just cannot be there. So it's straight up 1v1 that he is losing. He is down a full item at this point in time.
Yeah, it's really rough. Like, things are just not going to get easier.
But he has a Rise, so nice little gank that doesn't amount to too much, although we do have the root onto Illima, and he just dashes over the wall. Imagine having 7 dashes and being Cassante and also dominating your lane.
Yeah,
that is the champion.
That was the punish play attempt for KT while they gave up Dragon, and it does not work. Illima was flashless, so I understand the idea here is this is ambitious, the Ashe arrow. Not going to be any follow-up, but still some damage traded. I think that it was a good idea, once again, from KT. You have this Realm Warp, you have this Rise that's 30 CS ahead. He's trying to push out that early Rod of Ages. We're about to hit the 30-minute mark, or 13-minute mark, excuse me, so not quite
Whoa.
30. But you want to get that item as soon as possible here, but he's trying to deal with these waves. He's trying to maintain a lane advantage here, but isn't able to make impact elsewhere on the map. Unfortunately, it doesn't have that Rod of Ages yet, so one of the strongest champions in the game to actually get that item doesn't have it built yet, and he's just dealing with this this Ahri in the mid lane.
Yeah, he'll get there. It'll probably be like 14 and a half or 15 minutes. It's not quite what we saw in the Faker versus Deft series, where we saw a lot of early Rod of Ages. He's doing pretty well in terms of farm, so I think he should get there eventually, sometime soon, hopefully. Because he really is one of the only hopes for his team. So if he's not doing well, it's not going to feel good. But he's doing pretty well. As we are taking a look here once again at the bottom lane, we do have 6 seconds.
On these plates.
Down they go.
Down they go.
There's only 2 plates for the bottom lane.
Really curious to see what Ashe builds here, because we've seen a lot of different variations. We've seen the Umbroglaive Ashe, which I think is actually what he's going to build in this scenario. Feels really reminiscent of Senna support, where you're like, you know, okay, I'm going to build this early. Oh, it's not Senna support, but, you know, fasting Senna, right, where you're kind of playing the support, you're fasting, but you get the Umbroglaive, and you clear all the vision. They've already had such a good vision game that if Ashe actually starts clearing wards for free all the time, everywhere, I just don't see how KT can play the game anymore. It's really nice parry there, but...
Yeah. Castle got his first item, right? He got his Divine Sunder, so he's having a much better time of actually trading against Illima. Illima can't just bully him forever now, so maybe a slight bit of hope here for the top lane, as Hambach also going to show himself, provide some support in terms of just showing his face and saying, okay, our top laner is safe for now.
Let's see where the first team fight that KT wants to take is now Rod of Ages is online for Feisty. You know, it's 2 Drake lead here. It's going to be Mountain Soul for Kwangdong Freaks, or Earth Soul as we call it here in Challengers. And, you know, taking a stand here in 2 minutes, probably not reasonable. I mean, Zeri is 30 CS behind, doesn't have her Mythic. It's a really awkward spot right now. And once you have Immortal Shield Bow too, you're not like, okay, now it's time. That's not really the spike you're looking for. And they've got good tools to set up a fight if Kwangdong Freaks overextend. But the problem is now you have the similar issue that you had in the bot lane for Hype in the mid lane. Bull is 2 levels ahead now, and he is just going to put the pressure on mid. And top turret doesn't exist, so a lot of Courage's job here is just going to be bodyguard for Bull and Andil, who just keep pushing these waves, keep putting the pressure on Hype, trying to cause him to lose more and more CS, stopping him from backing. Along with that comes this free second Rift Herald here. In KT's scaling game, it's good. It's a good scaling game, and you know, Chronicle always says, if Chronicle here, I can imagine him, he's watching him, he's like, oh, Wolf doesn't know, he thinks it's a huge lead, it's challengers. Yeah, I'm falling for it a little bit right now, Chronicler. I'm falling for it a little bit. I feel like this game is starting to look very, very doomed if KT can't make a stand here, at least by the Soul fight, because Soul Point seems like a pipe dream at this point.
But knowing that it is challengers, of course, we could see Kwangdong Freaks somehow get themselves in a rough spot around that big objective, and then all of a sudden, Zeri pops off, and we have another Zeri moment. It was pretty funny yesterday when Chronicler was like, I don't know, I don't think that's a Zeri moment. I'm like, no, that's a Zeri moment, man. Like, she got a penta. Like, so this is the Zeri moment.
Okay,
this is the definition.
I've been kind of misquoted a few times on what a Zeri moment is. A Zeri moment actually is, okay, just to put it on record here, is when the Zeri gets 2 or 3 kills in the mid game and then becomes unstoppable. So if it's a pentakill and she's already like 4 kills up and she gets penta after that, in my opinion, that's not a Zeri moment because she already had.
Should have already happened. Yeah.
Okay, Courage here, taking some damage.
Yeah, Facey, you know, trying to really exude some confidence in terms of the way he's positioning. You know, trying to, you know, don't take down our wards. I'm pretty powerful, but to be honest, at this moment, he's the only one. So he's doing a pretty good job himself, but I think it is a little bit of, you know, it's not real. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's trying to show off a lot of confidence. He's going to the club. He's got his popped collar, but actually, he's not actually that cool of a guy. He's not that confident.
It's his dad's money.
Yeah, exactly. You know, because it's only him as well. Like, now Hambach's like, I can do this too. No, you can't. Like, you're dead. He's got slowed here by the Ash Hour. Now he's going to get charmed. So now he's dead, and we've entered 5v5 territory, and we're seeing that if KT want to fight now in 5v5s without their Fiora, who shouldn't be here, they're not going to have a good time, especially if Hambach gets out of position again.
The Fiora, who's on a husk of a turret in the top lane right now as well. It's not like Fiora's like, all right, cool, you guys got that down there. I'm pushing top turret. She's just cleaning up the pieces. Still going to push forward here. Will be caught, of course, by Illima now, and we'll have the opportunity to get away. The crazy thing about this is the neutral fight for, well, I guess we'll watch this happen first.
Yeah, we do have a bit of an ult scenario, but the Grand Challenge is here. The riposte is in as well. Castle handling this pretty well. He also had Rebel, who was pushing in from behind just in case he needed a little bit of support, and that means that Illima is just going to back away.
Well played by Castle there. Really nice timing on the Grand Challenge, and abusing the, you know, Illima's ult there when he's a little bit more vulnerable, even though he does tons of damage. But what I was going to say about that neutral fight for the Drake is both the Chains of Corruption and the Ash Arrow missed, but they still had a Herald. They still had, you know, prime position on the Drake with a lot of pick potential in this composition with insane range advantage. And so KT kept being like you said, I'm going in. Oh, I lost half my health bars because that's what Varus Ash will do to you. And then Hambach was like, all right, maybe I set up for an ult. Nah, you had to bail early. And I think that some of the decision-making on this new KT Rollster Challengers roster isn't quite there yet. Still figuring out how they're going to do these calls, because I think if the call was a little bit more universal, they would have been set up to try to threaten the bottom part of the Drake instead so that Fiora could have had a stronger push. But they kind of funneled through this choke point, and we all know what happened. Yeah,
it's kind of rough because, like, somebody's got to do it, and generally it's the jungler's job to try to clear out vision, try to get position for your team so maybe you can get fights. It was just that, you know, he was a little bit too far up. And I think a little bit of, you know, maybe frustration, maybe inexperience, you know, Don't often see a lot of LCK junglers get caught there. You know, if they're behind, they'll just be like, okay, we're behind. You know, if I'm going to go in, I need to go with my team or with my support at least. You know, we go in as a duo. We clear out, you know, maybe 1 or 2 wards. That's it. He kind of overstayed his welcome. Don't want to harp on him a little bit, but that is just the way it kind of wins, because it did mean that Kwangdong got a free Drake, and now they are 5,000 gold ahead. And they're doing pretty well in terms of, you know, snowballing this lead. Like, it's not totally out of control, but still feeling a little bit helpless for KT at this moment in time.
Yeah, it just doesn't get easier. And you know, one of the late game win conditions we've talked about, besides the Zeri, which is the one that really sticks out at you, is just the fact that they have a great 1-3-1 comp, right, with the Fiora, with the Ryze, but with the amount of pressure they're facing in all 3 lanes, oh no.
Oh no. Where's the Ahri, though? If they had Cleaver there, it's just a charm, and he's probably dead.
Close call.
Yeah, but he'll get that back in like 10 seconds,
yeah.
So it's fine.
But look at where Ryze and Fiora are. They are 1-3-1ing under inner turrets. So, you know, it's still a ways away before KT are going to have enough control to where they can put the threat on. You could see Castle is willing to tussle with Illima a little bit here, but he knows that without vision, without backup, whenever Courage is missing, it's not a true 1v1. And also, especially when Cleaver is missing as well, like, he could get charmed. That could be the end of the fight. So, needs so much more with him to actually try to take Illima on. And it's just not feasible at this point in time. So, if we're talking about what happens in 10 minutes, right now, with it already being a 5,000 gold lead, it just doesn't seem optimistic, considering in 1 minute and 45, that crucial Mountain Soul fight is going to happen. So KT need to be ready to fight for that, or at least be able to say, you get this and we get something else. But it doesn't seem like either of those things are likely to happen.
Yeah, not at the current moment. You saw that we did have Feisty making his way over to the side lane to, you know, maybe do one of those Ryze ganks that we have seen before and try to bait Illima into a fight, but Illima very intelligently just backs away. He's like, well, we have a lot of vision. I don't see them anywhere else. Where could they be? And Chronicler was talking a little bit yesterday about how split pushing doesn't really exist, and that was a pretty defining moment in the finals of Challengers League last year. And I was pretty surprised to see KT go for somewhat of a difficult composition to pilot in game number 1 of the 2023 season. But we'll see if they can make it happen, as okay, Rebel's dead, but we do have this fight on the bottom side as Illima, again, he's Cassante. So it's very difficult to make this happen. This is the second time they have tried this. And meanwhile, Rebel kind of unfortunately got caught out in the mid lane, so they lose a lot of, you know, long-term chase potential. They're not able to kill him quickly. And it's another kill for the side of Kwangdong.
And Cleaver has teleport, so he pinged, I'm going to push inner turret here, top side, because the wave is crashing through. And he's going to at least force Castle to come up here and respond to this. He can come down and teleport to the Drake, where they already have complete control. And Illima's ult being down for this is somewhat of a problem, but when you have so many other ways to get picks here onto the vulnerable Zeri, doesn't matter as much as Hambach's ult being down for this is massive.
Oh no! Well, he's not going to die, and the Ash Arrow does go through his Cleaver. He's got a lot of potential to make this happen. But with the teleport coming in, Kwangdong will actually respect that. You know, there's a lot of low health bars on the side of Kwangdong. They say, we don't have to take this fight. It's a very important moment in the game right before this Earth Soul is coming up here. And Kwangdong, you know, they get poked out a little bit. KT did find some angles early on, and that was a prime position to get Zeri there. So they say, you know what, let's just back away from it.
With Phantom Dancer online for Zeri, that's when she starts to really just chew through those medium health bar champions and just kind of kite around, very difficult to lock down with those ults down. Cleaver already using his and teleporting through, but they're going to come over and contest with their health bars now. They slowed this down enough.
Yeah, Kwangdong not out of this yet. Take a look at Castle. He is now out of the fight. Varus is doing insane amounts of damage. Hambach at least is able to secure the objective, and I think they'll be happy to just sacrifice Hanbach. We'll see if he can get away here. No, the charm over the wall, and he is going to go down. So they have prevented the soul. Let's see if Kwangdong want to make their way to the Baron. They have a really nice chance here. They've taken out 2 members of KT, and it looks like they are sidling the raid over to that objective. Yeah,
knowing that there are no turrets out, no outer turrets up, they have 3, you know, relatively strong waves pushing through. The bot wave's going to push. Top is not completely under the control, but they know mid is there. They know everyone on KT had to back there after that, and there's no jungler, so with the speed boost they also get from the Scuttle Crab that's on the Drake itself, they can get to this Baron very quickly. We're looking at a 2.5 item Varus. And it's, you know, Ashe support, so you rush this one down pretty quickly, and there's just no contest here, unfortunately, for the side of KT's challengers.
Yeah. If we take a look at the replay, oh, here it is. Take a look at Castle's health bar.
Yeah.
look at the Varus. Like, he doesn't exist anymore. It was just like 3 autos and 1 Q. That's it. And then he died.
And Hambak is able to survive this because he was being watched by Rebel. And Rebel's like, all right, I'm going to make sure. Yeah, Rebel. I don't know why he changed his name like that. I'm going to have to ask
I like
him.
his new name, actually. It's very sophisticated.
But he was watching him, right? But he wasn't in position to actually potentially set up for a wild growth onto Castle to turn that one around. He just wanted to make sure he could set up for Hambak. He's got the knock up, and he wants to make sure he gets the Drake. Uh-oh.
Now, if they can blow up Bull, they actually have a pretty good chance. I mean, yes, the support... okay, they know exactly what's going on. Really nice read there from the side of Kwangdong. Don't think they saw this at all. I think it was pretty nicely set up gank brush, and they just read the play. So Kwangdong not going to get caught out here. They have a lot of vision with this Ashe support as well, so they see them back away. And from here on out, this next fight is going to be game-changing because, you know, this Baron push is going to be nice, but I don't think Kwangdong can kind of end off of this unless KT make a big mistake. So they really need to get this Earth Soul if possible.
Yeah. Very critical. I mean, the scaling timer is ticking to a certain extent here for KT, but I mean, got to be able to set up for a fight somehow, some way, and KT are just grouping to siege these objectives, which are inner turrets at this stage, and if somebody gets picked, that's the end of it. You know, you could lose the game right here at 28 minutes, and that's what they're looking for. Like, okay, you make one false move, we'll pick you and win the game. If you don't make any move, then we will just chip away at your inhibitor turrets now with these double cannon minions in the bot lane and a second one coming up in mid. It's just a zero-sum game here for KT at the moment, unfortunately.
Yeah, they're just hanging out. They're just hoping that Zeri can eventually pop off, but they're going to have to pay a pretty big price for it because they can't fight now. They're going to lose 2 inhibitors. Okay, they're just going to go in. Here we go. Hambak is behind them, but really nice positioning here from the side of Kwangdong. They're able to get a nice Lee Sin kick, who he eventually does go down to some insane Fiora damage. This Lulu is getting so much value in this game. And now the root comes in. Illima left a little bit out to dry. The chase is on. The poke and the volleys from the side of Kwangdong are very annoying, but Castle's got a very nice angle here. As Illima's oh no! He went all the way over the wall. Very unfortunate that Cassante was let through here. That's going to be 2 more kills to the side of Kwangdong Freaks as they make a very nice play out of this. And now we've got to teleport into the base, Wolf.
Jet set Cassante future. He's like, oh, you got that Zeri dash, you know? How about, what if I show you what Cassante could do with that with a wall? Let's get max range on this one. And,
yeah. There's nothing else to say about that.
You want to flank? You want to flank over there? Or what if I just really put you on a flank? What if we just max that flank out? Let's send you all the way to the other side.
Yeah.
Kwangdong Freaks, great vision game here, really playing their objectives extremely well. Despite Cleaver having a fairly weak laning phase, he did great in the mid game, and so, I mean, that's good enough, right, in a Rise matchup like this.
He basically just had to be there to set up more kills for his team, you know, to just put on pressure. He got behind in the lane, but he didn't die. You know, I think that's a great point you make, Wolf. He essentially is doing his job. He is a role player in this game. The other lanes won, and he is a charm bot a little bit, but sometimes that's what you do. Sometimes you pop off and you're the carry. Yeah. That's Varus things, you know. We do have Earth Soul about to be killed here, it looks like. Doesn't look like KT is going to challenge this one, especially with their base in tatters.
Yeah, I really thought that Kwangdong was just going to end the game, but they don't want to take any unnecessary risks here, and so the game does continue in some ways.
In theory.
Almost a formality here, but KT, if they could just get like one side lane angle, right? One trap they could set up, because they have a Wukong, right? One of the cool things about having Wukong with a 1-3-1 is when the enemy team comes to chase the side laner, we talked about this a little bit after draft, Wukong can shut down 3 members trying to chase because he can knock them all up a second time, then you could turn that fight, you know, or you can allow enough time to escape while your other side laner gets a turret on the opposite side of the map, for example. But they have just had so much deep control and deep vision that Hambak has had no agency this game. He's extremely behind him. He's sitting on 1 item right now and a stopwatch. And all of Twitch chat's thoughts and prayers. Because there's just not much he could do. And the fact that the top turret still stands at 30 minutes, 31 minutes with Castle on this Fiora, I think really tells the story of this game, unfortunately.
Yeah, it really does. I think that, funnily enough, now the onus is on Kwangdong to not make any mistakes, because we're 31 minutes into the game, right? And this game is essentially in their pocket. But the question is, will they get it pickpocketed out? Will they get it stolen away? Because, you know, the scaling timer is up. We have 3 items for the Rise. The Zeri, you know, doesn't quite have IE or anything like that, but could make some plays as, well, I say that, and she is just dead. Goodbye to the Zeri. The Rise still here, though. Facey doing some incredible damage, but the poke is just a little bit too much on the side of Kwangdong. You see the damage coming out is pretty insane, and now they just back away. They did not break the camel's back with that one, but they certainly did a pretty good dent.
They also bought enough space for the minions to take out another Nexus turret there on the bottom side as TP comes through. And I think now they're looking to break the back.
Imagine trying to kill Cassante.
Yeah.
What are you even thinking? The riposte is down, so the Ash Arrow finally going to hit here, and that is going to be the end of game number 1. Looks like 13-1 will be the score in the kills. Kwangdong pretty much in control from beginning to end. There was that one kind of close moment when they were pushing into the base, but other than that, it was pretty much on their plate the entire time, and they had a delicious dinner in the form of game number 1.
I really think this was one of our rare examples so far out of the now 3.5 series we've watched of big draft diff, but the execution I think was really good here for Kwangdong Freaks. They got all the top tier champions they wanted and then used the composition to its full potential early on, controlled the wards, and I mean, yeah, it's a one-sided game. Yes, 32-minute one-sided game, but it was one-sided, as you say, the whole way through.
Yeah, I definitely saw my fair share of resident sleepers in the chat, and I kind of understand because KT couldn't do anything, right? They were like, okay, we need to wait for Kwangdong to push, and maybe they'll make a mistake, maybe Zeri pops off. But take a look at this. I mean,
5K
Hanbok,
damage.
We said that Hanbok couldn't do anything. Take a look at the Zeri. Like, she didn't even exist. Like, if your AD carry's doing that, you might as well have just drafted, like, a Ziggs or something, you know, because at least that would have done something.
Yeah.
Like, Hype was very... I'm sorry, but he wasn't very hyped this game.
We have seen...
He didn't have a chance.
We have seen a lot of Heimerdinger in response to the Varus. We've seen just a lot of Heimerdinger in general. We've seen Heimerdinger and Varus as a duo. I think that could have been a better option, but they really wanted the Lulu for their team composition, and it was unfortunately just not successful this time around.
Yeah, you'll see that it is going to be Ilima, in fact, who does pick up the player of the game. He did not.
We didn't vote. We didn't vote, Valdez.
Oh no, we forgot to vote. Oh, that's unfortunate.
It's our first time.
We're new. Somebody came into the room. I'm like, what?
She was trying to tell us to vote, and it's our fault.
Yeah,
we are terrible.
It's okay. Sorry.
Fired.
Next game we'll get in here, or maybe Atlas and Chronicler will be sitting here. But yeah, not a single kill for Ilima, but he did quite a lot of Cassante things, Wolf. This champ is pretty insane in the hands of pro players.
He did so well with the side lane management, escaped so many deaths because of his really good mechanics, dashing through the wall twice, getting over obstacles without flash, escaping realm warp ganks. He was just super slippery. I think another big contender would have, of course, been Bull on the Varus, who just had great poke damage all game long. But yeah, my vote probably would have gone to Ilima as well.
Yes. Probably him or... I don't know, Varus for poking a lot and doing a lot of damage, right? But certainly Ilima was setting up a ton of the plays. But that was game number 1, guys. A very one-sided affair. We'll see if KT has a chance to come back in game number 2, or if Kwangdong are just going to continue looking just as strong as they have been. We'll be right back after this break. Hello and welcome back to Challenger League. Here it is me, Valdez, with Wolf. And that game number 1 was an Omega Stomp, as Kwangdong Freaks really took it to them very early on with a pretty aggressive lineup, and they essentially won every lane and then ended the game. Wolf, you think KT can pull it back here for game 2?
Well, you and I talked about it a little bit, obviously, in the cast, then we talked about it in that short break. It just really does feel like KT's draft was a big problem, and I didn't want to highlight it too much when we were casting because it's like, okay, it's challengers, new teams, whatever, and anything can happen. Like, I want to believe in the Chronicler rule, you know, the Chronicler's golden rule of like, you think it's over, but trust me, it's not. In this case, it ended up being over, but I think the draft had some critical elements that could have worked out, like I was talking about with the side laning. But when you're just that far behind and the Zeri can't do anything, and there was like one team fight where she was like, oh, I might do something, and then I was like, no, it's not going to happen. It's rough. And I think that I don't want to say if we knew these teams really well and we knew like, okay, Kwangdong is the way better team, I'd be like, yeah, it seems like it might be an easy 2-0. I don't want to say that yet because I think if KT has a better draft, if they pick blue side here and get some prio picks, like maybe we see a completely different game too.
Yeah, we did see some red side picking, but I kind of agree with you. Maybe KT chooses blue side, they try to get some more prio in some of the lanes, and they actually try to fight on their own territory rather than deciding, you know, we're just going to kind of lose every lane and go from there and see if we can pull it back. Like, nice challenge you gave to yourself, but I don't think that's really a recipe for success, especially against a team like Kwangdong who are looking pretty strong. You know, you were talking about like a couple things. The challengers rule where it's like it's not over until it's over. Like there was that one moment where they nearly got flanked by the Ryze ulted Wukong behind them, but they handled that really well. Like there are two playmakers of Ilima and what's his face in the jungle, Courage, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of C names here, and a lot of new names as well. They did a really good job of kind of just like reframing the fight. They're like, okay, well, Wukong's behind us, so let's move over this way. They got the pick onto Hype, and then it was kind of over from there. So, yeah, I feel like they did a pretty good job of not letting anything kind of get in their way or let it be a challenger's rule in this game 1.
Yeah, avoid that challenger's rule. By the way, Twitch chat, let's keep up the positivity. Valdez and I are taking a peek every now and then, and we went. This is a brand new Twitch channel, LCK Global 2023, and we went from like 50 followers to 1,000 yesterday. Let's see if we can get that up to like 1,500 today, maybe even 2,000. So follow the channel. I know a lot of people are just discovering that we're doing English broadcast yesterday, and like, oh, I missed it. I saw a lot of tweets like, damn, I can't believe I missed this. Follow the channel. We're on YouTube as well. You can find us there at LCK CL Global. So if you want to watch on YouTube, if that's your thing, check it out. But follow the channel and keep up the positivity in the chat. We love you guys.
And a little bit different from LCK, we actually have the chat open pretty much the entire time. So if you guys have interesting points you want to make about the game, we will see that. We can choose to respond to or not. If you want to be a little bit of a bonehead in the chat, you know, we see you as well, but that's okay. Hello, Cubby. Welcome to the stream.
What's up, Cubby?
And welcome everybody else as well. KT did select blue side.
That's right.
So it feels like this is kind of going according to what we kind of read from game 1, Wolf.
Well, when we've had a lot of Varus bans, right? And when you have the Varus ban, you feel like, okay, we can handshake the Sivir Zeri a lot of the time, or you ban both, and then we go down the rabbit hole a little bit more. Like we've seen some Lucian sometimes make it through. We've seen a little bit of Aphelios, but when you have blue side and you get that Varus first pick, you get that level 3 that we were talking about where you invade the blue buff, you look for a dive. We saw it with D+ Kia yesterday with the Elise, this time with the Lee Sin. It's really tough for the enemy jungler to compete with that without losing a ton in general. And even with the kind of nerfs to invades and jungles, it's still very frustrating to deal with. Like, it's not going to save you. That little bit of extra damage per auto is not going to actually be the difference maker.
Especially if you're a Lee Sin and you have 2.5 winning lanes. You know? Like, you're gonna have a very fun time. And Card certainly did in that first game. Cassante, so far, he is 100% pick rate. He has not been banned even once just yet at Challengers, so it's kind of that one champ that's really on the cusp of potentially being banned, but hasn't been so far because there are so many other strong picks that you kind of have to ban. So we get to have a lot of, Cassante moments, I suppose you could call them. Will we have more this time? Maybe Castle gets his hands on that champ this time and gets to give Ilima a taste of his own medicine.
Well, it looks like they're not planning on running the Varus Ashe themselves, as they will remove it straight off the bat. The Lucian ban here does kind of tell me Kwangdong are hoping that it is going to be something like a Cassante first pick. Maybe they'll grab the Zeri, have a free lane for Bull. And we might get to see a different look here for Kwangdong Freaks, where they're playing the scaling game. As, Sivir Zeri is one of the things that a lot of people roll their eyes at because it's so similar to what we watched, of course, in summer. But, I mean, the meta right now for me is very fluid. I'm actually very excited because we have Cassante, and I know he's pretty broke, and there's a lot of people rolling their eyes at him as well. But I think because he exists, the meta still feels very fluid in terms of the mid lane. There's a lot of viable picks down. The bot lane is, yes, a lot of Sivir Zeri, but way more picks than we had just a few months ago. So I still think it's a good step in the right direction. Would we like more? I mean, yes, but
for sure,
one step in the right direction.
Yeah, I think that just coming off of Worlds as well, like I know at this point it has been, a good 2-3 months, but that was one of the best metas we had because there were so many picks that you could go for. The meta wasn't, hard to find or anything like that. So I think we're coming off a little bit of that. There are a lot of different picks you can go for. There's always going to be really strong stuff, but eventually the teams will figure it out, and we will continue to hopefully develop this very fun meta as Cassante will go through once again, but we did have the Ashe band, we had the Karma band, the Yuumi, the Heimerdinger, a lot of things that could really devastate the bottom lane, but Maokai does get through.
Maokai is really strong right now for a plethora of reasons. He has, as Chronicle pointed out very well yesterday, a ton of builds he can do. He also has, basically point and click to lock down Zeri. And he got popular after Zeri was nerfed going into Worlds, so that was not really a common Zeri counter before. It was more like the Nautilus point and click to lock her down. Vi. And now you have this Maokai pick coming through here, blind, where your draft is still pretty open-ended. It seemed pretty clear from the Heimerdinger and the Lucian bands here that Kwangdong Freaks were hoping to get their hands on a scaling AD carry, the Zeri or the Sivir. If Zeri was first picked, they'll be like, okay, we'll handshake the Sivir. Let's see if KT want to take the Sivir themselves, or if they still want to play this Varus lane despite not having the Ashe nor the Heimer. It looks like that's the case.
Yeah, Varus still strong in his own right. Doesn't get to be insanely frustrating like Varus Ashe, but still pretty frustrating. And then there's that Nautilus you were talking about. They banned the Vi themselves. They banned a lot of supports that could support the Zeri that are not Lulu. Lulu does make it through. You can't ban literally everything. So Lulu pretty good, especially in later game team fights, but still you would have to imagine that KT's bottom lane this time is going to be the more dominant one.
Yeah, you have to think so. And for Courage, this time he's playing a very different champion in the Sejuani. It does have a little bit more long-range setup, but there isn't a whole lot to pair with it just yet, except his own body with the Lulu knockup. As we'll see Ryze removed here. Sylas also gone. When you see the Ryze ban, you think, okay, they might be thinking about Sylas. I did see Nymera tweet this out, and it's so true. Based on what we've seen in the LPL so far, the main pro league that's been happening, the one pick that isn't there like it was in summer, the one missing one is the Sylas. Like, he's no longer just 100% like first pick. You can blind him. He's a little bit more niche now, and I think that's cool to see. It's definitely a trend we've noticed, but without the Ryze, does get a little bit stronger, so that's banned away.
Yeah, it's very good into the Nautilus as well. I mean, already a lot of strong ultimates that he could have stolen away. As Cassante makes it through, the Akali ban, the Sylas, I get it. The Akali ban, I'm like, I don't know. I feel like that could have been our one moment to actually ban away Cassante, but it feels like KT doesn't really care about that champ. They're like, okay, go ahead, Ilima, you can play Cassante again. And what is going to be the choice here?
We'll see Castle on the Renekton. He's played a ton of Renekton throughout his career. I've seen so many of his Challengers games where he's played it. I know he's very good at it. And we do see the Syndra coming through, so that's one of the other picks that's kind of risen to popularity with her mid-scope update, as Yone will be the answer here to the Syndra. So this one's going to get fun. This one's going to get interesting. And I think the draft was like on the precipice of, okay, could just be scaling mid. We're playing full scaling. Like Azir's still open, Victor's still open. You know, we could just sit back and play it. Kassadin. Like we were on the edge of that, and then Quantum Freaks just said absolutely not, and just put the Yone and just slammed it on the table and said, nope. Now we have a strong mid game. We still have some scaling aspects, but it's going to be a very different game here for the Varus and the Syndra. So much more vulnerable in these mid game fights.
Yeah. And this time, I think KT really needs to up the tempo themselves a little bit early on. You know, they have Renekton and Maokai. You can make some big plays with that. Even Maokai and Syndra can make some plays. Maokai is going to potentially, you know, Hambach's going to have his moment in the sun to potentially get some stuff done. But we'll see how that goes. And Cleaver gets to drop the gauntlet and say, well, I got, you know, a little bit dominated in the lane in game number 1. Let's see what I can do on a little bit of a carry pick with the Yone coming out here against the Syndra.
I think the Maokai in this game really feels very awkward in that he can set up a lot of CC onto Bull potentially, but there's so much peel that it's very difficult to actually lock him down. And I think Hambach is often going to be one of the first targets if he's trying to set up that CC, and will probably be blown up because there's just so much damage on the side of Kwangdong Freaks. Illima ults can pull Hambach out of the fight, can pull Renekton out of the fight super easily, and then Zeri has so much free space. Feisty here going to really have to hit those Scatter the Weaks consistently, and if they can win, I think the tank battle with that Varus poke, again, very difficult to do because this is such a tanky front line. I think KT can front to back, but the longer these fights go, man, the harder it gets.
Yeah, well, it looks like we are ready for game number 2. Let's hop onto the Rift right now. And here we are once again, Wolf.
Yeah.
Onto the Rift.
We see you, Twitch chat. I did see someone asked us what our favorite Animal Crossing villagers were. I know Valdez is not a big crosser.
Not a crosser myself.
I just saw that question. I wanted to answer it because obviously mine's Lobo, the wolf. That's all.
Yeah, that sounds pretty nice.
He's great.
What characteristics does Lobo have?
He's a grumpy villager, so he's
very
yeah, it's just like me. He's very friendly to those he likes, but he takes a little while to warm up to you, and he's very skeptical.
Interesting.
But yeah, someone also asked if Feisty was on Bro last year. That is correct. He was. He's moved to KT's Challenger
Feisty, Lupin, Gamin.
Yep.
Yep. Not anymore. They have broken up. Unfortunate. But yeah, I was talking to you in the break a little bit, Wolf. It does feel like Feisty is kind of on his own, but it may just have been a little bit of a draft situation. So hopefully he gets a little bit more support from his team, as he will not be the only potentially winning lane in this one. And I was talking about how this bottom lane should be good for the side of KT, but you know, with the Lulu being ranged against Nautilus, especially early on in the earlier levels, definitely is a little bit of room at least for the Zeri to farm more than she did in game number 1.
Yeah.
So that's pretty nice as well.
Oops. Sometimes you just accidentally aggro the the Raptors.
He's trying to get his, he's trying to charge up a little bit.
Yeah, grab that extra knock up. But like, one of the interesting things about how this bottom lane is changed is the rune choice for Hype here. He's gone for Lethal Tempo, isn't going to go doing Hail of Blades, and that just tells you how this this bot lane is going to be played out differently. And you see the Glacial Augment to try to help set up for some extra damage here to proc that Lethal Tempo, but as you say, the range damage here from Andil is trading it back big time, and Feisty may get punished.
Oh boy, he is going to actually scatter the boar, and it worked out really well because had he gotten the freeze down, there was actually potential. But Feisty's flash is going to be down, traded with Courage's flash. I think that's definitely a very nice win for the side of Kwangdong Freaks. It's going to open up Cleaver to actually have a little bit of a safer and more farmable lane in the mid lane.
Yeah, when he hits level 6, you know, there's some kill potential there. Courage to go Hex Flash, so has the ability to engage from a long way away. And okay, we're just seeing these hooks land on cooldown here for Rebel.
He's actually getting in there. Andil has to flash away. He was ticking down from the Ignite as well. So, you know, again, with the range early on, you can do a nice job of, wow, okay, he is going to shield that damage. You can do a nice job of harassing the Nautilus, but if you get hooked over and over, quickly the Varus will begin to take over this lane.
Yeah. I mean, notice how much mana Rebel has as well. And it's very mana efficient the way he's trying to do this because, yeah, sorry. Well, I think it's still Rebel. I think he just decided to spell it different, all right? Stop trolling me, Valdez!
I just want to call
I'm
him
actually
Rebel.
low-key a big Rebel fan. I don't like that he changed his name, though.
It's okay. He's still a great player.
Fun fact, it's not that fun, but it's like, you know, mildly interesting.
You say like a 4 out of 10?
Yeah, it's like a 4 out of 10 fact.
Okay.
Rebel, one of the first players I ever commentated in League of Legends when
That's
he
a
played.
pretty fun fact.
Yeah, he played for KT in the Kespa Cup in 2021.
Wow.
That was really exciting for me, and
I was actually saying wow at the Hex Flash. Sorry, Wolf, but
yeah,
that was a really nice. I don't think I've ever seen that angle used.
Sometimes you hit the angles.
Yeah, he's able to avoid the Scuttle Crab. Yeah. As okay, Ondil is just going to die here. He's going to be last hit by Rebel, and it looks like Feisty is able to get away from this gank in the mid lane. So a couple of wins to the side of KT, and now Courage is in a little bit of trouble. Runs straight into a tree. They're trying to trade this onto Feisty, but I don't think that Cleaver has the damage quite yet, as he is just on the one dagger in terms of damage. So really nicely set up this time from KT.
Yeah, okay, Cleaver.
And he's just gonna die. Excellent roam from Rebel, one of the first people that Wolf casted in his League of Legends career.
Yes!
Comes in and makes a statement in the mid lane.
Yeah, so already picked up a kill and an assist. Okay, 2 assists to Feisty here in this early game into the Yone matchup. Obviously, Syndra, one of Syndra's greatest strengths, you know, before her mid-scope update and after, it doesn't matter. Like, this is not a change to her kit, is that she harasses melee champions very well. She harasses ranged champions very well. It's just one of the soft counters to Quirky, yeah. And, putting that harassment onto Cleaver, and I think the idea there for Courage is, okay, we're going to try to turn this one around. The problem is Hambach is here, and this is just really greedy. And look at Cleaver, he's level 5, but he's not even really close to 6. If he's close to 6 or hitting 6 here, this play actually becomes a lot more feasible because he can buy a ton of time with his ultimate there, stack those knockups, and then maybe turn that one around, but ends up being pretty disastrous for him as a result. And now he's even further away from 6 as Feisty has hit his already.
Yeah, Courage was trying really desperately to get his mid laner ahead, and it actually ended up backfiring. So it'll be curious to see if Kwangdong can win from this position. You know, it's easy to win when you have all the winning lanes and everything's going well for you. Your Lee Sin can do whatever he wants, but can Courage actually play from behind in this situation against a 2-0 Maokai that already has Giant's Belt? I'd say the answer is probably going to be no, but we'll see how this game does turn out, as KT also going to be picking up this first Drake, the Ocean Drake, as now Illima having a little bit more trouble in this lane against the Renekton, not quite the same as the Fiora early on.
Yeah, Castle's a really good Renekton player, and they don't trade ultimates here or anything like that, just putting the pressure on, using his cooldowns and his rage bar really efficiently, and just has a nice trade here. And Illima, unfortunately, is just going to have to back away. He's already teleported, so it's going to actually take a bit of time to get back to lane. Can use his charge to speed that one up a little bit, but you don't get much out of it. The Varus in the bottom lane, not getting the same lead that we saw from Bull last game, but that was obviously a very different situation where they had the early level 3 dive work out extremely well. This Castle's just going to proxy, looking for extra plate gold, and very night and day here for Illima when Castle's playing a champion. It looks like he's much more comfortable on than the Fiora. Oh, might miss that plate though.
Yeah.
Rip.
Yeah, kind of curious that he doesn't stick around for that one. He did deny the cannon from what it looked like, but I mean, Cassante is just going to build tanky items and kind of do whatever he wants eventually. So I think just trying to get as far ahead as possible would have been pretty nice. So he does miss a couple of things there, unfortunately, but he gets a very, very nice back timing, which is probably what he was going for. Doesn't have that first item just yet, just the whip. As now we have Bull and Allendale making their way to mid lane. Very interesting here, maybe wanting to fight over this Rift Herald when they're down 2,500 gold at 8 minutes into the game. I would not recommend that one, Wolf. I don't think that's a good idea.
Nope. Risky call.
Mm-hmm.
Bull getting some free farm down here. And I think that this is probably the way you want to play this as Kwangdong Freaks, is just simply have some presence in mid so that you can maybe catch a straggler. And I think hype going up, while I understand the decision because you really want to snowball your lead further, I think probably could have been utilized a little bit better because he didn't actually put pressure on in mid that much to try to clear the wave. He kind of just rotated towards it and then came back down. He's not going to miss too much money, if any at all, here in the bottom lane. Okay, Hex Flash in here from Rebel. Oh, looks like he considered it.
What?
That would have been cool. Yeah. I gotta just eat my words and be like, okay, no, he's super smart, 5-head play.
I mean, you've got like all these summoners available on hype as well. I feel like they had a pretty nice angle, but maybe they didn't know exactly. Like, they don't have a lot of vision down on the bottom side. Like, who knows? Maybe Courage is being cheeky and just sitting in the lane or something. So he's just gonna back.
I think also, like, even with the Hex Flash, he just barely was out of range of Bull with the ultimate. So and Bull has Cleanse and Flash, so he just decides, you know, like you said, not worth the risk, but it would have been really cool. It just flashes back instead. Meanwhile,
it's nice to see that castle get some time to shine. It does look like we are potentially heading in the direction of a 1-to-1 scoreline. Still very early to call, of course, but Illima definitely having a harder time in this lane.
The last game we had a very early Drake take, so we were looking at Soul Point, you know, very early on in the game, and the Soul fight was very early, so the Zeri just didn't have time, in Hype's case, to really have those team fights the way he wanted to. I think Bull is in a similar but yet very different situation in that, yes, he's significantly behind, but not as behind, and the rest of his team hasn't fallen so drastically behind in terms of control that there's still a real world where Kwangdong Freaks, at the pace we're on, even if they give this Drake up, can make a real contest for that third one, and then look for that team fight, that Zeri moment, big swing back. Because this comp is great at mid-game team fighting. If Bull is there for the cleanup, Cleaver sets them up. They've got really good CC. Illima gets in the back line. Like, there are so many ways to kill this Varus. Okay.
Wow, they're actually trying to turn this onto the Fed Maokai. Not sure about this. If they have the burst damage, they might get away from it, but Cleaver going in with the ultimate. He is so close. They finally get the darn Maokai, but what will they have to trade for it as Cleaver nearly gets flash took, but Castle going to do a better job of locking that down. So 2 for 1 in favor of KT and a whole bunch of plates. Well, maybe just the 2. Still a very good trade up here for KT.
Yeah, one of the rules you learn oftentimes in a 5v5 League of Legends game is different from the solo queue is diving the Maokai is always a huge risk because you don't know what's on the other side. In this case, it's a Renekton coming over. Now, the idea here is good, but Hambak, as you say, is fed. He has an early Giant spell. It's kind of tanky, has his ultimate to lock you down, so it's a heavy commitment to this play. And with a Renekton rotating over with Flash, it ends up being a trade up here on the side of KT. You're looking for, okay, got my Yone ult. This is the time where we want to try to force these plays, but it actually comes back to bite Kwangdong Freaks just a little bit here. Successful play on one hand, but on the other hand, I think KT very happy with the result.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really cool to see KT just playing the map really well. You know, the top lane, you are winning that. Castle could just sit there and get all the plates as he might die here. Nice gank timing from the side of Courage. They're going to feed that kill over to Illima. Problem being that they're probably going to lose their mid turret here if KT decides to stick around. Looks like they might not, as we do have a little bit of a rotation up from the side of Kwangdong, as Ondil is just face-checking the Maokai. Not sure about this one, but actually it does look like KT does not want to go in. This is a very confusing position.
This is awkward.
As they do want to go onto the Zeri, and they just ignore the Lulu, essentially, but they do get the cleanse out of Bull. This is not half bad.
Yeah, no, I mean, Illima, if he had teleport, this would be amazing.
Uh-oh. I think this might be the end of Feisty here. He does have his flash, though, and actually has a lot of support coming in from the river, as KT was not quite cleared out of this place, as now Courage is going to bite the dust. Ondil not willing to flash Wild Growth or anything like that. There was a little bit too much pressure from the side of KT.
Wacky exchange, but at the end of the day, you know, this ends up being Kwangdong Freaks buying a ton of time on this dragon and almost taking Feisty out, right? Like, if that play ends up being a little bit more clean, if they actually rotate a little bit faster, they take Feisty out and get away, maybe you buy time on the Drake and grab a kill. Looks like they will, at least for the time being, keep this turret alive just for a few more moments here. Also, Illimo is free farming topside, didn't have TP to join the fight or anything like that. But what Kwangdong is doing is trying to play aggressively right now around other critical parts of the map than the objective itself to kind of pull KT around. And you could see KT kind of struggling a little bit there with the teamwork aspect when Hambak got dove on, his ultimate was used, and Kwangdong were like, well, if there's no Maokai ult, we can kind of hang around a little bit more because we actually aren't going to get locked down by that one. We can try to threaten a little bit more and then slow this one down. Buying even an extra minute of time here for the Zeri to farm is quite significant in this composition that has some really great scaling aspects to it.
Yeah. You'll note that Hype is going for just a straight up, you know, auto-attacking. He's not going for lethality here on his Varus, so something you were talking about, Wolf, a little bit early on is actually beginning to come true.
Yeah.
Just going to be going into that auto-attack kind of build. Well, not the lethality, at least at this point in time. Going for the shield bow, he has lethal tempo, so might be able to deal with some of those tanks a little bit better.
I like this a lot, considering, you know, he's got an Ala support. There's a lot of ways for it to go very badly for him if he's just trying to play straight poke. He needs to survive and do consistent damage in these fights, and the Immortal Shield Bow can buy him a ton of time. You know, and he's got flash. Of course, he's got a lot of peel with a Maokai ultimate and stuff like that. Yeah. you and your wows, man.
Wow.
But this one, I feel like last game I was like, all right, like remember the Chronicler rule, you know, but it does seem pretty over, and it ends up being that way. I feel like we're on the edge of a potential comeback here for Kwangdong if they can just keep staving off the pressure. Like, they've only lost their mid turret, you know, the bottom turret is not long for this world, but they've done such a great job at slowing down the pushes that KTF tried to set up here and the attempts for Syndra to look for a scatter kill. And Maokai was really fed and still is 3-1 and 2, but hasn't been able to be a terror on the Rift or anything like that. So I'm not saying Kwangdong are ahead. They're 5,000 gold behind, but I'm saying there's a chance. Like, Twitch is like, you saying there's a chance? I'm like, no, I'm saying there's a chance.
Wow.
That's all I'm saying, but I'm saying, like, it's not over till it's over, Valdez.
Yeah, this is Challenger League after all. You never know what's going to happen. One thing that has really stood out to me in this game is that, you know, Facey looked great in Game 1. He looks great in Game 2. He's really consistent. He is a great player. He's winning this lane as well. Had some help from his friendly Hambak from the jungle. But he's ahead in CS. He has an item and a half already, 6 stacks on his Dark Seal. And he's just being so dominant. I love his movement around the map as well. You know, he's not just sticking in the mid lane, but he's putting on the pressure on Dione, and then he's going off of vision, just really putting pressure elsewhere on the map and being very annoying. Also great to see Castle go on one of his, you know, one of his big picks and make a big difference in this game as well. It looks like an entirely different game from Game 1.
And with the mid-scope update, I always want to say rework, but it's a mid-scope update technically for Syndra. Facey going for the Leandries this time. In the past, you'd be like, okay, that's a little bit sus. Like, you can make it work, but it's a little bit hard to proc it. But with Scatter of the Week, you know, you have a pretty wide cone to actually apply that in this composition, and you really do want to eat through those tanks. He's also looks like building Shadow Flame here second, so he'll have some extra damage onto the Yone. So I like that this build, good versus tanks, pretty good versus squishies as well. He's going for a pretty nice set of flexibility with these two items, and if he can actually catch the Zeri at any point, that could be disastrous for Kwangdong Freaks, but the same goes for Cleaver. If he actually finds Cleaver in a bad spot and is able to do his combo, then ult him, it'll probably burn down, right? And with the lead that Facey has in terms of laning right now, you know, it's not massive, but it's significant enough with those Dark Steel sacks, with all those assists he picked up, that he can even challenge, as you mentioned, Ilma in the side lane. He's like, yeah, I'm Syndra, I can poke you, I've got Scatter, I've got myself Peel. Like, you can't really ult me if you don't have vision control. Kwangdong this time does not have that. Notice all the wards that KT have on the top side of the map. It's really easy for Facey to make those map movements with the control they have, and KT definitely had some shaky moments this game, but I think overall, the draft, I think, our theory that the draft was the main reason why they had such a bad Game 1 seems to kind of hold up here.
Yeah, pretty clearly. I mean, this is a wildly different look. All the players look great. Hambak is playing really well. This is why I'm just so happy we don't have best of ones anymore here in this league as well.
Get rid of all those best of the ones, or best of the ones. Best of the ones.
This is just a better format. We just get to see a lot more. League is a game where the draft can be pretty defining, and we saw that in game 1. We're seeing it be pretty defining here in game number 2 as well.
Imagine if football, both types, you know, American and otherwise, just didn't have, like, they just didn't swap sides. There's no halftime. It's like, nah, it's just a best of one, like 1/2. That's all.
Just 1/2.
Just 1/2. Oh, you guys got kickoff. Sorry, it's just how it is.
Because the World Cup is, you know, it is best of one.
Yeah, but like,
but I see what you're saying.
Halves,
well,
right? Like, what if you were just
saying,
like, oh,
yeah.
sorry, like they won the coin flip, they get kickoff. Sorry.
Yeah. That wouldn't be fair. Yeah, that wouldn't make any sense.
Everyone hates when I make traditional sports analogies because I'm not a traditional sports person. I don't know how it works, but
yeah, I stick to the hockey analogies because that's what I know. Everything else is like, well.
What if there was only one period in hockey?
Yeah, there's only one period in hockey. You have to stay on the same side. I mean, that wouldn't. Hockey's a little bit different. There's not really a benefit to either side. Although, in the second period, you do swap sides, so you're farther away from your bench, so it's harder to change lines. So that's like the one thing. But yeah, nobody knows what I'm talking about in the Twitch chat.
I kind of know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
A little bit.
You know, a little bit. We haven't had too much happening here in this game. KT got ahead, and then Kwangdong was like, okay, you're ahead now. We need Yone to get items. We need Zeri to get items. And before that happens, we don't want to fight.
And it's been like, the lead has slowly increased at a fairly slow pace, but like significant enough to where it was like 4,000 gold lead now. It's a 6,000 gold lead. So it's getting bigger, but we still need to see KT win this team fight cleanly when they go to contest for the Wind Soul here. And if they can do that, if they can just set up a pick, kill the Zeri early and take that soul and take Baron, like, this game may be all locked up. But there's one more big chance here for Kwangdong as Zeri's second item comes online. Yone's second item comes online here. They're just going to try to start a Baron early here. Good vision clear from KT. Kwangdong Freaks, I think, pretty clearly know this is a possibility, but will they be able to react in time? Renekton is backing. Has TP. Castle can join into this fight.
I mean, their team fight is pretty strong. I mean, if they get all 5 members into position, KT do have to be careful, and very intelligently they will back off of the Baron. There wasn't a lot of vision until the very end of that Baron being taken, but the safer play is to just back away. A lot less flippiness we're seeing in the first couple of days, I feel like, Wolf.
Yeah.
You think like the challenger teams maybe watched a bit of Worlds, learned a bit, and they're like, okay, I think we get this now.
Okay, Hambach, though.
Well, he might get flipped here as he is just going to be potentially 100-0. No, he is just so tanky. He goes onto the Yone and then just flashes away. So they use everything onto the Fed tank Maokai. Why did you do that? I do not know. But they found a guy. They found a tree. He was very tasty. He looked very scrumptious, but in the end, he was just the bait.
He's got Radiant Virtue, and I mean, he looks like a good target here, but realistically, with his ultimate and the rest of the peel, yeah, he ain't. Now Syndra almost completely has the Dark Seal stacked. That's a Baron. And unfortunately for Kwangdong Freaks, like, you push them off the Baron, you're setting a trap because you want to get the Zeri. The Zeri so desperately needs money. Bull, look at his position here. It's really good on the other side of the wall. Can wall right in, but like, there's no good target for him. The target priority here is kind of all over the place for Kwangdong Freaks, except when it was all on Maokai, which was also not correct. And if he was skating around the other side of the team fight, they engage on the Maokai, then flip around. There's a different way to do this, but they really wanted to burst Hambach, but the rest of KT was so nearby. And what could have been a game-turning play for Kwangdong might have actually been the last nail in the coffin for them, unfortunately, because now Baron basically guarantees Wind Soul here. And yeah, we're going to keep calling it that, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, that's the name. Just look in the top left. Like, can't argue with that. And yeah, this Baron is going to be huge. I mean, this is a team that has incredible siege as well. I mean, even just throwing out a Maokai. Well, speaking of which, yeah, Illima, I think, you know, he is Cassante, but it might not matter. Oh, he is going to get wild growths here and actually survive, but he is no longer in the fight. So goodbye, Cassante. And they still have Baron buff and a Syndra and Ivaris. So they're just going to take the inhibitor here by force. And Kwangdong Freaks says, please take it away. We can't do anything about this. And you know what's interesting? I mean, there's not a lot of flippiness, I feel like, in these first couple of days, but there has been a lot of one team gets ahead and then they end the game at like 23 to 26 minutes.
The comeback stuff hasn't really been happening, right? And we did see a little bit of it in that first series yesterday, but he's all right. He's all right. We really aren't seeing that many comebacks, though. You're right, and I think a lot of this comes from, like you were saying earlier, these challenger teams really do seem to be focusing a lot on fundamentals in terms of vision control, wave management, stay ahead, don't overextend. And look, we have seen many moments, I don't think this was one of them, but we have seen many moments where it's like very clearly probably just kill the Nexus, but let's back away. In this case, I think they probably couldn't have killed the Nexus, but we have seen a lot of the restraint, as Chronicler said yesterday, the voice in your head telling you to do the thing, but you're like, I'm not going to do it. I really like how Chronicler put that yesterday. I think we're seeing a lot of that for the teams ahead, especially in this series, as KT look to close this one out. Now they have this Soul online. Maokai ult is back up. It's very difficult for Kwangdong to engage on this. 2 items, Zeri. 1.5 item, Yone. Let's see what they can do.
Okay, nice little angle here from Courage as the Kasante's going to get in there as well. And the Yone ultimate gets onto that backline. Hype is just kiting everything out, though. And they finally do get the golden chest at the end of the dungeon, but it doesn't matter because they died at the end. And now Syndra's 5-0.
Yone just doesn't have enough damage, you know? He doesn't have his second item online, and if he was Wild Growth instead of the Sejuani, I don't think it really changes anything here, to be honest.
GG.
GG?
That's going to be the end of this one. Let's remember to do our POG votes. I'm going to go ahead and circle Feisty. Don't we just put it on the paper?
I think we do it in the chat now.
Oh. Well, things are changing here in 2023. And, yeah, KT is able to get the big win. And a really nicely done job. Totally different from the way Game 1 looked, and the drafts are being the biggest denominator, the biggest determination in terms of who is going to take the wins so far.
I think when you have 2 teams that are fairly evenly matched, it's not uncommon for that to be the case, right? Especially in a new meta where things are still kind of being figured out. 18,000 damage. Just to put this in perspective, the next highest damage is the Maokai at 7,776.
Of course.
He's a big Fire Emblem 5 fan, but this is kind of insane, this damage output. And the next highest on Kwangdong is the Kasante. Both of our games have kind of been a stomp. The team that's losing is trying to just kill the minions, and then nothing happens. And so you see these damage numbers happen like this, and it's very reminiscent of solo queue. When you're falling behind and you're losing as an individual player, like, well, I don't want my team to get more mad at me. I'm just going to kill the minions and sit under turret and not make the proactive play. And sometimes you kind of shut down. I don't think this is quite the same case, but as a team, it's kind of like, all right, sit back, or Zeri's scaling. She's going to do more than 1,500 damage this game, I promise, but not in this case, because unfortunately they never had that one miracle team fight. They looked for it at the end, but Yone didn't have enough damage.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I feel like Challengers has leveled up from LPL level, where it's like, okay, we're just going to fight every single time, and we'll see who flips what, and we're going to win because we are good at mechanics. And we've kind of gone to old Jin-Air style, where it's like, if you're losing, just sit back and do nothing. That is
Rebel
exactly what happened.
Picks up POG.
Rebel?
Every time, Valdez. I think this is actually solid. Like, he has 186 CC score because he's Nautilus, but that also seems really high. I think that straight up, like, he set up so many of the plays on the bot lane and really shut down the Zeri, and also had some great mid game plays. But for me, I'm kind of like, what about Courage, though? Or not Courage, sorry, the Feisty, but also Hambach had a great game, too.
True.
on the Maokai. Like, there were a lot of good options. Maybe it was a pretty split vote. We don't share the votes in Challengers, though.
We always do this on the global stream where we're like, well, that would have been my 3rd pick for POG. And I kind of agree with you there, Wolf. But that was game number 2. Nice to see that we actually have some fight back here from KT. We are going to have a 3rd game in this best-of-3 series. We will be right back after the break. Hello and welcome back to Challengers League for the LCK. It is me, Valdez, with Wolf, and we just had KT with a big comeback in game number 2, forcing a third game in this best of 3.
Yeah, I think game 1, complex draft, couldn't execute it. Game 2 had a nice edge in the early game and then just kind of ran with it. And Feisty looks good. He looks very solid at the moment. Both his Rise and now his Syndra. I think he, in my opinion, seemed to be the strongest player on the roster. Voters went for Rebel. I think Rebel had a great game. But either way, I really think that anything could happen in this third game. Now, Kwangdong Freaks Challengers squad, it feels weird to call them Kwangdong Freaks because they're not really Kwangdong Freaks, the LCK team. They're Kwangdong Freaks Challengers, but it's like really long to say. Maybe
they're all part
KDF
of the same roster.
Yeah.
And they are technically Kwangdong Freaks, but it's the players that are playing in the Challengers League.
Yeah, it's weird for me. We'll figure it out eventually, but I'm like, sometimes it's like blah 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 when I say the full name. So in this case, Kwangdong Freaks Challengers team will have side selection.
Thinking blue here.
I think they're gonna pick blue side. Yes. We'll find out.
Will we
shortly.
see Varus banned in game number 3?
It's a good question. I think he's been the anti-Zeri so far. Like, I think in isolation he's pretty strong, but like he makes Zeri weaker. Zeri can't play the game. This becomes a problem. The Ashe Varus was really, really strong and really oppressive, and we didn't see the Heimerdinger in game 2 either. It was banned, so it could be a way for the team that wants Zeri to feel more comfortable. Problem is, if you're red side and you're like, oh, ban the Varus, they're like, cool, free Zeri, thanks.
Yeah.
So it becomes kind of problematic.
But then maybe you just go ahead and pick your own scaling bottom lane.
Sivir.
Yeah, you play Sivir. That's the third AD carry that's available. And you just play that, right? So maybe we'll see a little bit of a difference here because the first couple of games were like, okay, we have this draft. If it works out, it's going to stomp. And then the team that's losing is like, I guess we lost. And, you know, I think there was a little bit of a fight back there from Kwangdong, but they just were, I don't know, it was like all of their homing missiles were miscalibrated, and they only wanted to attack Maokai. I think that Hambach did a really good job of just baiting everybody into his trap, and that was it. That was really the only fight we saw from the side of Kwangdong, was attacking Maokai and then dying. So it's been very one-sided, just because it feels like the team that is getting behind doesn't know how to come back, or they're just saying, like I said before, you know, we've upgraded from LPL, now we're Jin Air level. It's like, we're just going to lose very slowly and try not to get caught. And then they just like fall over and die. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
it's like, what's that meme? Like, sit down, try not to cry, cry a lot. It's like, sit behind turret, try not to scale only, but then scale only and
start
then die.
crying.
Like, I don't know. I can't translate the meme, but
it feels like these teams know how to win really well, but they don't really know what to do from behind.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that we need to see both of them learn how to do, because these two teams, they're pretty good, but I wouldn't put any of them, you know, at number 1 or even number 2 in the league after what we saw yesterday. So I think, you know, there are going to be a lot of games, even if you are the best team in the league, where you are behind, and that is one of the skills of League of Legends, is learning how to play your comp from behind and knowing your comeback mechanics and ways to actually make yourself viable in the game.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen that yet in this series, Wolf.
Not yet. And we haven't really seen it that much in Challengers so far, but we do have confirmation Kwangdong selected blue side. No surprise here. You guys could see it on your screens as I say it. Let's see if we see some big changes in draft here for KT Rolster. I think, you know, they took some pieces of Kwangdong's game 1 draft into their own, but we did see the Maokai first pick from them. The Varus ban is an interesting question, right? Will we see it? Will we just see it go through? Do KT have a different answer this time around? Because I think Kwangdong seemed pretty happy to just first pick it blind anyways, regardless of whether it's going to be Zeri or not, because it weakens the Zeri pick. And there's the Heimerdinger ban.
Yeah, a lot of similar bans so far. Karma gets banned once again here from KT, just like in game number 2, even when they were on blue side. And now it's Kwangdong Freaks' time to throw the gauntlet and say, we're going to play Varus. What are you going to do about it? No, they're just going to ban Varus on blue side. So maybe
Okay.
they want to play the Zeri.
Can try to force a Zeri ban here, then get Sivir. So
That is the
let's
third
find
AD
out.
carry.
Let's find out if Hype wants to shake hands here, and I think that is going to be the case. Yuumi also available here, so gets a little bit tricky. Like KT can get Zeri Yuumi right now. For the first time. Will be the Wukong first pick here for Kwangdong Freaks, trying to keep this draft a little bit open-ended. I think in some ways, in this draft completely with the Varus ban especially, just saying, ball's in your court, KT. We're going to respond because we think we have the better read on the meta and the better read on the drafting.
Ashe being hovered. Could definitely go into the support role. Might even be where you would expect it in this meta. What is going to be the follow-up here from the side of KT?
I think they're going to hide what this Ashe is doing exactly for a little bit longer, and we're probably just locking a jungle. Yep, there's the Lee Sin. So looking for some pressure in the bottom lane, potentially with a lot of different AD carries that could work well with this still available. Caitlyn, we haven't really seen that much at all here in the LCK. Sivir still could work with Ashe as well. Varus being the one we've seen the most in this duo combination, but could be AD carry Ashe, so kind of keeping it open-ended here is we're just going to see the Draven locked in here, just straight up, just early on. Pike, Draven lane.
What?
Okay. There's some cash-ins.
What? And it does look like KT might have to reveal what they're
Brand?
going for. If they pick Brand, I am ready to write in my POG vote for Kwangdong Freaks. Nope, it is going to be Ashe Braum, so very defensive. You have good range, you can harass a little bit. But Draven Pike
Okay, well.
and Wukong. I mean, that's already extremely aggressive, the 3 picks that they have on the board.
Yeah, so KT are like, all right, let's take away the Fiora. Let's not give them a side lane win condition as well with this extremely strong bottom side. We'll see the Syndra ban here against Feisty. I think this is actually a really solid ban considering how good Feisty's laning has been so far and the power that this draft has in terms of engage with the Ashe Arrow, Scatter the Weak, Lee Sin Kick. Just take that one off the board. Honestly, like, there's a Kassadin angle here, I think, for Kwangdong Freaks if they want to play just full dive and try to control the early game and then just allow Kassadin to side lane and scale. Will be a Renekton ban here, though. Again, just stopping these powerhouse top lane champions because the bottom lane is already so strong.
They're setting up for that R4 Cassante.
Yeah, I think
They're
so.
like, all right, Illima, it's time to give you a piece of our mind, a taste of your own medicine. Let's see if they ban it. Yes, they will.
First ban!
Yeah, the 2 bans from KT made it pretty obvious, but that does draw out the Cassante ban, which means that KT will get this Rise.
See if they can work out the Rise Realm Warp synergy a little bit better this time. They have decent threats with this Lee Sin, obviously in the Ashe Arrow, which can be effective from very long range to help set up some plays with the Realm Warp. So trying to out-macro here, Kwangdong Freaks. Will they be bold enough to play the Kassadin here, or is it just going to be a more standard pick? Looks like they want to play the Ahri into this again. And, I mean, with all the setup for picks they have here already, it does make a lot of sense. You can get the easy resets for the Ahri ult, and not a shocker, then that will be the one coming through. Final pick here, of course, going to be the blind top lane. And
Any Gnar enjoyers?
I don't think it's going to be Gnar necessarily here because, it's just blind. GP definitely brings the scaling of this composition up quite massively. It is blind, however, and Castle, we know how much he loves his Irelia. We've seen a lot of aggressive picks. There's Realm Warp on the table. Like, this is a very greedy pick here for Illima into a Rise comp. Aatrox.
Yeah, I think Illima just saying, okay, I'm just going to play GP. That's just going to happen. Maybe just calling for it in the draft. It doesn't necessarily fit with the rest of the composition. As you mentioned, it brings in the scaling element. But, yes, pretty interesting one to be B5'd, essentially. Does give Castle a very comfortable lane in the top side for himself. And yeah, I don't know. I kind of liked the direction Kwangdong were going in, but now I'm not so sure. I feel like KT got a slightly better edge in this draft.
In some ways, I like the GP pick in a theory crafting world where if you have this much control and you're going to be committing resources bottom side to get this Draven ahead, maybe set for some dives even potentially before Ryze has Realm Warp. Maybe the Gangplank just kind of gets to play freely up on the top side, and if Hambach is trying to punish the GP and Ilma plays safe, which is not really his playstyle, but if you play safe, then you have this really lopsided situation where KT can't punish Gangplank that well if you play safe, nor can they control the bottom side of the map. So in that way, it really forces KT to think about the game very differently. Plus, Gangplank's ultimate can be used globally to help those Pyke engages, to get those resets, because Pyke's going to be looking for his own cash-ins with the Draven. If the money funnel goes into Bull before the mid-game, this team could be out of control.
Yeah. Ilima going for comfort, going for something that he feels very confident in, and we'll have to see if that gambit pays off for them, as there were a lot of bans focused in the top lane. Ilima, a very fantastic player, but Castle, I feel like, really put the pressure on in game 2. So, like I said, I think Ilima's really throwing the gauntlet and saying, hey, you know what? I'm just going to GP. I'm just going to play this and say, you know, let's see what you got, Castle. Bring me your best counter pick. I do not give a damn. And it is going to be pretty interesting to see how that top lane does play out and how aggressive they can get with this draft overall on the side of Kwangdong. But either way, guys, game 3 starts right now.
Right now. Immediately.
Yeah. That was about 30 seconds ago. 35 seconds, 36, 37. I think I was right on the money there.
Yeah!
Wow.
So,
we have Squirtle in this game.
yeah. A bit of a rare one.
Unbelievable. Actually, I think you can choose Squirtle in the Pokemon games. I don't think it's that rare.
Yeah, but in the original ones, if you don't choose him, you can't find him, and you have to trade.
True, that is true. Also, I think he was like second most popular, right? Behind Charmander, but actually Bulbasaur was the best.
Yeah, I picked Bulbasaur. And Bulbasaur ends up being the best in League of Legends as well, as it turns out.
Some things never change.
Yep. Yeah. Maybe not popular. You know, people are like, ooh, I want to go real fast or burn some people, but the truth be told, you know, a little shield action, a little tenacity, it goes a long way.
We have a little bit of time here in this early game. I want to shout out Sejuani Baby Daddy. Says only 700. This is the Challengers stream. We did make this stream very recently. This is not the actual LCK itself. I mean, technically it is, but this is the Challengers League, so kind of like the Tier 2 league.
Sir, this is a CL.
It is a very new league. Give us some time to grow our numbers. Do not worry about the current numbers today.
Like I said earlier,
but thank you for your chat.
Please follow the channel. We got a whole 1,000 followers yesterday.
Yep. Follow me on my TikTok. No, I don't have a TikTok. Just kidding.
He does have a TikTok, but we're not going to talk about it.
But definitely follow the stream.
It's not League of Legends related.
Tell your friends. Yeah, don't tell them what I do on TikTok. It's very private. Andil is, you know, he's didn't he play a couple of games of Lulu already?
Yeah.
I think. No, he didn't. He played Ashe in game 1.
That's right. Yeah. He did.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
So now he's like, okay, I get to play Pyke, so I'm getting a bit excited, you know.
Well, look, I mean, so far the pressure is on. Hasn't hit any big bone spears, but the CS numbers are looking good. Hype has lost a few. Here comes the level 3. This is what we talk about always. Won't be able to steal this away, but can harass.
Yeah. Courage, very annoying. He's got Andil coming in as well. Hambach is going to have to give these wolves away. That is just the state of the way this game is having to be played, as Feisty does get charmed once again, but he is putting on the pressure once again as well.
Yeah, just like game 1, Feisty using his mana as a resource very aggressively here. Did start the corrupting potion, so is just going to be able to use that burn damage plus the extra mana he gets to constantly put that, hopefully, in his you know, what he's wanting to do here is put a kill pressure onto Cleaver so that Hambach can come over, but it will be Courage, of course, who controls the bottom side of the map right now. And we'll push Feisty back here, so no early summoners expended, and still the bottom side of the map, Hype managing this one a lot better than the last. As I say it, it's going to take a bad trade.
Yeah, I think, you know, with the Draven Pike face up, you know, they picked it pretty early on, and still the support pick was left to be picked here. There is no door to be held this time from Rebel, but at the end of the day, like, this is still a very nice duo, and you can see they're getting into it onto Andil. He is going to have to dash away, and the kiting potential of this is huge. Bull, he might have to flash out of this one, as in goes Hype. He's not going to get the kill, though. Unbelievable that they got so close. They were putting on such great pressure, and then he took an axe to the face.
Yeah, the damage here is actually massive between the Pike and the Draven, because just simply Pike is going to do more damage than a Braum is in terms of melee, and then Pike, or rather Draven, does super early game damage as well. And yes, Ashe is very sticky, the slows are good, and it looks like you're going to chase down, but the turn was actually sick. We'll get a replay of this in a moment, but really well played. And Bull and Andil going to pick up that first kill. Will be Pike picking up the first kill itself. But still, great that it goes to the duo. Watching this, like, the trades were super good here, but then Hype is like, all right, look, I'm at 3/4 health here. I'm Ashe. I could slow. Andil takes a ton of damage from that Q and has the Ignite burning on him. But then they decide, okay, going to turn here. And look at the damage. Hype flashes.
Yeah, I mean, he's taking spinning axes to the face as Bull perfectly kites it back. And then also Andil's got just a little bit of mana. He throws in a Q. It's just that extra bit of burst damage. And Ashe was level 3, right? So like, it's not like she's got good stats. She just gets burned down by some insane damage.
But, I mean, the play was good.
Not calculated.
It was a little bit miscalculated. Maybe that's our new phrase. Miscalculated.
True, true. Oh, look at this
Cleaver.
gank. Dude, Rebel's insane. I love this guy. He's going to get a kill for his team. Like, he's like, okay, well, bot lane's, you know, my 80 carries trolling. I'm going to go mid instead. You know, like everybody's solo queue games. But actually, he makes an insane play.
He has a
onto
stack
Cleaver
as well, so he can take out that cannon minion, and they're actually looking for potentially a plate. But he leaves his 80 carry high and dry. Yeah,
and to be honest, I mean, good capitalization here from the side of Kwangdong, but Hype, you don't have your support, you can't be there. You just can't be there. We'll have to see how that all started, though.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, on one hand, Rebel's play is super sick, but what he does to his 80 carry as a result is he leaves him high and dry, as I said. You can't be there, but if you're not there, then you're not farming as Ashe, and then you're going to get further behind. But now you've given over an additional kill to the Draven Pike lane. The CS is abysmal here, and, like, Rebel is trying to CS under turret here as he holds the wave. He's like, this is really bad. Please get over here.
Yeah.
So on one hand, Worth does accelerate Feisty to his Rod of Ages, but I think the cost is too high for this, unfortunately.
I mean, it could have been handled so much better from pretty much everybody on the side of KT. Like, Rebel did a good job. I think that Hype needs to just back away. We're seeing some very angry messages about Hype and his play. You know, it was very close on the first trade. He probably just got caught by a very nice hook on the side of Andil. Maybe it was a little bit too far up the lane. Mistakes happen. At the end of the day, you know, he did give a ton of gold over to Bull, who did get a very early cash-in as well, and did go for that early Dirk. And this lane is pretty much over.
Yeah.
Right? But at least Feisty's ahead. I mean, he was our POG from game number 1, so Hype is like, okay, whatever, you know, I'm not really here anymore. I'm just going to be throwing in arrows, and maybe Feisty and Castle can carry me this game.
I think the idea, you know, is so solo queue-esque in a way. Like, my 80 carry is trolling, I'm going mid. Like, that joke that you made may just be how KT now has to look at this game, ironically. Because he is once again going to be their best win condition in terms of damage, and the Ashe just may be, it's not support Ashe, but maybe acting as support Ashe in this game with no items will just be a arrow cooldown. Let's set up for some other big plays. Okay, Rebel?
They're actually trying to fight this. Nice knock-up from Rebel, but you cannot fight when you're this far behind. Now Feisty's getting in there. We did see the GP ultimate on top of everything else, so that's something you mentioned in the draft as well, actually helping in that bottom lane fight. They didn't even necessarily need it to kill the Braum, but it certainly made things a little bit quicker, and they got a free kill out of it.
And if Hambach is able to set up dives here onto Illima, then he's not there to defend the bottom lane. This is the kind of insurance policy that Ilma affords to Kwangdong Freaks here, because he's like, okay, I'm going to do a lot of damage in the late game. You guys are going to get ahead early, and when that starts to kind of wane a little bit, if Ashe comes back, which seems very unlikely at this case, like you're not supposed to get this far ahead. But as Ashe power starts to come up and as the lead wanes, then Gangplank comes in. If he survives the pressure, it's like, okay, if Hanbok comes top, bottom does better. If Hanbok stays bottom, then Ilma stays even, in this case, even ahead in CS. And oh, Andal's coming up for the roam. Castle in trouble.
Oh, no. Yeah, the Castle, he is going to flash out of this one, gets a little bit body blocked by his own minions, and then Andal just puts on the moves. Very nice flash play to get on in there and secure the kill. Probably didn't even need it, but, you know, just wanted to make sure that's a very fast Aatrox. He doesn't get away. We do have Cleaver with ult available. He doesn't have his flash, but they might be able to force his ult here, maybe, as they do go in. The kick into the wall is actually not really a kick at all, actually. Cleaver just going to be ulting here. They're trying to get on top of Cleaver, but they're not quite able to, and now Hanbok is incredibly low. Can he get out of this one is the question, as another hook might be coming in. They force the flash out of the poor Lee Sin, who is just trying to make one play for his team.
And for the first time, Bull is actually under a little bit of pressure down here. The problem is it's not for long enough, and I don't think they can even get half a plate. Going to be about exactly half of it. As the cool thing about, and one of the oppressive and annoying things about, depends on your perspective, of Wukong, is that he could just shut down big plays like this so easily by pressing R. And it's one of the reasons why, despite multiple nerfs, he's just so relevant in these metas where you have these really strong carries, and dives are so important across time, but in this meta, it's one of the only ways you can try to do something in the early game, and Wukong just says, nope. He presses R, and everyone is locked out, and this is another one of those opportunities where you try to dive the Ashe, who has ult and charm. Wukong comes over, and things just go wrong.
Okay, so Hanbok immediately turned onto this Rift Herald. Castle is doing a fantastic job of just zoning for his jungler, who is pretty low. Hanbok is able to gain some health out of all of this.
But they don't get the eye.
They don't get the eye, but at least they did get the gold out of the Herald, I suppose. I mean, they are kind of clutching at straws here a little bit, as Rebel is trying to CS. Probably not the best idea. Looks like a Rune Prison will keep him alive for now.
And Hype is able to catch a minion wave, still significantly behind here, but he's just trying to see us when he can, wherever he can, at any opportunity. And as anyone who's been 0-2 in a bot lane knows, like, it's one of the most miserable experiences ever. You can blame your support, you can blame enemy OP, but regardless, or maybe you made a misplay. It doesn't matter if you're blaming anybody. You just know you're going to have a bad time, right? And this is one of those games where Hype is just like, give me some money, any money, please. He's like, got his coin purse out. He's like, hey, minions, like, can you spare some coin for an Ashe with no mana who's 0-2 in the lane? Can you spare some coin?
Yeah. He's like even struggling to kill minions. Like, it's taking him a while to do that because he only has Zerker Greaves. Bull handles this pressure very well. He knows it's a Rise on the other side. He knows it's a Lee Sin, and he says, well, I can just sack a lane, or a wave rather, and just farm safely. I'm ahead enough, and he will do just that. He stays alive. No gank comes out from KT.
Ilma, I love how when he doesn't know where Hanbok is, he just backs up. He puts some barrel damage on the Castle, pushes the lane. Look at Castle's health, how much damage he did with that barrel chain. Then as soon as he's like, well, I don't know, walk back, play it safe, chill, just use my Q to CS. Reset the barrel chain, just sit back, catch a wave, don't need to be greedy, stay even with the Aatrox, got my Essence Reaver online, and I am a late game condition that I probably won't be needed this game, but I am still just going to play it out safe. Barrel chain, or just single barrel these minions under turret, grab that extra cash, and, you know, it's not Ilma's way, right? It's not his playstyle, he's usually the flashy guy, but he could play the slow Gangplank game as well.
Yeah, he's playing it really well. He's not pushing the lane up. He's allowing Castle to, you know, have lane presence. But as you mentioned, you know, that's kind of the way it's going to go early on in this game. As we do have another hook here onto Rebel, and Courage is right here. It is a Braum, though, so no need to get too excited. You know, Kwangdong maybe learning from game 2. They're like, oh, okay, that is a tanky guy. Our coach said to not all in onto the tanky guy. They learned that from game 2. And they have brought that into game 3.
KT, I don't know if you want to commit to this, though.
I don't think they knew he was there in the push, but now they know. As the Ashe Arrow hits him, I think they were going for Cleaver with that one, but it's a win's a win. They'll take the pike. instead of the Ahri, that's totally fine.
Courage, because the Drake is spawned, Courage doesn't want to commit to try to defend him there because it probably would have been a fool's errand anyways. Probably he still dies, and I thought Draven was closer, but I mean, that's a long-range arrow, so the stun duration is very long, and there's just no saving him. I thought perhaps committing there would have been a bridge too far for KT this far behind, but they do actually get the kill. 2 kills for Feisty now, as we're going to watch this. No vision whatsoever, as you say. The control ward there.
They're like, okay, let's go for the Ahri.
Yeah, look at the setup for Hambach. They're like, okay, kill that one. Kill that one instead. Who's that? Oh, Andil. Yeah, get him. It's so hilarious watching Hambach. He's like, all right, I got my eye on you. Accidentally succeeding KT Rolster.
I see what you did there. There's a Draven in the game. Okay, Ash, he is going to have to flash away. And now Bully's getting teleported on. KT looking to turn this game around as Castle is incredibly strong at this point in time. He is going to dunk on the Pike once again. There are a lot of members of Kwangdong now running into this lane. The arrow is going to go wide, but actually zones Draven away from the rest of his team. And now Hanbok comes down here. They got the Rise porting in as well. Straight into this one, flashes behind them, picks up another kill.
Illima.
And all of a sudden, this game is opened wide open.
Illima's like, no minions for a while, no minions for a while. Try me, try me. They will.
Dead.
Flashes the pull. Doesn't matter. Or does it? Illima against the world.
Yeah, against literally 5 members.
Literally against 5 members.
Okay, I have my kick. I got this, and yeah, he did get it. And that was way harder than it had to be, but they do finally get him, and Castle's going to have to pay the price for that one, alongside of Hanbok, who did die in the end. So the shutdown goes to the Ahri, and we are just full challengers here, Wolf.
Yep, I was about to ask for a refund. I was like, I was promised flippy games, crazy comebacks. You know, I watched yesterday's game. It was one of those
dives that don't work.
Yeah, I was promised this. You know, Chronica said, look, guys, let's cast challenge in English. It's gonna be great. We're gonna have a full team. I was like, I don't know, but I committed, right? And then the games today were very boring and one-sided. And then we get this one, which is quite a banger. This is just a really nice rotation over from Castle, as you mentioned. Is super strong. He's level 11, so he has his upgrade on his ultimate. He doesn't have Gore Drinker yet, but he still has the whip. Does so much damage against this team setup that isn't ready to fight, because the DPS in Kwangdong's comp is insanely high if it's set up, but when it's split up like this, it's pretty rough. Notice where the minion wave is right now. It's where Ash is. Look at me. Like, so Illima knows he has tons of time. He flashes the chains, handles that extremely well, and weak side Illima is like, you know, that guest appearance where you're like, oh, like, well, wouldn't it be fun if a play-by-play caster does analysis? You know, it's the valid analyst move, or like, ooh, what if the analyst did play-by-play kind of thing? I love weak side Illima. Yeah.
Well, Castle looks like he might be dead. He's trying to trade this one back. He does have the Gore Drinker now, but unfortunately just a little bit too much CC with the Pike and all that good stuff. So nice rotation comes out there from Kwangdong to get the punish onto that one, and they even stop this bottom lane from pushing. They're trying to get this first turret in the top side. They already have the first turret bled in the bottom side, but at least able to make the trade in their favor with one click of an R button.
Yep. It's just going to force Feisty to proxy and force that second wave, and he will eventually get the turret, but it's slowed down while Illima picks up top side, and the Rift Herald will go over. Second Herald here, which means they can open up mid, and if they time it right, you know, if they hold on to it for a pretty long time here, might actually be able to use that to grab the Infernal Drake, which of course would be Lava Drake. That's trying to keep up with the lore here in the Challengers broadcast.
Yeah.
They introduced a lot yesterday, didn't they? There was a lot of lore introduced yesterday.
Absolutely. We had to read an entire book, essentially, before coming onto the cast. Or watch an entire series of movies, I guess you could say.
I mean, it was an 8-hour movie yesterday.
Yeah. Okay. Yep, they were on Vision. And, you know, there has been a ton of craziness back and forth. Kwangdong Freaks are in the lead in terms of gold. But actually, the most fed member on the Rift is Feisty. Yep. One thing has been consistent throughout all 3 games. We've had lots of stomps, lots of crazy back and forth here, at least in Game 3. But one consistency has been that Feisty gets ahead, he gets fed, and he puts himself in a position to carry. He did that in Game 2. He's here in Game 3. His team is behind. Can he carry his 3-0 rise? very curious about this movie.
We're going to find out the ending pretty soon as we're getting to the end of the second act here as we crest mid-game. And look, the Rift Herald is used here a little bit early because they saw an opportunity. They're all grouped up here. They want to guarantee they get the turret at least. But going to be 35 seconds of jockeying for position here for KT Rolster. Long-range engage in the Ash Arrow. They, of course, have a potential to flank with this Aatrox. Castle's actually going to grab this Crab, which is pretty huge for his movement speed and the ability to get into the back line. No vision, though. Don't walk too far forward, Rebel. Yeah. They're so split.
They should know, I mean, 100% where they are. Rebel's trying to actually frontline this, a huge Braum ultimate, and they didn't know about Castle from the bottom side. But where is the rest of the team? Facey finally gets here, as this is a very broken up fight. And take a look at the damage that the Ryze is already doing. The Gangplank Guillemot, he ran out of his oranges. He already took one bite. And now Andal's going to be the second one as well. KT, they look to be coming back in a big way. They will take this Lava Drake, the first one. And now Facey is 4-0, and his Seraphs is complete.
It's crazy how, and yeah, now he's got Rod Seraphs, and like, he got ahead, and then he got so much further ahead so quickly that his Seraphs is like outpacing the Rod, and he's just sitting there going, ooh, gonna get a full level up pretty soon too. I've been side laning all game. This is a really nice engage option for Kwangdong, but unfortunately Castle, as you mentioned, was unseen, and he's over here. He's got his Gore Drinker now, and now the rest of Kwangdong Freaks used a ton of cooldowns on a target who doesn't die.
Yeah, and
they're just trapped in here, and Andal is like really hopefully trying to get something on the backline. This was way over aggressive. I think this is a eyes are bigger than your stomach kind of moment here for the Pyke player in this case, where he's like, no, I can turn this around. I'm super fed. It's like, well, yeah, you guys were ahead. You're still ahead in gold, but you've lost control of this game very rapidly.
And you could see, I mean, in this game, the fact that Ashe got dunked on in the early game, Hype kept his cool. We're going to be honoring him with, you know, keeping his cool throughout this game. He got behind, and now he has 7 assists, right? He throws out ultimates, he throws out arrows, he's doing his job. He is not doing the damage, that's fine. He actually did more than Castle in that fight, funnily enough, just because Kwangdong Freaks decided they were going to 5-man a Braum in the enemy jungle and get themselves wildly out of position.
Yeah,
again, extremely confusing.
Yeah.
Like this is peak challengers, Wolf. You should not be doing that. And they did it in game 2 from behind. They were ahead in this one, but not. Doesn't really feel like that anymore, even though the gold is slightly in their favor.
Now, Gangplank does have his collector online, but it doesn't feel amazing at this moment in time, considering the front line is so difficult to kill. And it's not tank Ryze, right? Like we saw tank Ryze for a little bit, but still Ryze fairly difficult to kill here. You're not going to burst him down. Ashe is going to be at the back lines, and between the Braum, the Ashe arrows, the rune prisons, and this incredibly difficult to kill Aatrox in the front line, you can't just face roll these team fights. You have to be a little bit more subtle. You have to look for picks. You have to look for backlines, and you don't just walk into brushes and go, all right, here we go, because sometimes your coordination is good enough to make that happen, but sometimes KT just go like, oh, our comp is so good into that. Uh-oh, that's going to be
got him. Support Ashe. Doing her job in this game.
Got the Rage Knife, getting a little bit angrier.
Okay, well, you're going to miss your charm. I'm not sure if they have enough damage to take out Facey. I mean, he is just sticking in this one. He has a massive shield. Like, you missed everything on the R. You need to back away. And the rotation is coming in now from KT. That's going to be a free Wukong. That is just going to be handed over to Hambach. They're not going to waste too much time trying to give that to a carry. And, yeah, I mean, again, kind of clutching at straws. The Ryze is incredibly fed. He was a little bit out of position, but he's so strong, like, you don't have the damage to burst him at this point in time.
Looks like it's going to be a Baron here. No jungler for the side of Kwangdong Freaks. And, I mean, teleport's coming through, but this is, I think, even committing to stopping this is probably not the play.
They have insane damage. I mean, that was tried to be stolen away from with the GP ultimate, I suppose.
Realm Warp, though, now they're trapped.
Yeah, they don't have a GP ultimate either, as Ilima is just going to be 100-0, essentially. Charm comes in from Cleaver, and the arrow will sail wide. Again, guys, I was joking. It's not actually support Ashe. Just because she got so far behind, she is essentially playing like a support Ashe. Not really doing a lot of damage, but She's doing her job.
Yeah, so for those in Twitch chat are like, wait a minute, like support Ashe but with shield bow. No, it's actually AD carry Ashe. We made the joke because she died twice early and was massively
Braum was
behind.
the quote-unquote carry.
Yeah, because he came over and helped set up a kill for Feisty, but we're just rolling with the joke. You came late, okay? You weren't there, and it was really funny, and Valdez is very comical.
It was hilarious, yeah.
But now the Rise is actually somewhat tanky because he has his Zhonya's, and that means that it's very difficult to dive him regardless of stats. The Ahri Charm's got a hit, though, and
Ahri is the only AP damage as well. I mean, and is Ahri going to be doing relevant damage to the Rise? I don't think so, not at this point in time. Like, she has a couple of items, but I don't know. She hasn't really been hitting charms or anything like that. It feels like Feisty has been the big mid laner in all 3 games.
You can see these 2 spikes of KT gold. You know, they've only had a gold lead for such a short period of time, but the momentum has shifted, and the low-range Draven is starting to become a big liability because of that huge magic damage in the front line that he has to break through at low range. He's either putting himself at risk or is just not going to be able to do anything. So these barrel chains need to be what slowly starts the fights here for Kwangdong Freaks, but their comp can't both be a pick comp but also a slow barrel poke comp. And so, like you said in the draft, like you called it out really early on, this draft seems very odd and lacking in synergy, but the ideas of the early game, they were great and they worked, but how do you close the game out as Castle?
Well, Castle's pushing by himself in the bottom lane while his team is doing the Dragon. He does have Core Drinker, and he actually did bait them into an awkward spot now. Looks like KT might try to trade this one in a 4v5 situation. Tons of damage already coming out from Hambach, actually, and Hype is actually beginning to do some damage, kiting everybody out, picks up a couple of kills.
Feisty has Realm Warp now.
And Feisty is just a monster. Like, this guy is a machine gun that's got a rocket launcher on top of it, and he is flashing in and doing insane stuff. Bull is left alone, and they're actually going to give that kill over to Hambach. Interesting choice. KT have fully taken over this game, and they leave the Dragon. They didn't take it, but they took the rest of Kwangdong after Castle seemingly was out of position, but ended up being some pretty good bait.
Yeah, I think Castle's idea here is I just want to control this wave and make sure that we have the Drake kind of on lock without really a fight or a contest. You know, Wukong can be very annoying to deal with when you're on a Drake like this because you can just clone in and steal it away. It's very difficult to play around if you don't have vision control. But Castle here is like, I'm pretty safe, right? They can't actually engage on me. And if they do, I can buy tons of time, and that's exactly what he does with the Gore Drinker. Look at how much damage he does.
Yeah.
And then by the time he gets here, Realm Warp is not up for Feisty, but Feisty knows he could just straight up face roll this fight because he has Zhonya's. He just got 16, by the way, from his Rod of Ages. And now Realm Warp comes up, like it's coming up. He's like, all right, well, I'm just going to warp behind them, and this is a full wipe, total control of the bot side of the map. Second Infernal Drake, or rather Lava Drake here for KT. I mean, so many extra stats in his pocket, too. And what comes with that is basically immaculate map control that I don't think could be circumvented here for Kwangdong Freaks. Now he's building tanky Feisty, by the way, because he knows just I have enough damage with the Rod of Ages alone. Oh, God.
He's so dead. Oh, my God. This is a Ahri, by the way, but it doesn't matter. Hype, man, this guy has really turned it around. Like, he got caught that one time without a support. The Braum roamed mid, got Feisty ahead. It was looking dire, but he has hit, like, almost every single Ashe arrow, except that one in the mid lane. But other than that, he's been really on point, and now KT are really running away with this game.
Tilt-proof vote goes to Hype for sure.
Absolutely.
I think Feisty is finally going to get a POG, though.
I hope so.
Like,
I mean, Rebels had some really nice Braum ultimates. Like, this is one game where I would actually, I would argue that Rebel has a better chance to get POG than in Game 2, but I would still give it to Feisty.
Yeah.
So I'm worried that Rebel might get it again.
Castle has had some pretty incredible plays, but I don't think I can vote for him. I feel like if we're talking about how this game has gone, like Castle has been the carrot and Feisty has been the stick. You know, Castle has often just baited Kwangdong Freaks into overextending, and then Feisty is like, I'm Rise, I'm warping, we're doing damage. I'm level 17, I'm 4-0-5, 700 gold bounty, and he's I think there's no question he is going to possibly double the next highest damage dealer on his team, if not more than double when we get to that post-game screen. We'll see. Hype's catching up.
Okay, that arrow, we can shelve that one. I don't want to see that again. Let's not play the replay. But it doesn't matter, because Illima's wildly out of position himself now. And I think the tilt is getting a little bit now on the side of Kwangdong. You know, they have really had a lot of issues with positioning, and that is no different. Just way too far up the lane by himself. Easy pick. There are about 17 different abilities on the side of KT that can catch you out if you're out of position. And it didn't have to be the Ash Arrow this time.
A really good question from chat that I don't think we're going to have answered is, why did Draven build armor boots, the steel caps? Good question. Looking at things, not entirely sure myself. Doesn't really seem to make sense, but KT are going to look for this Baron again. Kwangdong Freaks here trying to group up to contest, but they have no great tools. And there's no side lane, there's no cross map. You're doomed.
And they don't have a lot of good targets either. It's like, okay, who are we going to attack here? Look at the damage that Bull is doing to Feisty. It's not a lot. Okay, that hook was pretty huge, as KT are pretty out of position for this one, kind of splitting their focus, and now there is an opportunity for Kwangdong. Fantastic kick from Hambak, though. He puts an end to that pike, and now Hambak is going in there, maybe a little bit over aggressive, as he is going into 4 people alone, and he is going to be taken out. So not quite sure about that one, Hambak. It was a very nice kick, but after that, now it's just Bull who is frontlining, and the Challengers play.
That's my Challengers right there.
Continues to deliver. Oh, man. Is this just going to be an ace? I mean, it's only Hype that survives.
There is a ton of standing gold for Kwangdong Freaks to pick up with bounties, by the way, on the map.
What was that?
Mid bounty. Yeah, that's not the good kind of what was that.
Somebody get Chronicler on the phone. Like.
Well, top turret is going to be the next target here. If they can get it before bounties fall off, they will get a lot of money. Still behind in gold. Looks like they're not quite going to commit all the way. Illima's going to go for a back. This fight is nasty, okay? So everything goes on to Feisty, and this is the first time, like, good block here from Castle. He might have died earlier. But look at all the damage that goes on to Feisty. Courage here kind of helping to set this up. Feisty has 2 Zonias here, and the turn is very late for KT. They could have actually turned much faster and given up the Baron, but the top half of the map, Hype and all, are like, no, we're going to kill a Baron fast enough. We have enough damage. But unfortunately on this Ashe, who's been very behind most of the game, really you don't have enough damage, and Feisty's left out to dry. If they turn faster, Feisty Zonias earlier has a lot more space to work with. Charm misses him even after the Zonias, but he still goes down. If he lives there, I think this is a completely different fight, but KT just couldn't actually make the decision fast enough to pull off that Baron, because they've got great turn.
If this were the LCK Wolf, I think we would have seen a 5-man turn and a victory in the team fight from KT. Instead, what we got was 3 guys trying to zone, not having enough damage to take down the Baron in time. A very split fight where the turn was not on time. And now it's anybody's game. Okay, we do have the 3rd Lava Drake going to the hands of KT, and this one is all over the place. Feisty did a ton of damage, but he gets low once again, as in goes Hambak. A fantastic kick into that back line.
Hype doing so much damage.
Yeah, take a look at Bull, though. He's also full health, but unfortunately now for him, he has lost his entire front line, and he is just going to be dunked on by this Aatrox. So this time around, Kwangdong, they thought they had an angle, but it ended up being a full turn of a 5v5. Cleaver does have Cleanse, because he does have the spell book, and a very nice fight this time from the side of KT.
There was no follow-up. I just thought it was a pretty nasty arrow right there. After we've seen some near hits this series, but that one was, you know, it was a near miss, but it actually goes ahead and hits. So I just want to give him the little hype shout out. So we Feisty voters.
I'm a Feisty voter.
I'm a Feisty voter.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think that this time there is an argument for Rebel. Game 2, I didn't really see the arguments as, okay, Pike trying to do Pike things, gets in there, just trying to delay this one from going down, but it doesn't seem too likely. Basically pretty low, though, but he is able to kite down Courage. That is going to be the end of this one. KT, they turn it back. The reverse sweep actually does happen, even though Kwangdong ended up stomping them in game number 1. Did not matter. KT able to take the best of 3.
Huge comeback win for them in this 3rd game. And, you know, you highlighted some of your concerns about the composition in the draft, and I did feel like it wasn't going to matter enough because I thought, okay, Kwangdong seemed to be the better blue side early game team. They're going to control the early game. We saw both teams struggle for comebacks, right, in games 1 and 2. So I thought, okay, early game comp on blue side, probably going to get ahead. We're going to see it work out the same way. But then they really just overextended quite a bit. And actually, I joked that he was probably going to double Ash's damage. By the end of that, Hype was doing a ton of damage in those last few fights and only ends up being 5k behind the Rise. I mean, this POG could go. This POG could literally go to anyone.
Yeah.
Maybe not Hambach, but he had some good moments, to be honest.
Yeah. But then he did almost throw them the game. But other than that, he was really good. I do agree with you. Facey did the most damage on his team, but not in the game, actually. That did go to Illima. As, Illima's GP, always really impressive, always good. But I don't know, it just didn't really fit. It did a lot of damage. It did a lot of damage to the Aatrox, made the lane a little bit annoying. But at the end of the day, it didn't really... everybody was trying to dive in. I think they would have done really well if they had either another diver or maybe even a frontline tank to try to make even more room for the Ahri and the Draven to actually pop off. But we didn't really get that. And the Pyke also really struggled, I feel, with the intense amount of CC that was on the side of KT. If they got further ahead in the early game and they just really came over the top, maybe it wouldn't have mattered. But after the way this game went, it almost felt like both sides were okay, we've put on a show for long enough. Now let's go full challengers, and they just couldn't hold on for long enough. They couldn't make their composition work.
I think if Rise hadn't been so far ahead in those fights that, if Feisty wasn't super fed, super massively ahead, really early Seraphs, I think those fights where they just kind of tried to steamroll and just kind of face roll into the bush and look for those fights, if the charms hit as well a little bit better, then I do think that they probably win those because, yeah, you've got some slows from Ash, you've got the Braum, you've got decent peel, but his damage is so high that you're oh, I think I'm going to kill the Rise. You get close, and then he just kills everyone, and you're that's it. I already used my barrel chain. What do we do now?
It's true. I mean, everything you're saying, it makes a lot of sense, actually, on second look. If you look at these compositions and they're even, imagine just going into melee range against Aatrox, Rise, and Ash.
Yeah, and Braum too.
Yeah, and Braum, and the Lee Sin who can just kick you away. I don't know. You're giving the damage dealers on KT basically exactly what they want. Aatrox is yeah, sure, coming to me. That's fine.
Hey, that's my boy Feisty. Got it this time. All right.
Hey. Shout out to Rebel.
Yeah.
Shout
out to Castle too. I think Castle had some
sure.
decisions that I think looked silly from a layman's perspective, but the way some of his deaths were actually in order to get control somewhere on the map, and sometimes his sacrifice led to a huge success in the team fight,
sure.
where Feisty himself comes and capitalizes with a Realm Warp. So good Aatrox play. Yeah.
It's funny that at the end of all of this, I do feel it was a little bit of 3 games of Draftif. It does feel Game 3 could have gone into the hands of Kwangdong. I think that Games 1 and 2 were a little bit more obvious in terms of the Draftif, but this one a little bit as well. I think that KT kept it cool, kept it calm. They got their carries fed, not the Ash, but eventually got there. And yeah, just really good stuff. I like how KT were able to keep their cool throughout the entire series and in Game 3, and they played to their win conditions very well. So Feisty makes it through. Very well deserved. Probably should have gotten Game 2 as well, but that's fine. He'll definitely get some more POG votes in the future, no doubt. So yeah, pretty cool stuff.
So if you guys were watching yesterday, you know that on the Korean stream we do have an interview. And even though Valdez and I are pretty fluent in Korean, it's probably best to have an official translator, so we're not going to be translating the interview. We'll eventually have, hopefully, some interpretation for you guys in the interviews in the future, but we don't today, so it's just going to be us kind of chatting it up and giving our own thoughts and looking at Twitch chat and stuff like that. I'm going to keep being a shill. Follow the LCK Global 2023 channel where you're watching this right now.
LCK CL Global 2023.
No, I think it's just LCK Global 2023.
Nope.
No.
You're pointing at it. You're yeah, it says CL.
No wonder when I was trying to search for it yesterday, it didn't keep popping up. All right, that makes sense.
Yeah. It's,
no.
you know, it's kind of a long name. I think I would have gone for
That
something
CL
a little bit
sneaked in there,
differently,
dude.
but yeah, the CL it's very unassuming. You know, you don't see it at first, but it's kind of like the Ashe in Game 3, right? It's like, you know, who cares about the CL? But actually, it matters a lot because it is LCK Challengers League and not LCK Global 2023. But guys, we are getting the word that we are to take a little break for now, so we will see you in a bit. Hello and welcome back to Challengers League for the LCK. This is me, Valdez, with Wolf, and we are just getting ready to jump into match number 2 of the night. It is going to be T1, as you can see pretty clearly here. That guy's really excited for this. Let's see the sign. Yep, that's him. Praise the T1. And they're going to be going up against Live Sandbox.
Live Sandbox Youth, that is to say.
Sorry.
Yeah, we got to use. They got the special name, so we gotta say the special name.
True.
It's the different one, otherwise known as Live Sandbox Y, if you want to shorten it. So, I'm Wolf. With me as Vlad is, and apparently that happened somewhere along the way. I thought it was right before, but
Vlad is.
just teasing a little bit. Today's second matchup is really exciting. We have a lot of very young players and a lot of players we're going to be talking about a little bit more in depth as we get into these rosters very soon. Could be a very one-sided matchup. T1 being, I think, the clear favorites. They have more veterans on their roster. Live Sandbox Youth, very young team, and they have really picked up some really new and budding talent that will be in challengers for at least, for some of these players, 2 more years before they're even eligible for the LCK. So really trying to build up from the ground up here and try to slowly push this talent into their main LCK roster.
Yeah, that's what it's really about. You know, some of the players can make it through. Some of them won't, but this is where you challenge for that spot. We'll see. We'll see. The rosters have been posted, by the way.
They have been
so
posted.
I know a lot of people are excited for Tangmu, but we'll see if she makes it in. No surprises just yet.
Western fans coming down to watch the Challengers League. And oh, look at the synergy.
He's got like the wings on it. She didn't do the wings. I don't know. It was good until that.
Maybe he's just, maybe they're a one-winged couple.
Yeah.
You know the anime villain, like Angel, that only has one wing for some reason. That's, you know, maybe that's like how they roll. I don't know. Thanks for coming to the studio.
Yeah.
If you're watching this VOD, because you're like, I want to get that time we were on camera. I don't want us to sound really silly when you were on camera. So thanks for coming.
We have some Dahyuk fans here.
We do, and I mean, these are not the only ones. There's actually quite a few of them across the way, and it's pretty packed for the T1 game.
There's another one.
Some Live Sandbox fans here, of course, as well, though. And, you know, these two guys came together, but they're not fans of the same team.
That one guy is, like, doing the Y. He's, like, praise the T1, but little does he know that Live Sandbox is the one that has Y in their title because it's Live Sandbox Youth.
Yeah.
Not on this side, though. Just Live Sandbox. Win.
Yep. And we got, obviously, a lot of fans here in the arena. This is a pretty new studio here in Korea. It's just to explain why it looks so unique is because it's basically a repurposed theater.
Mm-hmm.
So it has really cool tiered seating. So a lot of esports arenas and sports arenas around the world, you notice, like, did you get the good seat? Like, are you close to the players? Can you see the screen very well? What's really amazing about this for spectators is because it is essentially a really souped-up movie theater, every seat has an insanely good view of the game. It's a massive screen. It's honestly probably one of the best viewing experiences you could have across Korean esports, period, in terms of just literally seeing the screen no matter what seat you have. So really awesome viewing experience here at the WDG studio.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, we figured out how to make a good viewing experience a long time ago when movie theaters were first introduced, and we tried to change it up, but actually we just went back to the good old movie theater in the end. And yeah, it's really cool. I really like the new studio. I like the setup we got going here. I like the fact that we are here doing the Challengers League. Everything's good in 2023. You said T1, the favorites, but it seems like the fans are pretty
split, yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty split. Like they're coming out for both sides. A lot of Dahyuk fans, obviously, but also a lot of T1 fans in general.
And Dahyuk came from the Live Sandbox Academy team, and I think dabbled a little bit before that in some smaller, you know, official teams, non-LCK affiliated teams, let's say, and then moved up into the youth system recently, the academy team. And so he's gotten quite a bit of fans from his time that he's spent, obviously, in the Academy series. So see how he plays tonight. Definitely one of the players I'm looking at as, because of his fame and notoriety so early in his career, someone that, you know, even though I don't know that much about him, he must be good, right? If he's this popular is kind of my read on the player. Across both teams, very easily the most popular player today in the audience.
Mm-hmm. He's got a pretty good name as well. You might find yourself saying during the match, "What the yuck?"
Yeah. We're going into the joke bag early. We're going into the joke bag early. Like, oh man, we were going to talk about.
It was
rosters,
sitting there on top. Like, I just had to get it out. You know, like.
So yeah, we were told there was a slight delay. That's why we started at 8:05 instead of 8. Or instead of 8, we were even going to start later, but we turned the show on, and I think the players are still getting their gear and equipment set up before we jump into this. So thank you for your patience. Take this time to subscribe to the LCK CL.
Or just
Global.
follow, you know.
Yeah. Well, on YouTube, you got to subscribe.
True, true.
And then on Twitch, follow. We got a ton of followers yesterday. We're trying to build this channel. We're competing with the official LPL broadcast at this time slot. So I know a lot of people haven't been able to discover this show just yet, but it is an awesome and amazing show where we rename drakes and have a very casual atmosphere. And
yeah.
And you guys are here now. I see you in the Twitch chat right here now. Right now, it's small enough to where I can read you guys' names sometimes and respond to you, but you got to get those quips in early because when this channel blows up, it's going to be flying, man. No one's even going to see you.
Chat's too fast to notice, you know, some stuff.
Jeff Stan in the chat.
Yeah, Jeff Stan, that's good. Very, very happy for him. TV Animnida says Dahyuk came from LoL the next season too, so he might have gained some fans from there.
Yeah, that's true, actually. He did play in that. It's 4 a.m. time to sleep. I don't think so.
Whoa.
I don't think so. 4 a.m. time to watch more LCK Challengers League 2023 Spring.
Yeah.
What's up, lads?
I need someone to add the Giga Chad emote. Very, very much want that as well.
Yeah.
Especially when we do have Breon playing in this one. So glad to see consistent streamer on the stream. This is a consistent stream. It will be on every Monday and Tuesday, unlike some other people who are less consistent. But yeah, it's a fun atmosphere we got here. We had some good games. I mean, they were okay, the games in the first series. I wouldn't say they were the highest quality, but I enjoyed them.
Look, the third time's the charm, okay? The third game gave me all the challengers tropes, okay? The comebacks, the crazy team fights, the flip, the, you know, everything that you imagine. Like, that Chronicler promised me when I signed up. I got it finally in Game 3. KT, they delivered.
Yeah.
It was a rocky road, though, in that first series. We could have a similar scenario in the second one if T1's more veteran and older roster does come through. It's a very young lineup of players on both sides this time around. What's really interesting about League of Legends Academy/Challengers is that basically the Tier 2 system, if you want, the feeder league, whatever, compared to leagues like in the past, right? We had the GSL Code A, you've had LCK Challengers with older players because there was a relegation system, the Overwatch contenders, etc. All of these Korean esports leagues, the feeder leagues players were usually very young and ineligible to play, and that's why they played in the feeder league instead of playing in the official pro league, because there's an age limit, but they were super strong and like incredible players. The players are much older, actually, in the LCK because we have this 3-tiered system where you have the academy, where the really young players play, get used to playing in a team house, traveling, playing on a 5v5 environment on stage. Then you have the academy, or rather the challenger system, sorry. Academy's first one. Then you have the official challenger system, which is directly tied with the LCK, where you can play in both leagues. And then the LCK. And because the LCK itself, in terms of talent pool, is so densely packed and there is so much talent here, you can actually end up being 22 years old on a Challengers team because it's so hard to actually get in to the LCK. Illima.
I mean, he's 20, but this is kind of, you know, going along with what you were saying. He might be one of the oldest players we have in the league.
Rebel is 21.
Yeah.
And Bout, who will be playing for T1, is 21, as well as oldest players today. We have a few 16-year-olds today and a 15-year-old playing today, though. We'll talk about that
Born
a little bit
2007.
later.
What were you doing in 2007, Wolf?
I was getting ready to graduate from high school.
Yeah, I was a junior in high school. This guy was just making his way into the world.
Okay, it's time, Valdez. First matchup, T1 Academy, or rather, T1 Challengers. Now I'm the one who's saying Academy all the time. It's wrong. T1 Challengers versus Live Sandbox Youth. You guys remember Bay, who has a ton of experience, played for Nongshim, and then, of course, went to PSG, where he had international performance at MSI, where he actually looked much improved over his Nongshim performances in 2021. And now he's actually come back to Korea to play for T1's Challengers team. So arguably the biggest veteran we actually have today out of all 4 teams back in Challengers to see if he could prove himself once again to maybe make it back to the LCK.
Yeah, I mean, that international experience of playing on a non-Korean squad, but also of playing in an international tournament, I think he definitely is the most veteran player. Not much to argue with that. As we're taking a look at the Live Sandbox squad, lots of young faces, Wolf.
Yeah, so we will have 2 very young players on this roster, Diablo and Plan B. Now, a lot of you guys, I think, hoping that Dangmu would be playing today. She certainly could. She is eligible as a substitute. But Dangmu right now, from talking to Korean coaches and staff out here, like we were saying, she's pretty ready to play in Challengers, but her status is she is officially a Challengers player, so she can play in the LCK, but also each LCK Academy and Challengers team can designate 1 player to play in both. So it seems like perhaps the plan is that Dangmu is going to be playing a lot of Academy Series, which starts in 2 weeks. And if she proves her abilities there, I think we'll probably see her a lot more on the youth squad here as the main support. Now, she is eligible to play today, and perhaps she will be subbed in. I don't know if she's here or not. But at this moment in time, it looks like it's going to be Plan B, at least for the mainstay.
Yeah, absolutely. I know there's a lot of hype around this player, and hopefully we do get to see her in due time. But not in this Game 1. That's not going to happen. Certainly... we also do have T1 who are looking like a very strong squad, so maybe they do want to go with their main 5 to start off, but it's not to say that maybe she won't join the main 5 as the season comes along. So we'll see how it does go on. Big fan of that pink 10 keyless keyboard that player was using. Very stylish.
Yeah.
I don't think you're a 10 keyless kind of guy, right, Wolf?
Yeah, I mean, I know you're asking me this because you know how much I hate the 10 keyless. Just because I have a lot of numbers I need to type, and I need a number pad for that. And if you have, and I know somebody's out there, but you could just plug in the number pad USB. Okay, why do you have a 10 keyless then? Just get a keyboard with a number pad.
I thought you were going to say, or you can just use the numbers that are above the letters. I don't know if you know, but like it's up there on top.
I know, I have really long fingers to reach them with, but I really just don't like it. I don't like it.
I don't get it. No, I know. You know, in the past, you probably know this since you're a not 10 keyless kind of guy, but they used to, like, accountants, there were like tests to see like how fast you could punch in the numbers on a number pad essentially, and then they got added to keyboards as well. So yeah, but I will still go for the lighter 10 keyless keyboard because I don't need those numbers.
Yeah, I think if you're a pro gamer, then it's perfect because it's lighter, it's easier to transport. It takes up less space on your desk.
Doesn't get in the way.
Yeah, you can have your notes, your food, your drinks, whatever. If you're a pro gamer, I think, unless you're playing a game that requires the number pad for like macros or something, which seems really unlikely, I do think as a pro, a 10 keyless is definitely the more standard way if you can find one that suits your switches and all that stuff. But since I use my computer for a mast, I use my computer as a sail.
For a Final Fantasy 11 fishing.
Yeah, I do a little bit of that.
Do you use the numpad for that?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I actually play Final Fantasy 11 with a controller.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know about that.
More on that if we have more delays. But during this delay, we'll show you guys the week's schedule ahead. Because as Valdez mentioned earlier today, we do broadcast Monday and Tuesday in English, and then LCK starts tomorrow.
Yeah. LCK starts tomorrow. That's that's going to be awesome, right? It's the first day of the official, Tier 1 LCK is beginning. We start off with D plus Kia versus DRX. That's going to be a huge matchup in terms of the name brand value, but not only that, we have Gen.G versus T1 right off the bat. So day 1 is going to be insane. If you're watching today, make sure you're watching tomorrow as well. It's just going to be awesome. It's going to be around the same time. It's going to be really, really top-level League of Legends here in Korea. So,
any matches that, besides the day 1 matches, any match that stands out to you that you're really excited about? I think there's one obvious one, but There's a hidden OP in here, I think.
I think I know what you're saying. I really want to watch Gen.G versus T1, to be honest. Like, that's the one that I'm looking at myself.
Personally, looking for Kwangdong Hanwha Life, I think that matchup on Thursday is going to be, surprisingly to some people, potentially very close. As Hanwha really has a stacked roster, needs to prove itself. But that conversation happens more tomorrow. We're zooming back in on these challengers rosters here, as it looks like we're about to go into picks and bans here for this first series. I believe T1 Challengers had side selection, but we don't know what side they've chosen just yet.
Yeah, we don't know just yet. Take a look at Dahyuk here. Seems like he is very popular, as even the cameras love him. It looks like T1 are going to be on the blue side.
Looks that way. So Smash, by the way, all three of our first games in the first series were really, I think, started out by AD carry dominance in the bottom lane. Strong side AD carry leads the tempo. Smash is the youngest player on T1, just recently promoted to the Challengers team from Academy. He's 16 years old, and a lot of the pressure on his shoulders. On the other side, of course, it's Diablo, who's 15, born in 2007, as you mentioned. So both of the key players in the last series, you know, much older, much more veterans, and we'll see if this series looks the same because of that same sort of, you know, Varus dominance, Ashe banned here in this case, or if we'll see if these teams look for a strong side top instead and play around that.
Yeah, there does seem to be a lot of hype around the top laners. You know, we were talking a lot about Dahyuk, but also here in the chat, a lot of people are talking about Dal and saying, you know, he's really good. And I'm really looking forward to seeing that top matchup as well. It's probably just going to be Renekton versus K'Sante 3 games in a row, but we saw that there was a nice amount of skill expression even in that matchup in our first series today. So that's all fine and good, regardless of the champion meta. Fiora did get banned as well.
Yeah, let's see with this Heimerdinger Ashe ban if T1 still want to play the Varus or if they're willing to... Okay, I was going to say, are we looking Zeri? Are we looking Sivir? But they're actually going to swap it up completely and pull out the Lucian. And looks like Live Sandbox with the Yuumi available, feel comfortable just picking the Zeri into this. And so far today, the weak side AD carry has had a rough start, and that may be the case here for Live Sandbox as well. Don't necessarily need to lock the Yuumi in right now, but Lucian Yuumi is a strong pickup. They're still going to take the Poppy instead. This is, like, we're going back in time.
Poppy?
Is this Gen.G right here? Like, is it Peanut? Peanut's going to play Poppy and come punish the pushing Lucian. Here we go.
Yeah, you know, I would not be surprised. And I don't think that T1 should have been surprised either by the Zeri coming out, especially when you saw the bans on the red side. Lucian Nami seems very likely here, no doubt. Again, we are still in 2022, apparently. And K'Sante got hovered there for a moment. Could be an angle. It's definitely blind pickable. It's a very strong top laner if they do want to focus on that. But it might not be the pick. Maybe they just wanted to hover it. And perhaps they go for a jungle of their own. Any
Kled enjoyers in the chat?
Any Malzahar enjoyers?
Bay is just teasing Willock and the K'Sante here before the second ban phase. So you have a strong win condition in your top lane, and you have a 2v2 you feel very good about right now as T1 here in this blue side draft. Now, I think Live Sandbox have an opportunity to ban away some strong jungle champions that could dive with this. Wukong, Lee Sin. I don't think we need to necessarily ban Elise in this case because we don't know if Forest is going to be picking that one up. That was kind of a niche pick we did see banned in our previous series, and we did see played by D plus Kia. But I think the jungle focus is a pretty easy call here for Live Sandbox just to make the bot lane a little bit more manageable.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Yuumi does look like a cute cat, but that is just a disguise for her evilness, and I'm very sad that I have to cast her here in this game. She is 2-0 so far here in Challenger League. But yeah, as you were saying, the Vi gets banned, the Renekton also banned here, trying to give the K'Sante a little bit of an easier lane. And the Camille is going to be the choice coming out here, so trying to fight that K'Sante straight up, perhaps.
I wonder if there's a Camille Galio angle. Looks like Bay might pick it away because Camille Galio allows you to both try to lock down the backline here of T1, but also it's great peel with the taunt for your Zeri. You already have really strong front line with the Poppy. You're gonna have the speed boost from the Yuumi. It could be very terrifying as they're really scared of this potential Galio pick, but I just don't think it fits their comp well enough to deny. And it will be the old school Viego they're going to try to dive with here.
Yeah. I was thinking maybe an Ari, you know, go for the Ari Viego. We know that's very strong here in 2022. But it is going to be on the other side in Azir as well into this. So Azir versus Ryze should be pretty fun for Guti, but we'll see if he can make it work. And, you know, you were talking about Gen.G there on the right side. I mean, the Azir slots right in.
Yeah, Doran not a big Camille player.
Yeah.
On this iteration of Gen.G, you know, maybe like back at Rascal, you might be like, oh yeah, I could see it. But this Live Sandbox roster is playing something that we like to call kind of like an evergreen comp. Very basic, very functional, good at scaling, not a lot of weaknesses. Prio in the mid lane. You've got Camille for late game conditions in terms of flank angles to lock down the AD carry, but also side laning, pushing those minions in, trying to threaten inhibitor turrets and stuff like that. I really like Live Sandbox's draft overall better, but we know T1 is a team of veterans, right? And this is a, you know, of the challengers scene, Bay, who's an LCK player in here as well. And T1 might just be able to control the tempo well enough with Lucian and Ryze Realm Warps. Viego dives in the bottom lane here. Vincenzo is really going to have to match Forest very well and defend this bottom lane, and they're going to have to hope that Dahyuk also can compete against this Cassante lane. Otherwise, things can fall apart very quickly for Live Sandbox, even with that Azir Prio.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been seeing some really strong rises as well. Interested to see if Bay can pilot that to a big victory here, potentially, to start things off for the side of T1 challengers. But we do not know yet, as we are taking a closer look here. Live Sandbox. Lots of young players. They look like they have smiles on their faces and they're ready to go, though. As on the side of T1, everybody's just really focused. And
getting serious.
Yeah, getting really serious. Makes sense. T1, they have their name to uphold here. Let's see how it goes, though, guys. We're going to jump onto the Rift here for game number 1. And here we are in game number 1. We do have double blue jungle pet once again.
Yeah.
Any thoughts about this recent change, Wolf?
I mean, I think it's becoming a little bit more popular with engaged junglers that are looking to close the gap. You know, once you finish that quest on your jungle pet, you can jump out of the brush and be very annoying. Great for both Viego and Poppy, of course. I'm going to talk about T1's roster a little bit here, as T1's Challengers roster has kind of been a revolving door across the last few years. Had a lot of different coaches working with the team. Sela, someone that you and I are very familiar with from the StarCraft 2 days, working with the Academy team. And Bengi and Moment have both had big impacts, of course, on the Academy roster and have now kind of graduated, or Challengers roster.
I was going to say,
man,
like,
I was
also
so
the
good
Academy.
about it in the first series.
This is what happens when you read Twitch chat, Wolf.
Yeah. But yeah, they made huge impacts, but T1 changed their roster for Challengers a lot. And some of their players from last season got picked up. And Toland disappeared. He might be retired. He might not be announced yet. Trigger went to the LFL. And Cabby also went to Serbian League. So, like, these players are getting picked up, right? And T1 is just trying to churn out new talent. And you know, we had in 2021, T1 was the #1 team in Challengers in spring, and then became the number 10 team in summer because they completely churned out their roster. So with T1, we'll see what we get this year, as these players show a lot of promise. A lot of them are very young. And bringing Bay in, I think, is a really good call in terms of having one big leader, one big voice. Even though he's still a fairly new player himself, pretty young, and not a champion or anything like that, you could argue he's kind of like mini Fager in some way, in that he's the mid laner that has the experience, could be the calming voice.
It's that solid rock, someone that's reliable, someone that's not going to get flustered if your team gets behind, which we did see a lot of today already, even yesterday. And any kind of stability win that you can get in challengers, I think, is a win for your team, you know? Even if, you know, I think Bay is a good player, but even if there was like another choice, I don't know, but maybe there was another choice that was like maybe slightly mechanically more gifted, or he's like a younger player, a big up-and-comer, I think Bay probably was still the better choice just because of the stability. And we'll see how it goes. I mean, the Rise has been making waves here today. Feisty was rolling face with this pick and making some big plays, so hopefully Bay can do the same.
The Yuumi sustain making it a lot easier for Zeri to last against this Lucian lane than a lot of other supports would do, as did have Forest coming down, so we're going to see us 1v1.
Oh boy. These two big top laners going head-to-head as Dahl is going in. Diehuck's getting pretty low, but Vincenzo coming in from the jungle as he's trying to hookshot away, but Dahl's still going for the kill. The flash away should be enough, and Vincenzo is going to come in and pick up the first blood, the Crab Rave from the side of Diehuck, as that will be a big win to the side of Live Sandbox.
Yep, big win here. A lot of extra gold going over to this Poppy, but you know, obviously, if Diehuck could have gotten the kill, would have been amazing, but still picking up an assist this early, it's a ton of money for Live Sandbox here, and Dahl also expending his Ghost, and then having to teleport back to lane here means he's down both summers. Of course, Diehuck is as well, but this makes this lane, which is quite pressuring for the Camille in the early levels, so much more manageable. And I think Diehuck sold it super well there in that exchange. We'll get a replay of it probably here in a moment, but knows that Dahl wants to engage, knows he has Ghost available, doesn't even hit the sweep at the sweet spot, and still is trading, and Dahl's like, I'm going in. He has flash, he gets out, and Vincenzo comes over.
Diablo is so low. He gets hit by a bubble as well. I don't think the exhaust is going to save you at all. He flashes after the double tap comes out, and Smash, just going to smash those buttons like a great Lucian player that he is. Bout's able to hit that bubble, and this bottom lane is about to get a lot more painful for Live Sandbox.
Certainly is. Young 15-year-old player just reacting a little bit late there, and with the Yuumi attaching to him at that moment in time, he essentially guaranteed like a pseudo double CC, because the Yuumi's like, I just attached the wrong target. Now I'm stuck here. At least he gets out. Plan B does escape, but Diablo won't be so lucky. So the timing of this, in terms of the wave, isn't going to be the worst ever. It's not like he's going to find himself falling behind 15 CS or anything like that. He's going to be able to catch this wave here. Actually, for the moment, take a slight CS lead. But still, huge. This Lucian gets ahead, grabs that early Dirk, and that's going to make things, as you say, it's not going to be a fun lane for Diablo.
Yeah, he's still got a Yuumi on his back, so at least he'll still have that sustain. But giving a early kill to Lucian is just going to make him pop off even harder. Speaking of which, he's kind of just going in alone. He's got the buffs from the Nami. Diablo's like, yeah, sure, whatever. You really got to respect that Lucian. I mean, he's got a Dirk and 2 longswords. Like, no.
I mean, he gets the Nami buff, but like, Bout didn't hit a bubble or anything. He wasn't trying to harass. Like, it's the Airy univariant with Electrocute getting nerfed on Nami quite a while ago. So it could have been like on an old patch, like back in summer, like he's dead for sure. He's almost dead, and now that CS loss he didn't have that I was talking about before, he's going to end up taking some hits here. Question mark being like, I don't need your help, go push the turret. I don't know what that was about. Definitely could have pushed the advantage more, but wants to help out his jungler so they can get that early Hextech Drake.
Yeah, it's very early. It allows Forest the time to get this Scuttle Crab as well. So actually a big win in the end, as Diablo is basically... It's a couple of big mistakes early on that you really can't make because it's going to snowball pretty hard. It's Lucian, Nami, and lane. We see a lot of LCK. We've seen this lane so many times in not only the LCK but in international tournaments as well. Like
other leagues,
all the top tier players, they give this lane so much respect to the point where it was banned a lot in certain situations, banned extremely often towards the end of last year. There's a reason why it's so strong, and I think Diablo and his Plan B support is going to have to.
Might be time to think about Plan B.
Yeah. There is a pause here, and this doesn't mean that they can sub in Dongmoon now. I know a lot of you guys want that. We'll have to wait and see what the issue is.
So, like I said, the LCK Academy series is starting on January 29th specifically. I said 2 weeks, but it starts on the 29th. You can check out Kespa's official channels for that if you do want to watch her play in that league. And she is eligible to play today. She's eligible to play the next 2 weeks before that as well. She could even play in the LCK. It seems very unlikely at this stage, but I guarantee you she'll be playing in the Academy series. So if you were hoping to catch her today and she's not playing today, she might not play today, then at least you know you're going to be able to catch her in the Academy series. You can go check out Ashley Kong's interview with her as well on YouTube if you want to, see what her personality is like. Very, very cool interview that Ashley did with her. Looks like a peripheral issue here.
Device issue.
The choice of words here might be divisive, if you will.
Wasn't there a player named Device?
Yeah.
Sounds extremely familiar.
I think that's an FPS player. I want to say CSGO.
Yeah, I think it's a CSGO player.
Right?
Yeah. Weird.
What's up, Atlas? I had to make that joke to pull Atlas into the Twitch chat.
Yeah.
He had to alt-tab after whatever he was doing to answer this one.
Make a couple more. We'll get Medic back in here as well. You know it's coming. Hello, Atlas.
T1 Soup. Everyone's talking about Soup. We don't have Chronicler Soup on the stream today.
Yeah, if you guys mention it enough, maybe he will eat soup on stream next week. Could happen. I'm not promising anything, but, it's a possibility.
So I did get confirmation that Forrest has a monitor issue. His monitor was flickering, it seems, or stopped working temporarily. So just trying to verify that it's okay now before we do continue. Thanks to Yugo for the update.
Chronicler tried to type, but he was a really bad boy. And he got his message deleted by Nightbot. Get wrecked.
Nightbot says you have to eat it on stream next week. That's what it says.
Yeah, there's no other way to really interpret that.
It's okay. We've all kind of gotten a little bit owned by Nightbot. I got owned yesterday when I got excited about Game 3.
I typed in caps today. Didn't go well. We'll get that figured out as well as the weeks come along. The moderation situation.
Look,
but for now,
challengers, we're not cool with capital letters yet. It's gonna take a little bit longer. A little bit of capital letters, that's okay. But everything in capital letters, avoid for now.
Yeah, I think the max is like 2 words with caps, but the rest have to be in lowercase.
I do see over in the elite YouTube chat that Jayless typed "yee" with 6 E's in all caps. So if you're a caps kind of guy, I'd say check out the YouTube chat. That might be a place for you.
See, just a little bit cap letters. See, it's just 2 words. It works.
You guys are testing it. You are about to cross the line, Twitch chat. Oh, Chris Wong crossed the line, and look at what happened.
He got sniped so fast.
Watch out, chat.
Chronicler typed a couple of question marks. Yeah, right. You get banned for 10 minutes, buddy.
Damn.
Man, Chronicler's such a bad boy. Chris Wong as well, getting sniped.
Don't test Nightbot's patience. You're going to find out.
It's not 3 strikes. It's 2 strikes and you're out.
Caps around and find out, I guess.
What about the koi pastas? I don't know. I'm not sure about the koi pastas. Maybe you could try some.
The koi pastas?
Yeah, I'm not sure. 4 words can be fine. Okay, all right.
As long as it's not all caps. just mostly in caps.
Type out a full sentence and only 1 word is in lowercase. Probably works. Nightbot's not that smart. Vincenzo, though.
You're going to get banned about this.
About to be silenced. Here comes Vincenzo. He's looking to silence his... Okay, well, maybe not. He's going to miss his knock-up. He's also going to miss the stun into the wall. Just a little bit far away from that one. Only gets the flash out of Smash. That is it. Doesn't have flash himself. The barrier is down now again on Diablo. The heal is down now again. And, okay, that was a little bit weird, but we got over the wall. Yumi
just
in tow.
Things. You got to remember, Zeri.
Well, I was mainly talking about Yumi just following behind. I'm like, Yumi can't do that, but then I was like, oh, I guess she pressed.
Once you attach, you're going.
She like pressed the button right before, I guess, Zeri pressed the thingy.
That thingy?
Yeah, the thingy. Makes sense.
Little wall ride action. Oh, roaming Yuumi to the mid lane on a non-melee mid?
He was watching earlier today. Rayblay, one of the first people that Wolf casted in his long career.
That's right.
Rebel, of course.
This is going to be a big meme.
Did a very nice gank in mid lane.
Yeah.
But Yuumi is going to have a little bit more trouble with that. Probably stay bot.
Yep, just going to head straight bot. Not going to even toss out a prowling projectile. Guti pushes this lane in. He's got his early catalyst. So he and Rai just having a sustained war here for a little bit of time. Forest comes over. Guti showing the respect here, has the control ward. I mean, it's kind of a race to Rod of Ages as Diablo. Using that as a crutch a little bit here in the early part of this game, but it's working out until Forest shows up. Uh-oh, plan B.
And Bay. I mean...
Realm Warp is available. Vincenzo's here, it's okay.
Yeah, they're going to avoid the Poppy situation. Guti could have potentially come in for cleanup, but he was pretty sufficiently behind. They're going to also spot Vincenzo once again.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about with the Rise Realm Warp. You know, you can close the gap on that Zeri if the lane is getting really pushed in, and it's a really nice gank opportunity. But it's tough against Azir, you know. That's one of the cool parts about Guti picking this one up instead of some of the other options that were available in this draft, is just being like, okay, well, I will Emperor's Divide you, I will poke you out. You can't really easily Realm Warp unless you're telegraphing it, and it's not going to be the closest distance you want for the gank, so it gets kind of awkward. You have to leave lane. And, you know, it would be a huge commitment here. And Diablo escaped early enough, got those Yuumi heals. He's not ready to be dove just yet. But notice that Vincenzo has been his bodyguard. Like, he is just going to stay around this part of the map, so he cannot be dove. Hides himself once again, has that Hex Flash. Doesn't commit across the wall. He's taken a big hit in terms of the CS because he's had to spend so much time down here babysitting Diablo.
Yeah. And one of my favorite things to do in Challenger League, as we do have a little bit of time here, is compare these Challenger League players with some other regions around the world. Now, if you consider the fact that Smash, he's got a lot of hype around him, he's pretty new, but he's also extremely strong. Keep in mind that he's behind Gumayusi, right?
Yeah.
So this guy may never play in LCK as long as Gumayusi is in the lineup. I mean, I don't want to say never, ever, but Guma is a really strong player, and I don't think he's going to be replaced anytime soon. So I'm curious, you know, as these weeks come along, I can't make a determination right now, you know, is Smash better than Double Lift or something like that. But, you know, as the weeks come along...
this T1 fan right
here. But, you know, as the weeks come along, I'm curious to see how it'll go. As a big trade in the top lane.
I don't think you should commit further because Hextech Ultimatum will lock him under this turret. I think it's just going to be ult used here, and that's going to be the end of that. You would think, as the ult is expiring. Vincenzo comes over here now, and Hextech Ultimatum could be flashed to set up.
The read from Dahl.
Clean.
Yeah.
But yeah, going back to your point, though, it's a really interesting point. We talk about, like, I'm like, oh, Bay is playing behind Faker. I think the function of this T1 roster, mentioning the three players who left last time, right? Trigger and Cabby especially getting picked up in other smaller regions, the LFL and the Serbian League. You know, I think the point of T1's academy here is, okay, no.
He's so close to dying. Smash read that perfectly. He's like, you're not gonna like juke backwards, so I'm just gonna keep pressing forward. And he hit pretty much every single hit.
Yeah.
He canceled it early to try to go for the exit.
Okay, this is a bait. Diehook is down here. He's gonna get seen though by this control ward. And they pinged it.
Ooh, Smash moved up a little bit too far. Fantastic wave comes out from the Nami, and now they are totally out of position. Vincenzo is gone. Plan B. He does get another connect. They're barely at the end. But that was not his plan A, Wolf. They were looking for the kill.
No.
And they got pretty dominated. T1 were very ahead of that play.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really cool idea, but I don't know. It felt somewhat telegraphed, and obviously the read was quick from Smash. Doesn't need to flash. Has cleanse and bounce tidal wave, as you mentioned. The tidal wave angle was perfect. Both of the ult usages from Smash and Bout have been really awesome so far in terms of the angle. Watch this read. Instantly turns on the Dahyuk to stop the hook shot from landing, so he can't go around the corner there, and then that's just the end of it, right? And like everyone else is going, and Vincenzo's like, wait, where everybody go?
Yeah. Note that, you know, as you're saying that, Zeri Diablo was not able to join at all.
Yeah.
You know, it was like
too far away.
Non-existent. He just didn't get it. He did not get the dash forward in this case. And after that big win, they're going to try to get another one in the form of the second Rift Herald, because you've already got the first couple of Drakes. You're smashing the bottom lane, pun intended. And now you can just rotate up, simple rotation. You're very fast on the Lucian. You can secure another objective pretty much for free, unless Live Sandbox actually want to fight this.
I mean, I think T1, as long as they don't get engaged on by this Azir, feel really happy with fighting this with Gale Force Lucian, right? I mean,
in what world does Live Sandbox do you think they can win this?
Well, I mean, if Dahyuk gets an angle onto Smash, who's taking quite a bit of damage, maybe you win this fight. And I think the War of Attrition does go to Live Sandbox, because Live Sandbox's 6th member was in fact the Rift Herald that did a ton of damage, pushed T1 back, and Smash taking that much damage with a long-range engage of that Camille. Live Sandbox will actually miraculously, without fighting, like you're absolutely correct on that one, at least wrestle control wave, but now the Hourglass turns.
Uh-oh, the tidal wave is fantastic again. Vincenzo is totally left out to dry. No Yuumi attached this time. You see that Diablo is like nearly in the top lane by that point. And yeah, they just say, no, we can't fight this. And T1 really excellently handled. You know, they noticed they were getting poked out. The support from the Yuumi, the ability to sustain over the course of a long period of time. And with the poke from the Azir, they're like, okay, let's not fight it now. But if Live Sandbox decide to try to steal it away, T1 immediately smack them down.
Yeah, so Live Sandbox have this choke point controlled, but the tidal wave is amazing, and there's so much hesitation here. Realm Warp's coming through, and when the Realm Warp is like, but this was very messy. The Realm Warp just kind of already is like, all right, we're locked in here. This is going to be very awkward. But Guti may have been able to, if he pulled the trigger faster, actually shove them back in the choke point, or maybe even lock down Bout and punish him for that play. But instead, there's so much hesitation. Live Sandbox like, oh, Realm Warp's coming through. We got to get out of here. We can't win this fight no matter what. So they give up the control of the Herald and lose the fight as well, giving an extra kill over to T1. In that moment of hesitation for Guti in particular, I think there was a moment for him to be a hero potentially, but he definitely respected his team's calls to back out, and it will give up a lot here to T1, who are starting to take a pretty significant gold lead.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. I mean, the Camel's back has not been broken just yet, but it certainly feels like we are on the cusp of that. Live Sandbox, they do have a nice amount of scaling options within their composition, but they are losing quite a lot. I mean, they have lost every team fight. They have gotten behind in many different lanes.
2 turrets are going down. Mid turret going to be the first one to fall. Bot turret under a ton of pressure from Bay in the bottom lane. May survive. Nope, not actually going to happen.
Yeah, and
it looked like it maybe was at half, but no, it's not even going to last this turret or this minion wave.
The map control is a big issue as well. I mean, Guti can't even step up to clear the wave and save the turret. He just has to give it up for free and essentially accept the wave. And Lucian is 3-0.
This is a problem that I do not know if it can be solved, Valdez. It's like there are scaling arguments for Live Sandbox, right? And this is always like the caster thing where you're like, well, do they outscale? It's like, will it blend? Well, maybe in some respects, right? Camille has, you know, a significant lead. Dahyuk grabs this turret, and Camille side laning, already making an impact here at 18 minutes. That's one plus. You have the easier scaling. Ryze is doing great too. They're both running the same type of build, basically. For now, at least, we'll see what ends up coming through in the end. And Zeri, right? Zeri is the real elephant in the room. It's like, okay, can Diablo actually pull this off in the late game? Is going to be fast, has a Yuumi on his back. You know, we're going to have a Camille that can be empowered by Yuumi in these team fights too. Can they execute the Lucian? And what I want to say is, like, Mao's rule of challengers, you know, execution is everything. But with the speed in which T1 have taken these 3 Drakes, and we're looking at a 23-minute soul potentially here, there's not a lot of time to work here for Liv Sandbox, but they somehow need to delay and get this Camille value. Look at where she is right now, trying to put that pressure on the bottom turret while they group up mid. They're going to sacrifice top for this, but trading gold cross map like this is probably the best you're going to get right now as Liv Sandbox.
Yeah, it's very true. And let's see if they can get something going onto Dahl here. The Yuumi and Poppy combination is quite strong in terms of their ability to gank, but it seems like with a little bit of a lack of vision, they're not going to overcommit. They're just going to allow Dahyuk to take down this turret. Problem being, again, is that, you know, you mentioned it before, like Liv Sandbox, they're kind of pulling at scraps here because everywhere else on the map, like Smash is just getting free farm. He could even get some of those jungle minions if he wants. He might even just kill this guy. I mean, that was so quick. Maybe baited in a little bit, actually, as Dash trying to land a bit more onto Diablo with that one, but not quite enough. Here comes Dahyuk. But it's pretty early on in the game for the Camille to kind of go 1v4 and just to lock somebody down and really get it done. But he's going to go in anyway. A very nice Hextech ultimatum goes into that backline. They finally take out Varus, and a big sweep comes in from Guti. They might just be able to turn this one around as Diablo will stay alive and Dahl is left alone. He is Cassante, though, as everybody seems to be scared of him, and he might just be able to get away anyway, especially with this Cloud Rift. Sorry, wind Rift here in CL. Yeah, but he is going to get away, but still a nice little win here for the side of Liv Sandbox.
Yeah, I really think that a lot of this mid-game, you know, the beginnings of it here, has been Liv Sandbox playing the map extremely well around this Camille, you know, putting the pressure on that bottom turret, taking it out, having that flank angle. And T1 push for an opportunity here in mid. Turret's already down. You can't get that inner. You're out this far, and you're going to get punished. And this is a good map read here from Liv Sandbox. And yes, Diablo played the moments before a little bit riskily, a little bit greedily, almost goes down here. He's got a Yuumi on his back. The sweep here from Guti is amazing. It's the cherry on top of, though, what was already a pretty nice punish play. At least Dahl trades one back. He actually played that with his ultimate very nicely there on the top side of the fight. But T1 overextended, trying to grab a super hyper mobile AD carry, and that was the only thing they were going to get as for, and they just got punished. And they didn't even get the Zeri.
Yeah. I'm really happy we got like the extreme slowdown. By the way, the total damage dealt, that's just where the Lucian is at this point in time. But yes, this extreme slowdown really showed what these challenger players are capable of. Like the flash away from the bubble, I believe, from Dahyuk was insanely clean. Like if he gets hit by that, they can easily burst him down, especially with the Lucian and the amount of burst damage they have in their composition. But even besides that, after the Guti play was, I mean, that's something you would see at any level of League of Legends. Like that was pretty insane. Like the timing, the wherewithal to go for it.
Yeah,
like,
any pro region.
Yeah.
For sure.
I mean, you slot this guy in, and if he could do that consistently and, you know, not do challengers things, then, you know, he'd be doing pretty well for himself. Just a really nice look.
He did go for the Gnasher's Tooth build here, you know, and is about to get that bonus level with Bay as these Rod of Ages do complete, but has a lot of side lane power. Going to be very difficult to deal with here, and the 1-3-1 setup that they're looking like they're trying to run with super hard to force some awkward fights for T1 is good. T1's kind of K-ramming a little bit here. This is an opportunity once again for a flank angle. Guti has his ult back up. He's off the map. They have no idea where he is. This is a scary moment.
You know, I think it's okay as long as they're very careful about it. Like, you don't necessarily have to do this. You have a Ryze that's doing totally fine for himself. He could easily split push, but, you know, Wolf, it is challengers, so...
Chronicler promised there was no macro here.
Yeah.
I'm seeing it a little bit on one side, but not so much the other.
Just group up and try to brute force your way to a win. Seems to be the way. Like, why do overcomplicated stuff when you could just press your buttons better than the other team from ahead?
They just shuffleboard those minions straight down the mid lane, and they're like, all right,
exactly.
now the dragon is ours, and it is going to be the wind soul here.
Yeah. And this time the timing actually makes a little bit of sense.
And Liv Sandbox do not have the damage to take this Baron in trade, so it works out. I do think with the Realm Morb and the fact that it's Ryze, his insane wave clear, probably could have played the map a little bit better. And
back in mid.
it was scary for a second because Liv Sandbox had that flank angle for Goody. Didn't actually commit. But as it turns out, T1 will not be punished a second time. They will get away with it. As Liv Sandbox are so terrified. Knowing their win conditions here are survive longer. Some souls, wind, not going to be the case, but some souls, you know, you're like, oh, we cannot give this up. We have to fight for this. We have to look for the flank. We have to look for the big play. You can give this one up and just hope to scale. Don't have to overcommit, because if you lose one fight, the game is truly lost, right? It's surely done at that point. You lose that, you lose Baron, you lose the Wind Soul, it's donezo. So they decide, okay, I'm going to let him have the Drake, let him have that K-Ram push, because we have one win condition. Her name is Zeri. We've got the Azir damage, right? We've got the engage, we have the side laning. Play it slow. Slow and steady wins the race here is Liv Sandbox trying to be the tortoise in this game.
Yeah, I think it's being done much better than we saw from either KT or Kwangdong a little bit earlier today, where it was essentially like, oh, we're behind, I guess we just lose. They're actually doing some nice things here and keeping themselves in the game. You know, they found the one angle to actually get aggressive when they saw a moment of weakness in T1, and that's just one of the ways to get yourself back in without essentially giving it all away.
Look at what they do while they 1v1 or 1-3-1. Gooty's top, pushing with his Snatcher's Tooth. Pings are coming down. He's protected by Vincenzo here, who's actually setting up around Baron. T1 don't have Baron vision. They know this. They had cleared out. So T1 has to deal with 3 fronts. Push and slowly put those control wards in towards the Baron while dealing with side lane pressure in the top lane, while dealing with side lane pressure in the bottom lane. I mean, T1 had such a great start in this game. Mechanically outplayed in the 2v2 was Diablo. But in terms of the map reads right now, Liv Sandbox are just chiseling tiny bits and pieces away here of T1, slowing the game down. They gave away that Cloud Soul or Wind Soul. But, I mean, it looks like we might have the first Elder Flip of challengers here if this continues, and Liv Sandbox might be on a 3-item series.
They've given themselves a really good chance to come back in this game. Dahyuk is in a perfect position. Like, they have really nice vision control on the bottom side of the map. Dahyuk is split pushing. Dahyuk, I should say, is split pushing, and he is always being a threat from the bottom side of the map. So T1, they say, I guess we can't just 5v5 in mid. Not just yet. And Cassante, I mean, he can kind of grab the waves as they're coming in, but already 2 items here on the Camille means that it's going to be rough to step up to it. Now, this is something that I was calling for a little bit earlier. You know, send Bey to a side lane, because you might as well. Like, he has Realm Warp and TP, and he's really strong. So why not? Like, and they are actually going to, well, they did for a second, send him to the top lane.
What's so interesting about Bey and his history on Nongshim when he played in the LCK is obviously he played on PSG, and we saw what he played in MSI, but I didn't watch PSG's region that closely to see how he played in the domestic league. But one of the things he was most criticized for in the LCK was his macro and his decision-making on champions like Ryze, Twisted Fate. And I think we saw some big improvements from him in MSI. And that was one of the things that Gory did extremely well at when he came into the LCK as his replacement later on. So far here in this game, haven't seen a ton of macro out of him, but finally starting to pick up the pieces a little bit. But once again, we're back in the mid lane. He's using that wave clear extremely well here. But where is the answer to the Camille, you know? And this is just another Azir turret buying tons of time. Like, you're not killing real turrets. Is it time for the T1 Baron? I guess so. There's vision on here.
They have insane amounts of damage, but they were spotted immediately.
I got TP.
Yeah, looks like they are going to commit to this. T1, they say, okay, we got the TP out. We could potentially turn, but Vincenzo with the Yuumi on his back this time around, sufficiently tanky. Guti is very much left out to dry, flash forward, and a knock away from Vincenzo from the jungle. Looks like it just barely was able to save Guti. That looks like maybe the last couple of shots with the Lucian ultimate was going to get him. And now, with no Poppy ultimate, they're going to turn their sights onto this Baron once again.
They have Tidal Wave to try to push people away. I think this is a fairly safe option, but you got to watch for Dahyuk. He's on the edge. Bey looking for him.
Flashing in is Vincenzo. Very nicely done by T1 to pull off of the Baron, but immediately the Cassante is down. There is an opportunity for this. Yeah, there's the sweep as well from the side of Guti. And just like that, do we have our certified Zeri moment?
Yeah,
it looks like we may just have.
I'm going to certify it right here, my first of the
Stamp
year.
it.
It's stamped, and finally Zeri is going to maybe win a game here today on our second day of Challengers, because it's been very touch and go for the scaling later in today's matches, but Diablo comes through in a clean way. Now, you have Tidal Wave for the stop on the engage, but it was essentially used on Vincenzo alone. The rest of the team, even those who get hit, aren't followed up on. There's no follow-up damage here. In fact, only Guti gets hit. Diablo gets to ult. Guti untouched in this, so he's adding all that extra damage. And T1 just super uncoordinated on the follow-up. Guti, once again, he doesn't miss.
This guy's looking like BDE out there. I mean, this is, once again, 2 game-changing ultimates. Now, maybe they didn't necessarily need it in that moment, but the Zeri was getting pretty low, you know? Like, maybe if you didn't sweep that one guy to his death, the Zeri dies and it looks totally different. Now, again, the fight didn't necessarily have to look that way, but it did.
I think it's T1's way of saying, they're out-macroing us, we have to bring them to us somehow, and they said Baron is the only way we can get them to 5v5 us. So that was the reason why they made the decision to Realm Warp in, then go on it again, saying, okay, we can team fight this team if they come to us, but if we just let them rule the map, we're going to have big problems. First Elder flip of LCK CL. Is it going to happen? Once again, Dahyuk unseen on the flank, has his ultimate. They have no idea where he is. Forrest is checking, but he doesn't know.
Yeah, they don't have any idea. They might have a inkling, as they don't see him here with the team. That Tidal Wave doesn't do much at all. It doesn't even really zone them off of the Elder. I mean, it kind of feels like the quality of the Tidal Waves is going deeper and deeper into the ocean as we speak. And now Dahyuk looking for his angle. They are going to spot him here.
No Viego stun.
Very much on a knife's edge. Goody this time. Uh-oh. Vincenzo trying to save Goody. He goes in alone, though, and he dies. So that's not going to help too much, especially because Yumi was not in position to try to help that jungler. As now Dahyuk's going in to try to get the kill instead of over the wall.
So much CC coming through from Dahl there. He's just done.
Not much of a flip at the end of the day, I guess.
Nope. I mean, we'll have to ask Chronicler, since he's unbanned in the chat now, whether he thinks he'll certify that as a Challenger's Elder flip, and then maybe we'll name the Elder, because we haven't done that yet. You know, sometimes I've been told Challengers, and League of Legends, but Challengers specifically is a series of... Nah, he says not confirmed. Okay, cool.
Still a Challenger's moment.
But, you know, sometimes I've been told Challengers is a league where the team that makes the least mistakes will win in the end, and I feel like that's what I will say about that last team fight, because, as you said, Tidal Wave, not so great, but then Live Sandbox are so tunnel visioned on Dahyuk's flank that the rest of the team just eats damage while they're waiting for it. Look at how far away he is. Goody takes some damage, Goody takes some more damage. He's trying to set up for some poke here, and the Lucian ult alone means, Yumi's on wrong target, switches over to Diablo. Goody does nothing here. Dahyuk's late, can't actually fight. The rest of the fight is won without him. And they were trying to sandwich so hard with that flank, but T1 were just like, I don't know. He's really far away, apparently, because Forrest checked like 7 times. He's like, no, he's like really far away. Let's just go kill him.
Yeah.
And then they popped the Lucian ult, and then it was more clutch here on the side of T1.
The series is pretty hype after all, though. Like, I'm really loving the individual play of a lot of the players in this series. Like, just talking about Smash, talking about Goody even if his team loses. And then both top laners are kind of insane. Like, I think that Dahyuk has had some more, like, mechanical, flashy moments, but Dahl's positioning as well, like, really reliable stuff. Just think the level of play is really high of these individual players. Now, the team play, you know, it's a totally different story. But Smash did a really good job. I think that Live Sandbox kind of cracked under the pressure there. Not able to handle the damage from this Lucian, as he is solo pushing everybody away with one culling. And kind of going to miss the minions with that Rise ultimate. Will it matter? Maybe there's one in there? I don't know. They somehow were able to kill that turret fast enough. Either way.
Yeah, that was kind of bizarre.
Looks like it will be 2 inhibitors.
Weird stuff. But anyway, they get it anyways, as you say. The game isn't over yet. It's not over till it's over. You know, and Zeri, fourth item shortly here. There's still hope. I think if Live Sandbox have a really nice team fight, just one, like, it's possible. And I think there is a big problem in terms of the wave clear that they have to, you know, deal with these 2 pushing inhibitor lanes. Like, yeah, you've got a Camille to push this bottom, and Azir can deal with it pretty well in the mid, but the fact of the matter is T1 should, with this Rise composition, always have the ability to threaten topside while you're dealing with those, and then of course will have Baron control in 65 seconds when it comes up. But if Live Sandbox can manage these waves well, come over to this Baron fight in 60 seconds here with ults up, all flashes, I mean, there's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. When there's a 4 items area, there's always a way.
Yeah.
Bloodthirster's online, okay, and let's see if this time Dahyuk plays a little bit closer to the team, looks for a lockdown front side target, blows somebody up, then maybe the front to back comes through. You never know, Valdez. 9 stacks on the Dark Seal.
It's rough for him now, especially because if he does try to frontline, he'll probably just like instantly die to Smash. Smash is so much damage. Even Bay has a lot of damage at this point. Bay hasn't been like the guy.
TP angle?
Yeah, he's a little bit far, but you know. Poppy Ultimate also down.
Can they catch Bay? The setup is too good here for T1. Forrest can block him on the flank. He's got his GA.
Good job from T1. You know, good respect shown. They do have the Rise Ultimate to go straight into the Baron the second it spawns. And there's not even going to be time. I mean, Vincenzo is sprinting. Can he make it on time, though? Looks like no, he is going to be knocked up by the Cassante as he does get close. And that is a free Baron for T1. No flip required.
Nope. Love the blind tidal wave. Bout's just like, no one's coming this way. That's all I know. Rush back home and try to keep this Nexus turret alive. I think they just barely will. They go down to like 20, 15% of its health. T1 have Baron buff now to just walk up to the base and try to siege it up. I mean, they have a Rise. They have a Lucian who's extremely fed, as you've pointed out many times. Is not too far off of getting his final item
stopwatch.
GA. Yeah.
No need for the GA, just keep the stopwatch.
Yeah, well, it's time for a miracle, Live Sandbox. We got one certified Zeri moment. Can we get a late game Zeri team fight here at 35 minutes, now or never?
How about a free inhibitor?
Not the start they're looking for.
Yeah,
not much
Vincenzo is the tank, by the way.
He's got Jack Shows.
Yeah. He's got that item. And he's got a Warden's Mail. He has some nice health. He's not even up to 2 items yet, though, as in goes Dahyuk and immediately dies. As I was saying, I mean, if he's going to go in, like, they are desperate to try to make something happen, but the damage is just too much, and we might. No, we were so close. We almost had our second Penta here in the Challengers League in the first week, in the first 2 days. But it wasn't meant to be, as Cassante very much is going to steal that one away. As you see that Diablo is alone, and they will feed that kill over to Bay so that he doesn't have a negative KD. Either way, guys, that is the first game win going the way of T1. Very nicely done. Some iffy moments, but overall, I'd say pretty clean to T1.
I think T1... I don't know who made the call, obviously, from where we're sitting, but I think
we got to vote for POG.
Oh, right. Oh.
I know who I'm going for. I'm not going to spoil it.
Yeah.
I have my suspicions as for who I think did the most in this game.
I was a little bit like...
Yeah.
I was a little bit torn at the beginning because I was like, well, there was... some really good tidal waves, but there were some not great tidal waves.
Yeah. Unfortunately, went the opposite direction of the gold graph. It kind of like started getting worse and worse. But hey, I mean, he was great in lane.
Yeah.
Bout was.
I will say, while, you know, I guess mentioning before, I don't know who made the call. While T1 had some really rough around the edges macro here against the 1-3-1 that Live Sandbox was running, the call, which was probably made from Bay, but we don't know, could have been from Bout, to Realm Warp onto the Baron, although it looked scary and risky and almost tragic the first time. Those are the kind of calls you have to make when you're losing control of the map quickly, you're losing your lead very quickly, and it's like, oh man, we had so much control. Now Live Sandbox is coming back, they're winning some skirmishes, they're winning some team fights, they're taking our turrets off the map. You have to be willing to either go all out on the side lane and try to dive that Camille and try to punish while holding the other side lane with your Rise or something like that, or you got to make a tough call and go to Baron. Yeah. I think that was a moment T1 kind of gripped the game back by the reins and started putting the tempo into their advantage again. I think that type of call, while risky, was the right move for T1 to close things out.
Yeah. The sitting in mid, okay, yeah, Smash is going to pick it up with 1,001 damage per minute, and he was a part of every single kill. And, you know, to be honest, this might be a little bit of boom boom POG, boom boom damage POG, but honestly, like, his mechanics were so good. He was so clean. Like, he did so much in terms of getting a lead and then really abusing that lead and making every single member on the enemy team really feel his damage. There are a lot of Lucians that they get ahead and they're like, okay, I got to play safe now. I got to stay alive. You know, this guy essentially just 1v9.
He did while being against a Camille, while being against an Azir that can engage, right? A Poppy. Like, there were a lot of threats, and he managed them very well. So, yeah, I have to agree with you. Like, he really just... His damage was always pretty front-loaded in the team fight, and if there was any moment of hesitation, he just, like, pressed R. He's like, all right, Guti's at 1/3 health now. The fight's won. It's ours.
Yeah.
What up? You know?
Pretty much any position in all of those team fights, he really knew what to do as a Lucian, you know? Like you were saying, like, when to press that R button, like the harass on the Elder Drake that was going on while Daihuck was trying to flank. Like, he really essentially always put his team into a position to win the fight just based off of his ridiculous damage. Which is, you know, sometimes you're a Zerian, you get a pentakill and you get a really big damage number, but I feel like it was a bit different for this guy. So really nice job done by Smash and the boys there on the side of T1's Challenger roster. Either way, guys, we will be right back for game number 2 after this short break. Hello and welcome back to LCK Challengers League here. We are live from the Gen.G Esports studio. And we just got done with game number 1 of T1 versus Live Sandbox Youth. It was a pretty one-sided game at the end. There were some opportunities for Live Sandbox, but T1 a little bit too strong, and Smash picking up the POG absolutely smashed it with his over 1,000 DPM on Lucian. Do we get him a Lucian again? What do you think will change this time, Wolf?
Well, it may be, first of all, Live Sandbox Youth picking blue side, so that might change the dynamic quite a bit. But I think, you know, we've talked about how sometimes red is actually stronger in this meta, and I think considering that of the two very young AD carries, it seems like we do have one dominant player. To be fair, Diablo had a pretty nice mid-game. Like, he recovered pretty well. 15 years old, extremely young player. I think we'll be seeing his growth, you know, pretty exponential throughout this season. But do you really want to pick blue side and try to draft the strong side AD carry and play around that, especially with Vincenzo's fairly weak performance on the Poppy? I think the answer is probably no. I think you probably are looking for a different avenue of success here. Maybe a wacky draft from Live Sandbox where they do something completely different. Maybe something like trying to play Kassadin or some other super hyper scaling draft on red side again could be the way. You could save Kassadin for R5, just pick a strong top laner into the Cassante you expect to see there, and then try to scale it out again and just try to survive a little bit earlier or better in the early game. That's one way. Or we could just see another side lane type drafting for them 1-3-1 it up, because T1 did seem to struggle in the mid game with their lead at dealing with the macro.
Live Sandbox did choose blue side. We did just get that information, so looks like they might go for that. You know, give Diablo a second chance. As you mentioned, you know, he looked pretty good in the mid game. I think the early game just got a little bit out of hand. It was a very early kill. Maybe he was a little bit nervous. I mean, the guy's 15, right? So you come out on stage, you make a couple of mistakes. It feels like the world's falling apart, but actually he pulled it together. You know, it didn't start off well. Maybe he's a little bit warmed up now, a little bit less nervous. Give him a chance on like a Varus or even a Lucian. I feel like T1, especially after seeing that first game themselves, are probably going to be like, well, we can't let them have Lucian. So I don't think we're going to see that again, but I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see, Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, it's very early on in the season to be drawing broad conclusions, but it did seem like I think both options are viable here. If I were, you know, the one to make the call, which thankfully I'm not, because I don't know these players as well as the coaching staff does, I'd be thinking, let's side lane it up, let's play another scaling game if I'm the Sandbox, because clearly the coaching that's gone into side lane and macro worked out better for them than it did for T1. T1 did make the right calls in the end and did try to collapse them onto Baron, but it definitely seems to be a weak point there. Going head on and picking like a Varus here and being like, I'm just going to win this, or trading like Sivir Zeri, I worry about what that could mean for Live Sandbox here from the early stages of the game.
Well, speaking of which, we have the first same 2 bans from Live Sandbox, so maybe they mix it up and they change their 3rd ban into a Lucian, or maybe T1 just bans it away, and perhaps they just go for Zeri again.
Definitely seems safer here with the Lucian gone, but Varus is still an issue, right? You're definitely worried about that. The Renekton ban does scream like, I'm doing first pick Zeri here. Let's see what T1's final ban is going to be, because Zeri is one of those champions now where she's a fairly balanced state compared to where she was before, where you don't actually feel like you need to ban her. You're like, I want you to play her because we have the answer on red side. So they won't ban her. They'll leave her open, take the Karma away instead. Let's see if Live Sandbox is bold enough to put Diablo on this champ. Because, again, potential is there. This time they're not dealing with a Lucian. They might be dealing with a Varus.
It looks like it's a Zeri, but as you said, might be dealing with some Varus action. I think that T1 and Smash, they probably have some other plans involved, because you see the Karma, they're like, okay, well, it's definitely a very commonplace to pick Zeri here based on their bans.
We could see like Callista Renata, you know, like a lot of picks we haven't really seen in the LCK. We've seen otherwise. Draven, Caitlyn, you know, Caitlyn Lux, the old school Zeri counter. I mean, I think that's a very good option here. Like, we talked about it. It's like, okay, clearly the T1 is like, are you guys going to put Diablo on Zeri again? Okay. And they wanted them to do it. I'm banning Lucian. Like, this seems like a good option for you guys. And now we're just going to pick the other counter, you know, because there's so many available right now. And this isn't always a surefire way to just straight up beat the Zeri. But again, based on what we saw in the 2v2 last time, if I'm T1's coaching staff, I trust that it's going to happen again.
I don't think there's any reason to believe otherwise, that's for sure. Now, the next question, you know, we've kind of solved the bottom lane. Pretty cool that T1 are willing to go into another different kind of counter composition here in the bottom side lane. What does Live Sandbox want to prioritize? It looks like it will be the Wukong, obviously very high tier. I was wondering if they might even consider, you know, trying to pick for Guti once again, because the guy did look like he was really on point today. You know, maybe even pick up a Nazir or maybe pick up a Rise earlier or something like that. Not the case. And now we have Nidalee.
Okay. Renekton is banned, but there's a lot of other strong AD picks for mid that you can play with Nidalee. One of the older Nidalee pairings that we actually saw in 2021 on his release was Yone Nidalee, and that was something we saw all the time with Talia as well, just any AP jungler with the Yone. So let's see what Live Sandbox wants to ban here in terms of potentially those AD mid laners. As obviously Cassante is still available here. This is a scary draft that T1 has put together already. So much range, so much poke. We'll be the Cassante first. Galio's gone.
Yeah, Wukong Galio, you know, even in a position to go for Camille again, which Dahyuk already showcased. So I think that's actually a pretty nice ban. Also banning out Guti in general, you know. They didn't take away his Azir, but they took away mid picks at least.
Sion, another AD pick. I don't think that would be piloted by Bay in this case, but you know, you're playing for a late game where you have a nice front line for all that poke, including Lux poke. I mean, it's not ignorable in a comp like this. You know, you're going to do a ton. Okay, Twisted Fate, you know, not going to go for the Rise this time around, but is going to be T1 saying, all right, I can ult bottom. We have Nidalee dive. The setup is there with the spear poke on top of the Lux push in, and then you just kill Diablo over and over and over again. So Guti needs to play a champion here that could either match the rotation or can crush lane. And the one that stands out to me, besides the Rise, which is the other common response, but another one that could have gone with Sylas, but not a lot of great ults to steal here besides the Twisted Fate ultimate.
Yeah, didn't you hear Sylas is he's gone. People don't play him anymore.
Yeah, he's done.
Yeah, he's just not a thing. But yeah, we'll probably see him coming back, probably in the LCK as well. We have so many fantastic Sylas players. And there it is once again. So this time the Rise and the Camille will be together, and the follow-up will be Fiora. So Camille versus Fiora in the top lane is going to be a lot of fun. And there is your AD pick. It's not one like a Renekton that can set up huge ganks for the Nidalee, but certainly is going to be going back and forth and has some really nice side lane pressure. Both teams have incredible 1-3-1.
Yeah, it's...
I feel like I would still give it to T1 at the end of the day just based off of what I saw in Game 1. I feel like they can pilot this kind of composition a bit better.
Well, one counter argument I have is that I think Live Sandbox macro in their decision-making around the 1-3-1 looked better than T1's in Game 1, so I think this one is a lot more basic, right? You've got Fiora, you're going to be smashing the sides, you've got a Nidalee to support her, she's super fast at clearing, she can be with you all the time. Bot lane doesn't need attention at all. And playing the early game Twisted Fate dive setup for bottom lane, I mean, it doesn't get more basic than that. Like, this is not a complex 1-3-1 here for T1. I think Live Sandbox is a lot more nuanced. So this matchup is kind of exciting in that way. Like, Live Sandbox has to play the harder version, I would argue, of the macro game here. But they looked better in Game 1, so maybe they could do it again.
Especially because that bottom lane, you know, amongst all the lanes we've seen, you know, TF and Rise can go head-to-head, Camille and Fiora can go head-to-head, but the bottom lane, gigantic W there for the side of T1, especially early on. So we'll have to see if Live Sandbox can handle that, and perhaps Smash and his buddy Bout in the bottom lane can get some big work done once again. Certainly is going to be where I have my eyes set for the first 10-15 minutes of this one, as Live Sandbox definitely a big pressure on them as we look to go straight into game number 2 right now.
Bing, bing, bing. Oh, we got the headbanging yesterday. The last part of the song.
Wolf already...
I'm in it!
He already knows. He gets it.
All right, welcome to game 2. Just gotta say, we gotta do the caster thing. I'm like, it's game 2. T1 versus Live Sandbox.
Yeah.
No.
Supreme range advantage to the side of T1.
Yes.
Because you have Caitlyn over Zeri, but also it's not just Caitlyn, it's Caitlyn Lux, and then TF is going to go RFC, so he's going to have the extremely long-range gold card, and then you have Spears as well against a melee jungler. So Live Sandbox definitely more of a in-your-face kind of composition. You want to get in there, you want to make the plays with your Wukong, who does the spinny, you get your machine guns going with the Zeri and the Rise, etc.
They have some peel. Obviously, the Yuumi ultimate can be very good at shutting down a Fiora or Nidalee who's trying to, after spearing, go in and all-in somebody in the back line. You have the Wukong ultimate. But I really think it's mostly... I think a lot of the game here for Live Sandbox is based on how well Vincenzo matches the side laning and how well he guards for those who come to punish the side laners, and then how good Guti's decision-making is in the side lane. It was great on the Azir in the previous set. So we'll see if that continues here on the Rise. As passive income comes through for Bay, obviously with Twisted Fate's gold passive with the last hits. Then you have the bottom lane, which is going to... It's so hard not to just say smash about everything when he's winning, which is going to dominate.
We use that very often, actually, in the LCK.
It's true. We just got to improve our vocabularies here.
Yeah,
Dahl went for Demolish as well, which is quite common, but in this case, it's going to give him some extra power when he does run into those turrets. If he does get a lead, if Dahyuk is picked, every time he hits a turret, it hits harder. The lead can snowball faster. And so far, he is winning it pretty hard up here in the early part of this matchup. The Vitals keep kind of trolling Dahyuk a little bit.
Yeah. We keep looking at bottom lane. This is where I wanted to look, but to be honest, it will be pretty painful for the side of Live Sandbox. Dahl just sidesteps that, doesn't even bother reposting or anything like that. He's like, no, I'm just not going to get hit by it.
Yeah, and ironically, when he went in, his Vital was just like right in front of him. He's like, all right, thank you.
Yeah.
Let's take one extra poke. And, I mean, the plate damage can start coming in pretty early for this bottom lane here. And remember when we had Wukong quite a bit, obviously, in the LCK last summer, but usually when you had a lane like this, it was almost always Poppy. It's a jungle choice because Poppy at level 3 can defend these aggressive pushes so well pre-ultimate. Wukong, on the other hand, he could do a little bit, but there's not much he could do here in terms of stopping this all-in. He can just get bound by Lux, and then that's it. Of course, the same to be true of Poppy, but there's a lot more punish opportunity. And I don't think Vincenzo's going to have that same impact here, although Smash did take a ton of damage there.
Yeah, they kind of messed it up. They wanted to go in for the plate, and instead they just took a giant chunk as Smash is getting incredibly low. I think just the fact that Forest is here and can throw a heal onto Smash is part of the only reason why they don't go pretty ham in that one. I mean, still some summoners available for T1's bottom lane, but they could have at least gotten those away if the jungler wasn't there. As Dahyuk goes back in, Dahl still has to fight for this one. The flash in is not enough from Dahyuk. And Dahl says, okay, I'll just walk away from this one pretty scot-free. Has to use his ghost, I suppose.
Yeah. Trying to get that last hit in. And it's like, give me some of that Doran's Blade healing. Yeah, gonna have to leave. Wanted to push this wave a little bit so he could buy enough time for the TP back. And he will be successful. That's a cannon wave. So not gonna lose too much here. We'll just TP back straight away. CS advantage here sitting at just a measly 10. We've seen much worse for the weak side Zeri in the past, especially old Zeri and old Caitlyn in the LCK when this was a first counter to Zeri. We were like, oh man, Zeri banned every game, and then she got picked and then she was countered by Caitlyn like 7 times in a row. We're like, Man, is Zeri bad? Boy, were we wrong. But
there was a time. I remember I remember that. You're right. Oh man.
And then Zeri got nerfed, and we were like, wait a
Uh-oh.
minute, she's strong.
I think Goody might be dead here. We also have the Nidalee over the wall. Just way too much damage. He doesn't even get a chance to flash.
Nope.
A really nice setup there as Bout roams to mid. Forest is right there, and they're just able to dunk on the rise.
Really nice roam. The bot prio affords you this, as the Lux in this case. Gold card setup is so easy. And, I mean, think about it. You have gold card into binding, into spear, all these guaranteed hits, all that extra damage. Lux doesn't even have her ultimate yet, but then you have the Lux ult damage, ace in the hole. Okay, it's just getting...
Caitlyn. Yeah.
Yeah, what did I say? Did I say Lux twice?
Maybe. I don't think you said Caitlyn.
Oh, I just said ace in the hole, and then you.
Yeah,
oh, then
yeah,
I
you
thought
said
you were
ace in the
correcting me
hole.
when
No,
you
no,
said
no,
Caitlyn. I was like,
yeah,
oh man,
not
I said
ace
it
in the
wrong.
hole. It's Caitlyn.
Oh, okay.
God Wolf. Ace in the hole is not a champion.
No, sorry, I just. It's a lot. There's a lot to think about here. Caitlyn's range on top of it, you know, her Q. It's gonna be nasty. The whole kit and caboodle.
She's got the cupcakes, you know,
Yeah.
little traps on the grounds. That's going to make things even more difficult. At least Diablo took cleanse. That's good for him. But he's going to be the only one that does have that, obviously. But definitely as the game comes along, and if T1 are ahead, you can see a lot of plays like that where they can abuse their range.
Speaking of range, Vincenzo's like, one slap and I'm out.
Yeah. Speaking of priority as well, okay, Bay is just in there. I don't know about that. I really don't know about that TP. He nearly dies, but it got the job done. Wasn't the cleanest gank I've ever seen.
Getting 2021 Nongshim flashbacks.
Okay, it worked. He got the kill for his team.
The thing I'll say about Bay is he goes, okay? He doesn't wait. If his team says go, he's pressing R. He's going in. Did aggro the turret right away. And it was very scary as he's just in here taking a ton of damage.
He's
as
like, oh god, oh god.
Yeah. He Qs and then...
The Lux shield saves him.
If the aggro comes in a little bit later, he's fine. But he Q'd first, so... Yeah. It's okay. It's fine. He gets out scot-free, 2 assists, and successful gank, as you say.
Yeah. Seemed like Liv Sandbox kind of saw it coming as well. I mean, Vincenzo was right there. It just wasn't quite enough. Guti could not get into position. He doesn't have teleport. He was not able to realm warp on time, obviously.
If Vincenzo has ult, you know, different story, right? But
yeah,
level 5, really thin window. They find Forest has 6 now.
And Caitlyn can kind of lane by herself. This is not a situation where, you know, Rebel leaves his Zeri alone against Varus or anything like that. So you can just send Bout up to this fight.
Which, on the other hand, like, Bout is incredibly useful at zoning in a fight like this. So, you know, what you lose is really nothing here. You win on both sides because, as you say, Smash can be alone, clear those waves, under turret. He's got the advantage in this lane already anyways. Has that extra pickaxe worth of damage. And then Bout can help peel with his Q. He can, of course, use his E to, you know, control the choke point. I mean, he's just so useful in those types of scenarios. So T1 pick up farm bottom side, 15 CS lead for Smash. Grab that Rift Herald. Plates down top side. Lots of advantages here. Now, there are some side lane opportunities, and you know, Zeri will eventually scale, right? It feels like we've had a lot of these games today. The meta is very similar to summer, so we have to... I feel like I've been saying this. The casting has been like the same for a little while now, but at least Worlds was a little bit different. I wasn't casting that one, but at least I was watching a different game.
July 17th, we were casting the LCK Summer, and I believe you said the same exact thing. I don't remember exactly, but I can, you know, I could probably pull up a VOD where we have said this many times.
Goody's having a good lane, though.
Yeah, and look at this. We actually have Vincenzo going for a gank in mid. Bay does not have flash because he had to flash away from the turret. And he's just going to die. So no vision there. And it's a Rise Wukong, who's level 6. So pretty nice calculation coming out from Liv Sandbox.
This could just lead to straight-up first Drake of the game.
So Nobody about Jeff.
Yeah.
What's going on? Like, everybody was taking their Drakes at like 5 minutes, 6 minutes into the game, but all of a sudden Jeff comes in and you guys don't want to take him down? What's going on?
Well, you know, you just always do that when you hit the Q, but it doesn't matter. And now he's getting the attention a little bit.
Cool.
Guti has Realm Warp, trying to set up for a topside play here. Dahl should know.
Yeah, now he knows. As Grand Challenge comes in, he's like, oh, can I escape? Well, no, you can't. He's not able to get the Grand Challenge either. Daihyuk able to kite it out extremely well on the edge of his Hextech ultimatum and just allow his mid laner to set up the kill for himself.
This is going to allow Bay to grab a plate here, potentially two, because he has a lot of support bottom side. Forest is down here. They got the Drake, and they're pushing this lane once again. Bay's not going to commit all the way to grabbing two plates, so he wants to go for another dive here bottom side, hides himself.
He wants it.
He wants it really badly, but doesn't commit, which makes sense because they have Herald, but he doesn't commit to the plate either. And he will, of course, be able to push this lane in, but I don't think he's getting that second plate.
Nope.
That's okay. There was a potential big opportunity bottom side there for the Destiny Gate to be opened. So you can see he's actually, because of that death, just a little bit behind in gold. Top lane basically dead even. T1 having massive advantages on the bottom side.
It's like 2,500 plus gold advantage for the bottom lane of T1. Mostly comes in the form of not only the turret dying, but all the plates, the 20 CS diff for the 80 carries, the extra kills on both of them. It is going to be pretty massive. It's so early on in the game to have a big lead like that, but it's also somewhat expected when we took a look at the bottom lanes, and that's what I was saying, you know? It's very similar compositions, very similar setup, except for the fact that T1's bottom lane is so much better in the early game.
And Live Sandbox made the same gamble in Game 2 here as they did in Game 1 in terms of how this comp is going to work. And Diablo, for different reasons, had to struggle in this game. Obviously, the last game versus the Lucian, he was all in several times, had to back away, lost a ton of CS, died once in the early game, and then, you know, was irrelevant until we got to those later mid-game fights. In this game, it's just a function of how this matchup works. The Caitlyn Lux making a return here, and at least in this particular game, Guti has a nice lead. He has a 30 CS advantage. We did see the punish on the Dahl in the top lane, so it's not all bad here. It's a much closer game for Live Sandbox this time around, and there is potential for a comeback if T1 overextend.
Yeah.
But, you know, this is why I was saying, oh, maybe pick red side and we'll see something different. But we saw in Game 1, T1 got out macroed, and maybe once again, this Camille gets further into a better position, because I wouldn't even call her very ahead, if ahead at all. It's pretty dead even. There's an angle.
That was pretty cute from Dahl. Trying to just add in that extra damage with her post. Didn't amount to too much.
Almost looks like he's trying to bait for Vincenzo to come up. Like, oh, look at me taking these bad trades. Might want to try to all-in me.
Yeah. Well, speaking of which, here's Vincenzo, and the Grand Challenge comes out this time. He's got a TF on his way as well, but Dahl is being kited out pretty well. The knockup comes in, but the damage is not enough onto Dahl, who is going to survive. And now we've got Vincenzo all alone. He's got the second activation of his Cyclone. He's feeling pretty sad himself, though, and Bay is just going to pick up the kill. Meanwhile, T1 almost took a turret, so everything is going right for T1. They are 5,000 gold ahead at 14 minutes into the game.
It was pretty telegraphed, and you've got to know, of course, if you're Daihyuk in this case, that Bay has the Realm Warp and can just simply, or sorry, the Destiny Gate, the other global ultimate in the mid lane, and can just come straight top. I want to watch the replay because I think that the Wukong ultimate could have been way faster. It might have actually been able to change this, because notice Vincenzo is here. It looks like he's just out of range.
Yeah, he used the dash on the minion.
Yeah, and he flashed there very late. I think if he had flashed earlier, this probably would have been a trade of kills at least. And he might have been able to, with the second activation, get out when Bay came up. But a little bit slow on that one, so actually they don't end up saving Dahl, or rather Daihyuk in this case. Still learning all these players' names, so forgive me for mixing up old names and stuff like that. I'm trying to make sure I give everyone the proper credit.
And we had a total of 12 plates taken by T1. They got all 5 in the bottom side, 4 in mid, and 3 in top. So something like 2,100 gold or even more at the end of it all, just in plates in this game. The ability to siege with this gigantic range advantage that you have is so palpable in this early game, and T1's playing it out really well. I think they knew their win condition, and they are just playing into it to a big degree, as now even Forest is bullying the top laner of Liv Sandbox. Well, at least Goody's doing something in the side lane, because that's all they have going for them.
Yeah. Trying to get a pretty nice experience lead here. Bay also took Rod of Ages on Twisted Fate. Pretty viable. You know, there's a lot of different things you can go, Everfrost being the most common item previous to this patch. But Rise getting a ton of extra experience, so he will have a nice level advantage. We'll hit 16 very quick, because those Realm Warps, you know, might be a game changer here, but Liv Sandbox needs to open up the rest of the map before we can really talk about that. Getting money, though, getting experience, getting your abilities leveled up, I mean, these are, and getting your base stats up, these are good things, obviously, for a Rise, but he needs to be able to turn these team fights, sitting on just the one item right now. Yeah, side lane gets you a turret, but it's very minimal compared to what T1 is getting elsewise. Okay,
Diuk wants a little bit more of the action, gets right onto Smash. They nearly take him out, and actually Diablo is going to finish him off, as meanwhile Dahl's like, wait, I thought we were winning. What is going on? He is going to get away because of those traps that were placed by Smash. And actually Vincenzo just walks right over them anyway. And he's able to get away. But nice pick off there. Diuk decides to pull the trigger. Not something you see all the time out of Camille's that are behind. And it's going to net his team a Drake.
Yeah, and we saw him pull the trigger a few times. Maybe we shouldn't have, or when it was doomed last game. But in this case, makes a heroic play. And Liv Sandbox will tie up the Drakes now 1-1. Watch this one again. Look at the angle here for Diuk. Gets on top of Smash. And despite the Rift Herald gives you this certain feeling of safety where you're like, all right, they're going to have to peel back and deal with this, but don't expect the flanking Camille here. Ends up being a shutdown on the Caitlyn. Dahl gets out, luckily, due to those traps you mentioned that were set up previously. It's still very much T1's lead. Even the kills make it look like it's a closer game than it is. The Drake count makes it look like it's a closer game than it is. But T1 have this really powerful Fiora, this really powerful Caitlyn that has rapid fire cannon online here. It's Shirelius on the Lux, which is more common than you'd think, but not something we normally see in the LCK. Going to allow this Fiora to be more potent. Forest? Question mark?
Yeah, well, he does have the blue pet all leveled up, so I suppose he'll be really fast around the jungle, but that doesn't mean you just face check the enemy jungle. There's that Shirelius you were talking about. Forest nearly dies, but might be able to trade one back. Yeah, that is a massive headshot coming out from Smash, and that will be enough damage. And now Dahl is just playing that front line really well in these narrow corridors, as a nice little pick goes on to Guti.
Yep. Gonna just try to push down this bot wave now where they're all grouped up here. They have, between the Lux here and the Nidalee's poke, you know, for any approaching champions, so much safety, I think, to escort this in, and they're gonna try to commit 4-man to this.
And here's Diuk again. He's gonna lock down the Nidalee, and you see the rest of the team is being zoned away, so Nidalee goes down, so does the Lux. And Dahl once again left here to frontline. Diuk feels like he's trying to carry the team on his back right now. And he is doing exactly that. Bay says, yeah, I'm getting the hell out of here. Triple kill for the Zeri.
Certified.
Uh-oh.
and like, we'll watch this again, but Bay isn't with his squad to help peel for Diuk. If he's close enough, now it's the tricky thing about this is if he's close, if he's too close, then maybe he actually dies when the Hextech ultimatum comes through. But he is not in the position here really to help out. He's kiting away because Vincenzo is on top of him, so he can't help Forest here. And you're just too deep here as T1. I mentioned that you feel pretty good about your ability to push this turret because you have poke, you know, you do have this gold card, but not when everybody's not set up, you don't have a great wave, and you don't have enough vision knowing where the rest of Liv Sandbox is. I think they were right to think they could push that, but it needed to be a little bit slower and a little bit more careful where they had a back door. They certainly did not give themselves a back door there. They got trapped and annihilated, and Liv Sandbox taking a ton of gold onto their carry now that so desperately needs it.
Yeah.
And, you know, T1 desperate for a bot push. Again, reasonable idea, but it's the macro, or the lack thereof, from this team so far in these first two games that seems to be where Liv Sandbox is finding traps that they can spring.
Yeah. You know, T1 were kind of given the field to do whatever they wanted for the first 15 minutes, which did make sense. But I think the second that Dahyuk got one item, he identified that, like, if we sit around against this team with range advantage, we're just going to get poked out and lose. And we're going to get sieged out. They're going to take a bunch of objectives and maybe just snowball that. So Dahyuk's like, yeah, I'm just going to hook shot and press my ultimate and let's see what happens. And it turns out he does a lot of damage. T1, you know, they're a challenger team. They're not really functional, like, as a squad enough to really focus down the most important member at the exact right time. And I think that Dahyuk single-handedly is trying to abuse that a little bit, and he's doing a really good job. T1 need to play better as a squad if they want to continue with the lead that they had. Otherwise, you might find yourself a little bit behind in a Zeri moment as, okay, the spear is going to miss, but it doesn't matter because he's alone, and there are about a million other abilities that T1 has.
Shutting down the Ryze here, pretty massive. T1 not missing a beat in terms of stopping that side laning in this case, because that has been one of the problems they have, but this time they're like, all right, no, just use that Destiny Gate, gold card, set up the kill. Dahyuk, though, I mean, you have to deal with one of the side laners, but this is what we were talking about in these 1-3-1 comps that Live Sandbox has played so well. A lot of resources go one lane, power goes to the other, Camille gets a whole extra turret, and will force a response to your top side, and guess who's with her? It's Plan B and Vincenzo, and if T1 want to come up here, like, the amount of resources you have to commit to actually stopping this Camille is quite high. Dahl will be shut down by this teleport. And Liv Sandbox is playing the map really well. However, Drake has spawned here. Let's see if they're going to actually commit to a fight. I don't think they necessarily need to here. They have a Zeri that's on 2 items. But T1 are grouped. Just let Camille sit top.
Yeah.
And again, she's not alone. So, like, the rotation from T1, if they wanted to split and not actually group up on the streak, you can't really punish Dahyuk here. You have to make a harder call. Are we going to kill this Camille and then get the Drake, or are we going to get the Drake and let Camille kill our inner? And that's they made the choice B and allow the Camille to grab another turret worth of gold. We'll see if she can buy that second item now.
Yeah. At the end of the day, if there's going to be someone to match the Camille, it has to be the Fiora, because the TF can easily get all in a 1v1. The TF can more easily match the Ryze. Like, could still get all in potentially, but Ryze can get shut down a little bit easier. Doesn't quite have the mobility that a Camille has. So, Dahyuk, again, I'm saying this guy's name a lot, I think for a good reason. He identifies, okay, they're not sending Fiora here. Fiora's bot. I'm just gonna push. Like this is free unless the entire team comes here, which, as you just mentioned, they made the decision not to do that.
And Ryze has really good wave clear, so Dahyuk can just say, "Goody, go bot." That our turret has enough health.
Yep.
TP over there, defend, clear the wave, and then sit down there. Then let's swap. Then you could go top here and lane against Bay, because your Ryze versus a Twisted Fate, you're going to be fine. I'll deal with Fiora. She can't get that turret. We can actually threaten the inner if she leaves. Dahyuk gets to keep teleport, in fact, because he walks back to bottom lane where the wave was already pushed into his open arms. So there's really good macro plays here from Liv Sandbox overall. And, it's not the first time we've said that about teams today. I think the Challenger squads are really leveling up in terms of the macro play right now, which is something that, at least from what I saw myself personally and what Chronicle has told us, is not the norm. Yeah. But I'm glad to see that maybe it's becoming that.
Now, this is good to see. Dahl is able to identify that Dahyuk's going to the bottom side. He's able to match the Camille, and you'll note that Bay is also on the bottom side looking for a Destiny Gate down there. So they're actually looking to play towards the Fiora pretty handily here. Now, we do have Guti here as well, so this might turn into a big scrum. Dahyuk already pretty low. As in comes the Realm Warp. At least the gold card is there, but Dahl is still a little bit left out to dry. He can't get out here all alone, and the entire team of Liv Sandbox was actually here.
Trying to repost that gold card, not going to be enough. Liv Sandbox win the war of attrition there. Take out Dahl. That's one side lane problem solved.
Are they going Baron? No way, right? Okay, never mind. Sorry, continue.
No, you scared me too, because I was like, well, yeah.
He was like sprinting right there.
I'm like, I don't know. Liv Sandbox are like, well, let's make sure. It is T1 after all. It's not the LCK team, but it's their Challengers team, so, birds of a feather. But the collapse there was really good for Liv Sandbox. They get a single target. It's the Fiora. Goodbye to Ravenous stacks, and now T1 in this awkward position where the Fiora is going to start to struggle against Daihyuk, who's going to take a level advantage here pretty soon. He's just spent more time in the sides. Bay is bottom, does not have ult, does have teleport, but coming in as a Twisted Fate here can get a little bit awkward. He's going to make the call to hard push that inner turret bottom side instead. Vincenzo taking a lot of damage.
Vincenzo. Okay. Diablo going to get in front of that. Probably should have just let the Yuumi eat that, but not going to make too much of a difference. The big
Bay's
thing
hard pushing
is that Bay is alone in the bottom side. He's not going to overcommit because if he gets picked off, there is actually a chance they just take a big objective like that. So he's going to take his money and run.
Yeah, I think Live Sandbox there trying to start up a Baron to pull T1 off of the side and threaten a team fight, because their Zeri is kind of getting to the point. She's not on 3 items yet, but she's getting very close to I'm ready to fight. But unfortunately, aggro the Baron there not juggled very well. Vincenzo takes a ton of damage, and T1 are like, yeah, we just stop you with 4. Bay doesn't have to TP. They get nothing out of it, and Guti's Realm Warp is coming back soon. Doesn't have level 16 just yet. And he does push that wave out. Drake is up in 50. It's Ocean Drake, so... Or Lake Drake. Or what, is it Lake Drake? Lake Drake, right?
I think it's Blue Drake. Yeah.
It's up, but it's not soul for either team. It's relatively low value. Is T1 know this is happening?
Yeah, I mean, this is on Vision. Live Sandbox can't realistically... I mean, they do have Ryze and Zeri, but T1 should absolutely look to punish this as Vincenzo looking for an engage, but at the end of the day, they've got Destiny Gate. They know where the Wukong is, and now this Baron extremely low. They're looking to get it down, and a massive Cyclone comes in. Vincenzo immediately dies, though, and that is the front line gone. Diablo is trying to get in there and do that Zeri damage. The Zeri moment has happened, and I believe he's got his Infinity Edge either way, looking at the damage numbers.
Oh, man.
He's not, no, he doesn't quite, but he's
close.
Able to get in there and get anything done, and the Baron will not go either way.
The Freak Edge isn't out yet, so... We're going to call it that, right?
Yeah.
We have to give him credit, you know, when it goes down to 40. But Baron doesn't go to either squad here. Does T1 look to turn off of it to chase, and they have to back away from the Zeri. This is a really nice Cyclone, as you mentioned, from Vincenzo, down at 3.8k. W's early here, so already uses his Trickster. And when he looks for the engage here, the Zeri ultimate, which unfortunately without Infinity Edge, just not enough damage here. And look at the double root onto Guti Daihyuk. Neither of them could actually follow up because Baoto hits that critical root on those collapsing players. If they're both there to re-engage on top of that Zeri ult, then I think this is a wipe. We're going to game 3. Baron goes over to Live Sandbox, but huge root from Bout there actually really stops him from chasing forward, despite what was an amazing setup from Vincenzo there. Close fight though. I think fitting that no one walks away with a Baron.
It wasn't a true flip, so they're trying to reset it to make it, you know, an official one to make Chronicler proud, no doubt. But not meant to be just yet. It's still very interesting to see Live Sandbox continuing to threaten this Baron. Again, I mean, when you're down in range, it is one way to kind of force the enemy team on top of you, and then you can turn off of the Baron. The problem is that it's taking so long and they're taking so much damage from the Baron that it's like, oh, well, we'd like to turn, but we're not exactly sure about our chances anymore.
Okay, once again, starting it up. Cyclone's back up for Vincenzo.
Yeah.
Could have a very similar fight on our hands.
This one looks like a flip. Or it looks like it was going to be a flip, as that is Vincenzo's clone. And now Destiny Gate comes out. TF is mid. Okay, he's like, no, okay, we're not fighting. I'm going mid. It's actually a good read from Bay. He's like, oh, this fight is over. I'm just going to push. Yeah.
I'm just going to push. I was going to threaten that inhibitor turret while also being able to peel for anyone who tries to come through this choke point. And the game continues. Yep. No more blood, just dead minions. And Infinity Edge done here, obviously, for Diablo, but Smash has a whole extra BF sword in his inventory. Is looking very strong. The team fights here are really about the setup and the CC. And obviously the range advantage that Smash has is pretty huge until... Okay, we're just doing this again.
We're doing it again. And I mean,
Dayak
yes,
on the flank.
Diablo's got Infinity Edge at this point, I assume. Here's Dayak once again. Immediately has to go to his stopwatch. He's like, okay, well, I can't do anything here. And fantastic frontlining this time from Dahl. Unbelievable. He's able to shut down the Wukong. He's able to give room for his Caitlyn to do insane damage over the wall.
That might have just gotten this game in the bag now because they're going to grab this Baron. They're going to have it for the timer they need to get the Ocean Soul, and this should be able to open up some of those inhibitor turrets with the composition they have and the wave clear. And so much of this fight is silly because look at the traps. Dayak has to go over this wall in an awkward way. Hook shots in, immediately rooted. It has to stopwatch. Bout has played both of these fights perfectly, carried super hard in the last one to get the double root this time, instantly forces the stopwatch. And they just kite back. They concave, they have a range advantage, your engage is dead. Come at me, bro, is basically what T1 is saying at this point. And Liv Sandbox like, actually, we'll leave. Not interested.
And at what point do Liv Sandbox realize this Baron is not a thing? Like, stop trying to make it a thing. It's not a thing, right? Like, what was that, their 5th or 6th attempt?
Yeah.
Like, at some point, it's like, okay, you're going to get poked out. You're going to take too much damage. And they thought they had the flank angle from Dayak, but again, as you mentioned, there was just way too much flank protection. There's way too much peel. You've got Bout who's right there, like they know he's coming in, they have vision of it. It's just way too telegraphed at that point.
And even if
that's part of doing it 6 times in a row.
Even if the binding doesn't force a stopwatch, I don't know if you kill Smash there. He's got so much support. Realm Warp, one last ride.
Oh, they're doing it. Yeah, one last ride. And you know what? Mei is dead. It actually ends up working out. It might not be the last ride after all because Dahl nearly dies, and here comes Diablo. Nearly gets chunked out. Is now Dayak going to go into that back line? He is alone. Immediately gets burst down a little bit too far ahead of his team. And now Diablo's going to press that flash button, and he's just nearly going to die. And he does in the end. Smash takes him out, as now Dahl is just left unchained going in. And this game is just insane. We have completely gone off the rails.
No. Smash splashed the wall to kill the Zeri. Like, that's how much he hates Zeri. That was like every single person in the chat was like, kill him! And Smash said yes and pressed his F key and went over the wall because of course he's an F flasher. And then he just killed him and instantly dies. He said yes, Twitch chat, I will press F and I will kill him.
Yeah.
And he instantly died. And then T1 is like, oh, we got the inhibitor. Let's go take Lake Soul here. The Ocean Soul.
Blue Drake,
slightly turquoise.
Yeah.
And okay, crazy fight. Look, Diablo is like, ooh. I may carry this fight, but I may also...
Oh, how did he get that? What?
Oh, he did get it. It looked like it was super late, too.
Forrest wasn't there.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was like, that seemed really late. He like went in, he was like, peekaboo, and he was like, wait, really? Then he just smites it.
It was down to like 900, which in this patch is too low.
That's 300 too low.
Yeah, but yeah, Forrest was just not there. They were just trying to sneak it away. And they knew he was coming too, like Bout was trying to root him. Man, this game is just insane. Like, if you tuned in now, you tuned in for the most challenger game we have cast today.
That might be the most challenging game of the season so far, as we're now at 23 kills at 33 minutes. 7,000 gold lead for T1, but you wouldn't know it when you watch some of the Benny Hill moments that we've had. Inhibitors down for another 4 minutes or so here. Baron is going to be up in 2.5.
Liv Sandbox, they're already waiting for it.
I'm sure someone's like pressing tab and clicking on Baron, like Baron spawns in 2.5 minutes. Baron spawns 2 minutes.
Guys, we gotta be ready for this.
Right. Back off. It's a little early.
You gotta be ready to take it down right away.
Death Cap is up for Guti, who skipped the Zonia, or he's got to go Zonias, but he skipped it for now. He took a shortcut to some more AP damage. So we're on the path to that. Vincenzo, stopwatch, soon to be GA. We're getting to the 40-minute mark territory here potentially. I could feel it. I could feel a long one.
Dayak? What? Oh, okay. It's just a massive realm warp in the back line. And everybody that was in the front is just immediately melted. The Zeri is totally online. It ends up being a wonderful bait. Even T1 looked confused by that. and they kill 4 members, but there's no objective.
There's no objective.
But they killed 4 members.
But the objective is to kill the super minions.
Uh-oh. Goody a little bit alone here.
Guti,
and,
okay. He imprisoned him in the runes. Oh, Valdez, I can't. They got it. Okay. Objective secured. Super minion down.
Nice.
Diablo 1, Super Minion 0.
This looks so silly. But
Dahyuk gets reposted here, and then the Realm Warp comes through, but it's not with everybody because Diablo needs to be at the back here, and then Guti just casually walks through. And I mean, Bay he didn't go Everfrost, so he doesn't have that much peel, doesn't have that much survivability. He's just going to go down here.
Yeah.
It was a very sloppy engage, but I think T1's reaction was a little bit haphazard as well, let's just say.
Yeah, I mean...
My challengers producer said if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all.
Yeah, that's might be the theme of this season. But, like, I think it was actually a really good idea from Liv Sandbox, just because if you're going to win a fight, it's going to be on top of T1. They just, like, press their Realm Warp onto them. They're like, okay, we fight now.
Do you remember...
Yeah, everybody was out of position. T1 was like, no way they're just going to do this, right? As, okay, here we go, grand challenge. This Fiora is ginormous at this point in time. The flash in denied the gold card from the Hextech ultimatum, but the second one comes in, and it is enough. Guti will be able to take down the TF in the trade, and with everybody else coming in, Dala has to back away, but now they're going to go for this Baron. This is spotted.
He has teleport and Realm Warp, so he should be able to get here. He's just going to go ahead and commit to the TP here. T1 definitely need to back away.
A little late,
but hey.
Already saw they were backing away, but either way.
They're going to get mid-turret. They're going to get mid-turret Valdez. Mission accomplished.
Dahl is like, okay, well, now your Rise doesn't have TP, so I guess I'm just going to do this. Oh, and the secret. No, Smash, where are you going?
Oh, he didn't know there's a
right
ward
on
there.
Division.
He doesn't know.
Well, he might know now. But they're actually delaying any response to the side push. Who's going to go back for the Fiora?
Nobody can back. This might just be game over.
This might just be game.
Yeah, I think Fiora might just end the game.
Camille is 10 seconds? I don't know. Okay, well, Fiora's backing away. No steal comes in. The Baron will go the way of Liv Sandbox. And Fiora says, well, there's not enough time.
Okay, now can Liv Sandbox all in the game? I don't think so.
Nah,
even with 2 kills here, the inner turret in mid is still fully up. The bottom inner turret is still up. The best we can do is an Ocean Drake. Best we can do is an Ocean Drake. Gonna go ahead and grab this inner turret though, at least. Inner turret and an Ocean Drake. That's what you get for this one. I was worried that T1 was just gonna stop the backs and Dahl was gonna end the game.
Yeah, if he had like 5 more seconds on the enemy Camille, maybe.
Yeah.
It was pretty close, though. I think there was a world where maybe he could have commit to it.
Maybe they can end this. I mean, they have Baron buff.
Yeah, it's pretty close. Diablo is kind of insane at this point in time. Bout is nearly going to go down. They are committing pretty heavily for the Lux, and Vincenzo just goes down as the rest of the team is just hitting the turrets. They're just hitting the turrets. They want to end the game, but I don't think they have enough.
Bout's giving the shields.
It's not enough. Dahl is being chunked down. Diablo is gigantic. As Dahyuk says, get away from my team.
Bout,
yeah, I don't know about that one.
Bout had ult, man. He could have tried to snipe him. He doesn't, though, but look who's back in the bottom lane. Dahl, as you say, he's got some super minions pushing through. That mid inhibitor spawn.
Oh, he hit it!
He
was going to die to Dahl anyway, but looked really cool.
I think that might be the end of it. I think that's the end of it, Valdez.
It's T1's chance.
Okay,
but they're up
defending
against
Baron buff minions.
Yeah, and they're up against someone who is stronger than Baron currently. That's Zeri.
Yeah, and Vincenzo's coming up with ult here, and his smite.
Oh, I don't know if he can do it alone.
I think they end.
Yeah,
right?
I don't think Diablo can do this alone. Vincenzo is available, but 1 gold card is enough. They just keep him at range, but Vincenzo goes in, and immediately the Nidalee is down. Another gold card is in. They're able to target down the turrets, and now they just have to click on the Nexus, and I think they have just done it. The damage was insane from the Zeri, but they just straight up avoid it, and they end the game. T1 just barely. Oh man, what a roller coaster. I love challengers.
Yeah, I'm sold. That's it. I'll end today on a good note with the craziest game I've commentated in a very long time. Lots of back and forth. Lots to work on in terms of the macro for both of these teams. But look, I will say The one thing I'll say about both of these teams is that they were not afraid to put it all on the line. And as young as some of these players are, I mean, Live Sandbox, their average age is sitting around 17, okay? 3 18-year-olds, a 15-year-old, and a 16-year-old. With players that are this young and this willing to just go and macro well, because macro is one of the hardest things to teach. Oh, right.
Oh, I keep forgetting about this. Ooh.
I think it's going to be Fiora for me.
He did do a really good job, and the split pushing was good.
Bout is like a close second for me. I almost voted for Bout, and I went with Dahl.
I'll join you. Yeah. I think he did a little bit too much. Like, they didn't even really have a front line, but he actually acted as a pretty nice front line. Like, the riposts were on point. The split pushes were good.
He actually had the highest damage in the game as well, which is pretty crazy when you consider it's a Caitlyn.
There were a lot of moments in the last 10 minutes of that game where he was just getting, like, full grand challenge. Like, he hit, like, every side, and he's, like, doing massive chunks of damage. He probably did, like, half of his damage in the last 10 minutes, but still, a great game overall. And Diablo almost made it happen. The 15-year-old almost put the team on his back.
I think T1, we came into this series knowing T1 Challenges was going to be the clear favorites, right? And in terms of individual skill, even with Smash being so new and so young, like, you know, he had 2 winning lanes. He won them super hard. And we did see Diablo struggle in some of those early parts. I think that Live Sandbox shows a lot of promise for these players' ages. And to know macro this well and to be this fearless, these are things that you usually have to teach. Like, usually it takes years for players to learn how to macro properly, how to play around the map, also to be like Dahyuk and be willing to actually all in and go on these crazy flank angles. Usually you do that in scrims, and then you show up to the live game and you're like, ooh, I don't want to do this in front of people. There's like thousands of people watching online. Like, this is scary. And then you kind of choke in your early parts. But Dahyuk's already played in a lot of offline events. I mean, he's spent some time in Live Sandbox's Academy squad before moving to the Challengers roster.
Yeah.
I mean, these players start so young in Korea in the Academy system. By the time they get here, they're just so good. And Dahl's going to pick it up.
Yeah. Fantastic game. I mean, to do that much damage on the Fiora alone is pretty notable, but his positioning on the Fiora, the decision-making, like, Fiora is a very difficult champion to play. I think it's part of the reason why, even in metas where she has been viable and a good pick in many metas, she was sometimes avoided at the higher leagues just because she's really difficult, right? Like, you need to be so on point with your mechanics. You basically need to be perfect at some points. But he showcased a lot of that, like a lot of great decision-making as well. So really got to hand it to the guy.
Between Live Sandbox Youth's really young players and how they almost dismantled T1 in 2 games back-to-back. Remember, in Game 1, they almost came back and won. Game 2 made it very close. It was very tough. Went from forcing Baron repeatedly to getting some really nice catches on T1, punishing their pushes. This team is, like I said, very young, so always exciting because these players are going to be around in the Challengers system for a really long time.
Maybe we'll see some of them pop their heads in on the Live Sandbox LCK roster, too. I mean, that looks like one of the weaker teams we have in LCK, to be honest.
Yeah, Dangmu, we haven't seen her yet, so like that's another hype thing about this team. It feels like they're bringing the romance of Live Sandbox back from the LCK. I'm kind of excited for this roster. Again, I like to talk about the losing team a lot in Challengers and, you know, basically like Tier 2 tournaments like this because there's always things to improve on. But for me, like, I'm just like, yeah, T1 was cool and they won and congratulations. However, Live Sandbox was pretty hype and I am, I want to congratulate both teams for
sure.
Was not a one-sided 2-0.
No, not at all. And I think there's a lot to look at on the side of T1 and say, man, these guys are really good too.
Yeah.
Like, unfortunately, like, on theme of, you know, it's 2023 and the rosters are combined, like, anybody can go up to the major leagues, essentially. Are we going to see Smash replace Guma? No, I don't think we're ever going to see that happen. Are we going to see, you know, Dahl come in and replace Zeus? I think not in a million years.
Could we see Smash replace Henna? You know, maybe,
yeah.
Right? Because even though these players are on T1 Challenges, as I mentioned earlier,
true,
these players can be traded or sold to organizations around the world, right? And I think because T1 is a top 2 team in the world indisputably, and my favorite to win the LCK at the moment before we see anything. You know, this team is being used very differently than a lot of these other teams. For Fredit Briand and for Live Sandbox, maybe like we might be calling these people up back and forth. You know, for Guangdong Freaks, who knows? But for T1 Challengers, you're like, I'm using this team to scrim a little bit with my main roster, but I'm also like, these players are on the market. You want them? Like, we trained them.
They look pretty good.
So
Smash
is still
guys.
a little bit young for the LCK. Maybe next year, though.
He's 16, right? So, yeah, I mean, that could be something you're looking for the future. You know, if you're a team owner, make sure to follow LCK CL, LCK CL Global 2023 for all of your potential future prospects. But no, like, they looked great. They looked great as a team. I think they're learning a lot probably from the main roster as well. And only bright futures ahead for those guys. But yeah, good win. Clean 2-0. Nothing to see here.
Yeah.
As we did have Gatoran say in the chat. Very, very true. Very challengers. Very enjoyable.
So, I guess this is the part of the show where we remind everybody that we do have a little quick interview on the Korean stream, but we don't have an official interpreter yet for the English stream, but we will potentially have one in the future.
So, Wolf, why did you come out swinging for henna?
Somebody asked that?
Yeah. Well, they didn't ask that.
No,
I just said it in question
I
form.
just thought, like, let's think about one of the teams that performed weakest in LCK in summer, and then I thought, I know Henna's a controversial AD carry. You know, and I know Atlas and Chronicler watching at home I am the biggest champion of Henna out of any caster in the world. And I know that there are weaknesses to Henna, but I think he has a lot of potential. Like,
that's partially why I brought it up.
Yeah, I knew when you mentioned it, I was like, so are you trolling me or did somebody actually say that? It's both.
Well, you know, this is the part of the broadcast where we wait for the interview to be over and where I get to troll Wolf with the chat. So thank you, Bun Bun, for that one.
Prince did go to FlyQuest. Papa Smithy sniped him.
So did Vikla.
Vikla gone. You and I did videos about it.
We were hyping those players. I mean, those were guys that were performing in the LCK, right? So that makes a lot of sense. I think they should probably go over there and smash. Yeah, we say that a lot, don't we?
Smash, yeah.
Yeah.
We gotta.
Somebody's got to pick that player up just for the name, and then make him into an even better player than he already is. I mean, that move from him to just flash the wall to, like, sacrifice himself and say, me for Zeri, I'll take that trade every day, like 35 minutes into the game. Like, who makes that decision? Only Smash.
A true Zeri hater.
A Gumi UC understudy.
I don't know why I made that about Zeri hate for some reason, but, like, well, I could just feel the anger. Like, Zeri's like zipping back and forth, and he just mosquito slapped the wall, you know? He was like, I'm so tired of this.
I'm just going to headshot him, yeah.
Slap the mosquito. It was just so perfect because he was like, look, if I die for this, it's okay. If we're both dead, then it's okay. If I die and she's still flying around, then we might lose the game. I'm going for it. Zeri. Welcome back.
Yeah. Zeri is... I'm very curious to see how it's going to go in this upcoming week of LCK, because we already saw this is like the initial taste, right? We're seeing what some of the Korean teams are focusing on and what picks they're going for. It looks like we are going to have some Zeris in there. We are going to see some counter picks with the Varus, with the Lucian, with the Caitlyn. You can't ban everything. So who is going to, you know, dip their hands into the Zeri/Sivir basket, and who's going to go for the counter picks? And it's a good moment to mention for you guys. I saw some of you guys asking. Yes, the LCK begins tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
At 5 p.m.
That's right.
We are going to have a pre-show.
There will be a pre-show.
Make sure you're tuning in for that as well.
All 4 of us are going to be on the show tomorrow. It's going to be awesome. So we kind of split up on challengers the last 2 days, but we're going to be reunited as a squad tomorrow. And
so we did the first 2 days of Challenger. That was the taste, and now you get the meal of week 1 of LCK. It's going to be coming for the next 5 days. So you'll have a lot of opportunities to watch good Korean League of Legends.
2 more days of challengers after that, then 5 more days of LCK.
And then 2 more days of challengers.
Korean League of Legends for you guys at home.
It doesn't end.
Do follow the LCK CL Global 2023 Twitch chat, the chat that you're in right now, very likely, or follow the channel, not the chat. You can follow the chat whenever you want, but follow the channel so you know when we're live. It's going to be every Monday at 2 p.m. KST, every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Here are our results. I thought the first series was, even though it was a 3-game series, I would argue the second series was a closer one.
Yeah.
I know that sounds really
sure.
weird, but the first 2 games of the first series were so one-sided. We only had 1 close game, whereas in the second one we got 2. Fun day of League of Legends here in Challengers, though.
Yeah, I think we got a good first taste of Challengers, you know, casting on site. You and I, Wolf, definitely saw a couple of different sides of what Challengers has to offer. We do have 1 Giga Chad in the chat. Want to shout out DWG Kla, not Kia, but nice try. I was you once, you know, NA East Coast, watching all the VODs and stuff like that. And we do have the standings here as well.
Yeah, it's the end of the first week of broadcasted Challengers, but every team has played after today, so you know we have a general idea. I think, based on what we've seen so far, I think my top 2 teams are definitely D+ Kia and Nongshim, but I would put like T1 and Live Sandbox like as 3rd and 4th maybe. They looked really good today. We will have more League of Legends Challenger or LCK Challengers during LCK. However, not all of it will be streamed. Some of it will be co-streamed, as you can see here, by Hojin and Shai.
By a couple of Korean co-streamers. So
Yes.
if you guys want to check out the matches with some Korean co-streamers, you can go ahead and check those out. Also going to have, you know, Nongshim versus D+ Kia, as you mentioned, the potential top 2 teams. That is not going to be co-streamed, but
At least at the moment, that might change. Just stay tuned and follow the Challengers Instagram, which I don't know the URL of right now, but you could probably find it underneath the Twitch
like
channel
LCK
down here.
Challengers,
Yeah, I think it's
something like that.
I think it's literally underneath the Twitch page if you find the Instagram links there.
Scroll down.
Yeah, because that's where you're going to get the official news on who's co-streaming what and what's being broadcast. But what we will be casting in English next week is here on your screens.
Yeah, you and I, Wolf, are going to be handling Monday, which is going to be very fun. Going to be a very long day, but we'll make it through it. Tuesday has some really hype matches. I think that D+ probably going to stomp that first one, but T1 versus Nongshim, a very close one. And then, as we were saying, the meat of the week is going to be Wednesday through Sunday in the LCK. Some really big matches here.
Yeah, some new logos, new DRX color, D+ Kia swapping branding. And look, first day, obviously Wednesday is pretty hype. Saturday has DRX versus Gen.G, but we talked about a little bit in the pause. Kwangdong versus Hanwha Life Esports, one of my big matches of the week, because I think both Hanwha may be weaker than their roster suggests, and Kwangdong may be stronger than their roster suggests, I think, at first glance. So I think that one's going to be, on paper, in my mind, a very exciting one, more than it looks.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a big matchup. I think that every day has something to offer. Certainly, Wednesday is going to be really hyped because, you know, it's the first day of LCK for 2023. Keep in mind that Saturday is always going to have, like, match of the weeks, so you always want to make sure you're tuning in for Saturday, Korea time, of course. And also another thing to mention is that the weekends will be 2 hours earlier than normal, so if you are one of those NA East Coasters who has a rough time watching, you could potentially catch, you know, the first match. It will be a couple hours earlier, so maybe it's 3 a.m. instead of 5 a.m. You know.
Yeah,
Bit
check out the
closer.
schedule. It's if you go to Leaguepedia, you can put the LCK schedule in your Google Calendar, as I have, so then you always know who's playing on which day at what time in your own time zone. So check out that Google document or Google Calendar file on Leaguepedia. I think that's it for us for today.
Yeah, I guess we're just about ready to go. Not quite, but we're almost there. But yeah, it's been a really fun first day. I really like the vibe of Challengers, getting to interact with you guys on the chat as well, is always very enjoyable. Not something we get to do at the LCK, unfortunately. But the future is now. And I think for a little bit of a slightly smaller stream we got over here in Challengers for now. Who knows? Maybe if Wolf keeps shouting out the stream, maybe we'll we'll get to LCK level.
Yeah. last thing I'll say, a bunch of people asking for hints on the 2 new guests for the LCK. Look closer at the shadows, at the silhouettes. That's all I can give you guys. It's a secret.
That is what the silhouettes are for. But that's going to do it for me and Wolf today. Thank you so much for watching LCK Challengers once again, and we will see you tomorrow for LCK and next week for Challengers. Take it easy.